Chapter 1 of The Lonely House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Sames. The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. Chapter 1. Lilly Fairfield seemed to be rushing along a dark tunnel. It was as if she were being borne on wings. A keen, delicately perfumed air was blowing in her face. Far ahead of her there was a pinpoint gleam of bright light that surely must be the end of the tunnel. But as she swept on and on, farther and farther, the gleam did not grow larger or brighter. It seemed to remain, a white fixed star of light, infinitely far away. Though the experience was intensely vivid, in a sense the girl was conscious that she was experiencing one of the strange, curious dreams, not wholly unpleasant, though sometimes verging on nightmare, which had haunted her at certain intervals during the whole of her not very long life. With dreadful suddenness, out of the dark void above, there leapt on her a huge black and white cat. She could see its phosphorescent eyes glaring at her in the darkness. She could feel its stifling weight on her breast. She awoke with a strangled cry, to realize that the nightmare cat had materialized from a book which had fallen out of the net rack of the swaying French railway carriage in which she was travelling. She looked round her, still a little dazed by her strange dream, and then she grew very pink, for the only other two occupants of the railway carriage were smiling at her broadly. There was unveiled admiration and eager interest in the face of the older man, a middle-aged Frenchman named Hercule Popeau, and a kind of unwilling admiration in that of his companion, and yet Angus Stewart, captain in the London Scottish, was repeating to himself the quaint moving Scotch phrase, "A good saitre for Sir Een." Lilly Fairfield was certainly an agreeable example of what the cynics tell you will soon be a vision of the past, a delightfully pretty, happy-hearted, simple-natured, old-fashioned English girl, a girl who had done her bit in the Great War, and yet who was as unsophisticated as her grandmother might have been, though eager for any fun or pleasure that might come her way. Lily's horrid nightmare faded into nothingness. It seemed so wonderful, after having left a London dark in fog and rain, to find herself in this fairyland of beauty. On her left a brilliant sun gleamed on the softly lapping waters of the Mediterranean, while to her right the train was rushing past lovely gardens full of the exquisite colouring which belongs to the French Riviera alone. Could it really be only 4 days since Uncle Tom had seen her off at Victoria? Though neither of them had said much, each had known it to be a solemn parting, the end of a happy chapter which had begun when Lilly was 5 years old. 16 years had gone by since the orphan child had arrived at the Nest Epsom to become the charge and, in time, the beloved adopted daughter of her father's brother, a retired member of the Indian Medical Service, and his prim but kindly wife. At first the war had not made much difference to the nest and its occupants. Uncle Tom had taken over the practice of a resident doctor who had gone off to the front, and after the war had lasted 2 years, Aunt Emmeline had at last allowed Lilly to do some war work. This was not an amusing, exciting job of the kind so many of her young friends were doing, for it consisted in the dull business of looking after some Belgian refugees. Incidentally, she had thus acquired a good colloquial knowledge of French, a knowledge which should now prove useful. The Great War closed a chapter in many a British girl's life, but in Lily's case it was death, not the war, that had done so. Aunt Emmeline, always so prudent and fussy, had caught influenza just after the armistice, and had died in 4 days. To the surprise of all those about her, the sudden ending of the war and her aunt's death coming together had been too much for the girl. She was ordered a complete change of scene, and it was then that Uncle Tom bethought himself of a certain clever, good-natured, and energetic lady, the Countess Polder, who had been what old-fashioned people would call a connection of his wife's. It all hung on what was now very old family history. The Countess had been the daughter by a first wife of an Italian who had become, some 40 years ago, Aunt Emmeline's stepfather. Thus, while entirely unrelated, she and Countess Polder had for a while called each other sister. Each of them had married, the one an Englishman, Tom Fairfield, and the other a certain Count Polder, who belonged to what had seemed to her English connections a very extraordinary nationality, for he was a subject of the Prince of Monaco. Some 12 years ago the Countess had written to know if she might come and stay at the Nest for a few days while paying a business visit to London. Uncle Tom, who was more forthcoming than his wife, had declared heartily that of course they must have her. And so she had arrived to become in a sense the romance of Lily's childhood. Aunt Cosy, as the little girl had been taught to call her, had about her something so hearty, so vivid, and so affectionate. Also she dressed beautifully and wore lovely jewels. Everything about her appeared rich and rare to the English child. Aunt Cosy had taken a great deal of notice of the little girl. She often said how much she wished that Lily could make friends with her beloved son, Beppo. Beppo was the Polders' only child. To him the Countess was passionately devoted. He was never far from her thoughts, and his name was constantly on her lips. Even now, after all these years, Lily remembered a miniature of Beppo which his mother had worn in a locket round her neck under her dress. It showed a pale, rather sickly-looking boy. Lily had sometimes wondered idly into what sort of a man he had grown up. Beppo had been 16 or 17 when the Countess had paid her memorable visit to England. He must be nearly 30 now. At intervals the Countess would write the Englishwoman, whom she called sister, a letter, which was at once formal and gushing. 2 years after her visit to Epsom, she had written to say that she and her husband, after spending most of their married life in Italy, had gone back to his native place, Monaco, where they had bought a small property, and where they hoped to spend a peaceful old age. It was to La Solitude that Lilly Fairfield was now on her way, to become Aunt Cosy's paying guest for 3 months. Lily took a little black leather case out of her pocket. It was the first time she had opened it since she had put in it the £50 in £5 notes which had been her Uncle Tom's parting gift. It had seemed to the girl an enormous sum of money, but "It will melt much sooner than you think," he had said, smiling, but all the same he had told her not to let any strangers know that she had it. The notes now lay safe in an envelope on one side of the letter-case. From the other flap she drew out a letter which she had never held in her hand before, though Uncle Tom had read it aloud to her the morning it had arrived, about 10 days ago. On a large and rather common-looking sheet of notepaper was written in a sloping hand, with what must have been an almost pin-point nib, the following letter. La Solitude, Monaco. My dear Thomas, I offer you sincere condolence on the death of the beloved Emmeline. In answer to your kind inquiries, I am glad to say our son is in excellent health, serving his country as a patriot should do in these dark days. He did not fight, for he has always been delicate, also very intelligent. He was of more use to Italy by staying in Rome than he would have been at the front. And now, dear friend, to business and pleasure both. We shall be delighted to take your sweet Lily for the winter. You say round about £4 a week? In old days willingly would we have taken her for less than that, but now, alas, everything is very expensive. I suggest, therefore, £5 a week, hoping that will not seem to you exaggerated. You say she should be much out of doors. That will be easy. We are surrounded by orange trees and olive groves. There is also a garden, to which the Count gives much thought and care. We are quiet people, and seldom go down into Monte Carlo. We neither of us frequent the casino. The fact that we are householders in Monaco would make it illegal for us to gamble, even were we drawn to do so, which we are not. But I will see that Lily does not lead too dull and sad a life with her Aunt Cosy and Uncle Angelo. If the terms £5 a week suit you, may I suggest that you telegraph? Letters take so long coming and going. Perhaps you will add the approximate date of Lily's welcome arrival. Receive, dear Thomas, the assurance of my affectionate and grateful memory. Cosima Polder. Lily folded the letter up again. It told a good deal, and yet it seemed to tell her nothing real of the writer. She knew that Uncle Tom had liked the Countess far more than Aunt Emmeline had done. Aunt Emmeline always sniffed when her stepsister was mentioned, and yet the Countess had appeared to be so very fond of her. Turning back the flap of the little case, Lily noticed there was something else there. What a methodical man Uncle Tom was, to be sure! In addition to the Countess's letter, he had put the telegram which had arrived just as they were starting for the station. The telegram which asked Lily to postpone her arrival for 2 days. Uncle Tom had wired back that that was impossible, as all arrangements had been made, and he had again given the exact hour of her arrival at Monte Carlo. Both Lily and Angus Stewart realized that they owed their very comfortable journey from Paris to their kindly, quaint fellow-traveller, Hercule Popeau. A party of South Americans had made a determined effort to turn Lily out of the first-class carriage where she had settled herself with some difficulty in Paris. It was this, at the time, unpleasant episode which had made her acquainted with both Captain Stewart and Monsieur Popeau. Captain Stewart had come forward and taken her part, but with very little result. And then suddenly there had emerged from the big crowd of travellers a short, stout, quiet-looking man, accompanied by an official with the magic letters PLM on his cap. He had made very short work of the blustering South Americans, and had settled the three, Captain Stewart, Lilly Fairfield, and the stout elderly Frenchman, into the carriage. Then, with a bow, he had handed the key of the door leading into the corridor to the man who Lily now knew was Hercule Popeau. Theirs had been the only airy, half-empty compartment in the long, dirty train. As was natural, the three had become very friendly during the journey, and both Lily's fellow-travellers, the cheerful, talkative Frenchman, and the silent, quiet Scotsman, had vied with one another to make Miss Fairfield comfortable. "We shall be at Monte Carlo in a very few minutes," exclaimed Monsieur Popeau. He spoke good English, but with a strong French accent. The train went into a tunnel, then, with a series of groans and squeaks, drew up at what Lily knew must be her final destination, Monte Carlo station. They all stepped down from the high railway carriage and waited till the comparatively small crowd of travellers had been seized by the smart-looking hotel porters who had come to meet them. But though Lily glanced eagerly this way and that, she could see no one who in the least reminded her of the Countess Polder, or indeed of any person who could be looking out for her. Monsieur Popeau saw the growing look of discomfiture on his pretty companion's face. He turned to Captain Stewart. "Mademoiselle must have lunched with us at the Hôtel de Paris, eh?" But Lily shook her head very decidedly, and so, "Very well, then I will look after our young lady," he exclaimed in his decided, good-humoured way. "I know what you would call the ropes of Monte Carlo. We will now find a nice carriage, and I will accompany her to her destination." "I thought of doing that," said Captain Stewart, a little awkwardly. Monsieur Popeau shook his head. No, it is more right, more convenable, that I should go. Am I not our friend's temporary guardian? They all three smiled at what had become by now a special little joke, and gratefully Lilly followed the two men up the broad steps, which looked more like those in a palace than in a railway station, till they reached the road running through the beautiful tropical-looking gardens, which always seemed to have an unreal touch of fairyland about them. Monsieur Popeau again turned to Captain Stewart. "You will not require a carriage," he said briskly. "The Hôtel de Paris is close by. Tell the manager that you are with me, and ask him to give you a good room, with the same view as mine. Say I am joining you at déjeuner. Oh, and mon capitaine, one word more." Captain Stewart turned round. He had not been listening to Monsieur Popeau, for his mind was full of the English girl, to whom he was about to say what he fully intended should only be a very temporary farewell. "Yes," he said mechanically. "Thanks awfully." "Listen to me," exclaimed Monsieur Popeau imperiously. "You are to tell the manager of the Hôtel de Paris that our food has been, what do you say in England? Filthy for the last 2 days. Ask him to arrange that a lunch of surpassing excellence is ready in 40 minutes from now. Can I trust you to do this, my friend?" He spoke so gravely that Lilly began to laugh. "You are greedy," she said reprovingly. "You make me feel quite sorry I didn't accept your offer." "There's still plenty of time to change your mind," exclaimed both men simultaneously. "My friends will have waited lunch for me." She did feel sorry that she could not go along with these kind people and have a good lunch before meeting Count and Countess Polder, but not for nothing had her Uncle Tom always called her, fondly, his dear old-fashioned girl. She held out her hand to Captain Stewart. He took it in his big grasp, and held it perhaps a moment longer than she expected, but at last— "Good-bye," he said abruptly. "Good-bye, Miss Fairfield. Let me see. I wonder if I might call on you. Tomorrow. Sunday." "Yes, do," she said a little shyly. "You've got the address, La Solitude." It was nice to know that they would meet again tomorrow. The end of Chapter 1. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 2 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. As for Monsieur Popeau, who was looking about him trying to find out if any changes had taken place in 5 very long years, he was telling himself, for perhaps the 1000th time in his life, what very queer, odd people the British were. He liked them even better than he had done when, as a young man, he had met with a good deal of kindness in England. But still, how queer to think that a nice girl, a really nice girl, should permit such a stranger as was this Captain Stewart to call on her without any kind of proper introduction. He hoped her Italian friends, or were they relations, would not misunderstand. He feared they certainly would do so unless she pretended, but somehow he did not think she would do that. That the young man was an old acquaintance, someone who had known her at home, in her uncle's house. And then his quaint, practical French mind began to wonder whether Captain Stewart was well off, whether his affections were already engaged, whether, in a word, he would or would not make a suitable husband for this so charming girl. Sad to say, Monsieur Popeau's peculiar walk in life during the war-worn years had made him acquainted with the fact that it sometimes happens that quite delightful-looking Englishmen are capable of behaving in a very peculiar manner when in a foreign country and when in love. He turned around abruptly. Captain Stewart was already some way off, and the Frenchman's eyes softened as they rested on the slender figure of the girl now standing by his side. She looked so fresh, so neat, too, in spite of the long, weary, dirty journey from Paris. Lily, who, when she thought of her appearance at all, was rather disagreeably aware that she was clad in a pre-war coat and skirt, would have been surprised and pleased had she known how very well dressed she appeared in this middle-aged Frenchman's eyes, how much he approved of the scrupulously plain black serge coat and skirt and neat little toque. How restful they seemed after the showy toilettes and extraordinary-looking hats worn by the fair and generally eccentric Parisiennes with whom fate brought him in constant contact. A victoria drawn by two wiry-looking, raw-boned little steeds dashed down upon them. Monsieur Popeau put up his hand, and the horses drew up on their haunches. Giving the porter a very handsome tip, Monsieur Popeau helped Lily into the carriage, and then got in himself. "La Solitude!" he called out to the driver. The man pointed with his whip to the mountain skyline. 25 francs, he exclaimed, and that only because I wish to oblige monsieur and madame. I ought to ask 50 francs. It's a devil of a pull up there. He rapped out the words with an extraordinary amount of gesticulation. Lily had some trouble in following what he said, but her experience with the Belgians stood her in good stead. £1 for what she believed must be a short drive? That seemed a great deal. She turned in some distress to her companion. "Pray, don't come with me," she exclaimed. "The man will take me there all right. I quite understood all he said." "Of course I'm going to take you there," said Monsieur Popeau. "My lunch will taste all the better for a little waiting. But you, will you not change your mind and come and lunch at the Hôtel de Paris, mademoiselle?" Poor Lily! She felt sorely tempted, but she shook her head. And then something rather curious happened. A taxicab passed slowly by. Monsieur Popeau stood up and hailed it. He took out of his pocket-book a dirty 10-franc note. "Here, my friend," he said, addressing their astonished driver. "It is too great a pull for your gallant little steeds, so we will take that taxi. Help me to transfer the young lady's luggage." No sooner said than done. In spite of a very sulky protest from the taxi-driver, who had not the slightest wish to take on a new fare. He had brought a party out to Monte Carlo from Mentone, and was going back there. "You should be very glad indeed, my good boy," exclaimed Monsieur Popeau, "to have the chance of earning 25 francs by a few moments' drive. Come, be amiable about it. You know perfectly well that you are bound to take me by the law." "Not in Monaco," said the man sullenly. "The law is not the same in France as in Monaco." "If you are a Monegasque," exclaimed Monsieur Popeau, "then you must be well acquainted with my friend, Monsieur Bouton." The man's manner changed and became suddenly cringing. "Aha, I thought so." Monsieur Popeau turned to Lily. "My friend Bouton is police commissioner here," he observed significantly. "Where do you want me to go?" asked the man in a resigned tone. "To La Solitude." Without any more ado, the taxicab turned round and started at a speed which seemed to Lily very dangerous. It was a whirlwind rather than a drive, but once they had left the beautiful gardens and were through the curious network of town streets which lie behind the casino grounds, the man slowed down, and soon they were breasting the hill up what was little more than a rough, dry, rutted way through orange groves and olive trees. "Turn your head round," said Monsieur Popeau suddenly, "and then you will see, my dear lady, one of the 6 most beautiful views in the world, and yet one which comparatively few of the visitors to Monte Carlo ever take the trouble to climb up here and enjoy." Lily obeyed, and then she uttered an exclamation of delight at the marvellous panorama of sea, sky, and delicate, vivid, green-blue vegetation which lay below and all about her. Monte Carlo, with its white palaces, looked like a town in fairyland. Up and up they went, along winding ways cut into the mountainside. Even Monsieur Popeau was impressed by the steepness of the gradient and the distance traversed by them. All at once the taxi took a sudden turn to the left and drew up on a rough clearing surrounded by old grey olive trees. The atmosphere was strangely still, and though it was a hot day, Lilly suddenly felt chilly, a touch, no doubt, of the mountain air. There crept over her, too, a queer, eerie feeling of utter loneliness. "Your friends have certainly well named their villa. Even I, who thought I knew the whole principality of Monaco more or less well, never came across this remote and lonely spot. This is the most convenient point by which a carriage can approach the villa," said the driver, turning round. "The house is not far, just a few yards up through the trees." "All right. Get down and help me carry the lady's luggage." The man loaded himself up with Lilly's small trunk, and Monsieur Popeau took a big Gladstone bag she had had on the journey. "Please don't do that," she exclaimed. "The man can come back presently for the bag. I'll give him a good tip in addition to the 25 francs. "Nonsense," said Monsieur Popeau, quite sharply for him. "Of course this cab is my affair. It is going to take me back to the Hôtel de Paris. I intend to give the driver 30 francs. I had no idea it was as far." At the top of a row of steps cut in the rocky bank was a wicket gate on which were painted in fast-fading Roman letters the words La Solitude. The cabman opened the gate, and the three passed through into a grove of orange trees. Soon the steep path broadened into a way leading straight on to a lawn which fell sharply away from the stone terrace which formed the front of a long, low, whitewashed house. In a sense, as Monsieur Popeau's shrewd eyes quickly realized, La Solitude had an air of almost gay prosperity. It was clear that the bright green shutters, those of the 6 windows of the upper story, and those of the windows which opened on to the terrace, had but recently been painted. 2 blue earthenware jars, so large that they might well have formed part of the equipment of the 40 thieves, stood at either end of the terrace, their comparatively narrow necks being filled with luxuriant red geranium plants, which fell in careless trails and patches of brilliant colour on the flagstones. Built out at a peculiar angle to the left of the villa was a windowless square building which looked like a studio. Lilly was surprised to see that every window on the ground floor of the house had its blind drawn down, and that above the ground floor every window was shuttered. But that, as any foreigner could have told her, had nothing strange about it. Most people living in southern Europe have an instinct for shutting out the sun, even the delightful sun of a southern winter day. Still, to Lily's English eyes the drawn blinds and closed shutters gave a deserted, eerie, unlived-in look to La Solitude. As they all three stood there, Monsieur Popeau and the driver having put down the luggage for a moment on the hard, dry grass, the first sign of life at La Solitude suddenly appeared in the person of a huge black and white cat. It crept slowly, stealthily round the left-hand corner of the house, intent on some business or victim of its own, and rubbed itself along the warm wall. Lilly felt a little tremor of surprise and discomfort. It was an odd coincidence that she should have seen in her dream nightmare just such a cat as was this cat now moving so stealthily across her line of vision. "The front door is to the right," said the driver. They walked along the terrace, and Lilly began to feel very much distressed and worried. Supposing the Count and Aunt Cosy had gone off on a weekend visit? Would their servants have left the house entirely alone? She feared the answer to this question might easily be yes. The entrance to La Solitude was just a plain green-painted door let into the bare house wall. Monsieur Popeau rang the old-fashioned iron bell-pull, and its strident tone seemed to tear across the intense stillness which enveloped them. And then they waited what seemed to all three a considerable time. "I think," said Monsieur Popeau, smiling suddenly all over his fat, pale, good-natured face, "that you will be compelled to come back with me and eat that good luncheon ordered by Captain Stewart, Miss Fairfield." But even as he said the words the door opened slowly, and an old woman, dressed very neatly in faded blue print dress, with a yellow silk bandana handkerchief tightly wound round her head, stood unsmiling before them. Monsieur Popeau took command. "This young lady has just arrived from England to stay with the Comte and Countess Aunt," he said pleasantly. "We did not expect the lady till the day after tomorrow. Please come this way." She spoke quite civilly, but there was no glimmer of welcome on her thin, drawn-looking face. Monsieur Popeau noticed that her intonation was pleasantly refined. The driver put down, just inside the door, the luggage he had been carrying, and went off back to his taxi, while Lilly and Monsieur Popeau followed the old woman down the corridor. She opened a door to the left and stood aside for the strangers to pass through into what seemed at first a completely darkened room. But with the words, "I will go and tell Madame la Comtesse you are here," she went and drew up one of the opaque yellow blinds. Lilly Fairfield, tired, hungry as she was, looked round with an eager sensation of curiosity, and to tell the truth she was exceedingly surprised and interested by what she saw. The drawing-room of La Solitude was indeed strangely furnished and arranged to English eyes. Considering the size of the villa, it was a large room, long and in a sense lofty, with 4 French windows opening on to the stone terrace. As the windows were all shut, there was a slightly muggy, disagreeable smell in the room. The old Italian furniture, arranged stiffly round the room, was upholstered in faded tapestry, which had obviously been darned with skill and care. The whitewashed walls were hung with faded turkey-red cloth, a fact which, to Lily's eyes, added to the strangeness of the room, though, as a matter of fact, this material is a very usual, if old-fashioned, wall-covering in all French provincial towns and country houses. It formed a not unsuitable background to a number of medieval and 18th-century portraits. Monsieur Popeau, who was looking round him with almost as much interest and curiosity as his young companion, realized, even in the poor light, that there was not what would be technically called a good, that is, a valuable, picture in the room. But he also told himself that they were genuine family portraits, proving that Count Polder, for he took the striking, sometimes sinister-looking, long-dead faces staring down at him to be the Count's ancestors, had a right to his title. Between the windows hung 2 superb gilt mirrors, in beautiful carved and gilt wood floretted frames. They, and an ebony and ivory cabinet, were the only things of real value in the room. A shabby card-table on which there lay, face upwards, some not very clean patience cards, stood near the farthest window. There came the sound of quick steps in the corridor. The door opened, and Lilly Fairfield beheld for the first time for over 10 years the woman who had produced such a brilliant, lasting impression on the quiet Epsom household. "My dear child, what a surprise! We were not expecting you till—" And then the Countess Polder stopped short, for she had suddenly realized that there was someone else in the room besides her young kinswoman. Monsieur Popeau advanced and bowed in that queer cut-in-half way which Lilly thought so quaint and funny. "Forgive my intrusion, madame," he said civilly. "I have been mademoiselle's travelling companion from Paris, and, as I am very well acquainted with Monte Carlo, while she is quite a stranger to this beautiful part of the world, I thought it best to escort her to your hospitable house." While this colloquy was going on, Lily was feeling more and more surprised, for somehow Aunt Cosy looked utterly different from what she remembered her as having looked 12 years ago. She had then appeared to Lily, a child of 9 years of age, a very smart, fashionable-looking lady, wearing beautiful clothes. She now looked slightly absurd. Meanwhile, Monsieur Popeau told himself that the Countess must once have been extremely handsome. He judged her to be about 60, but she was tall, well-built, and looked strong and active. In a word, younger than her years. She wore a plaid skirt, one of those large patterns dear to the Parisienne's heart. Her plain white blouse was cut like a man's shirt, and gave her, to a foreigner's eye, an English look, as did also the now old-fashioned tie-cravat, which she wore pinned to the blouse with a large emerald pin. The pin attracted Monsieur Popeau's attention, for it was set with an emerald which was, in his judgment, of considerable value. Doubtless it had belonged to the Count's father. It was the sort of tie-pin a foppish man of wealth and position might have worn in the early 30s of the last century. But what, in a very different way, impressed both Lilly Fairfield and Monsieur Popeau was the Countess's singular-looking face and peculiar eyes. Her face, with its good, clearly marked features and finely drawn if narrow-lipped mouth, was of a most unbecoming colour, a kind of dusky red, which Monsieur Popeau knew to mean some form of heart trouble. One of her eyes was green, the other blue. She wore a curious and most elaborate front, bright chestnut auburn in tint, consisting of masses of tight little curls. It was evidently the sort of coiffure which had been worn when Countess Polder was a young woman. Now it gave a touch of the grotesque to her appearance, the more so that when she turned round to shut the door, it became apparent that she also wore what used many years ago to be called a bun. Still, it was evident to Monsieur Popeau that the person now standing before him was what is called, in common parlance, a woman of the world. She accepted his explanation of his presence with amiability, and expressed in well-chosen, voluble French her gratitude for his kindness to her young niece. He noticed she said niece. "It is still to be Aunt Cosy, is it not, dear child?" She drew the surprised Lily affectionately into her strong arms and kissed her on both cheeks. "It will be very pleasant, very delightful to me and to my husband to have a young and charming girl about the house," she exclaimed. "We are no longer young, and the war has made us very lonely." She shook her head sadly. "No one would believe how it changed Monte Carlo for a while, but now our old friends, English, French, Italian, are beginning to return. Already the war is being forgotten like a nightmare, a bad dream." They were all three still standing, and Monsieur Popeau told himself that it was time he had his own good luncheon, and time for his young travelling companion to have hers. And then there came over the kind-hearted Frenchman a slight feeling of discomfort. Would Miss Fairfield be given a good luncheon, supposing the determined-looking lady who now stood before him had already had hers, in the foreign fashion, a couple of hours ago? "I must be going," he began. "We have had no food, any of us. Mademoiselle also will be glad of her déjeuner." As only answer, the Countess went over to the window of which the yellow blind had already been drawn up, and with a vigorous movement she opened it. "Ah, that is better," she exclaimed. "I have all the English love of fresh air, but my husband, he fears for his pictures, for the furniture. Look at our view, my little one, and you too, monsieur. It is the most splendid view in Monaco." But Monsieur Popeau was not bothering about the view. He was looking with some concern at Lilly Fairfield. She seemed a rather pitiful, lonely little figure, standing there in this odd-looking room. Somehow he hated leaving her there. But the Countess was still talking in that full, hearty voice of hers. "My husband's family is of Monaco," she smiled and showed her strong, good teeth. "In the 14th century they were almost as great people as the Grimaldis. Then the Polders lived in Paris, in Rome. But when we lost our fortune, through unlucky speculations, it seemed simpler to come back to the Count's native place. Here we have lived, nay, here we have vegetated ever since." When she stopped to take a breath, Monsieur Popeau managed to get in his good-bye. "I hope," he said pleasantly, "that you will allow me to come and pay my respects to you and to mademoiselle. I will do myself that honour tomorrow, Sunday." "We shall always be delighted to see you," replied the Countess heartily. "But it is a long climb. Still, kind friends sometimes take pity on my loneliness. As for my husband, he is like a goat. He can climb anywhere. He even disdains our good little Monaco carriages. That reminds me that the taxi we had the luck to find is waiting out there just below the orange grove. So I will go out this way." And Monsieur Popeau walked out through the open window. A few moments later there came the sound of the taxi turning round on the clearing below, and an acute feeling of loneliness and of depression stole over Lilly Fairfield. She realized suddenly that she was tired out. The Countess shut the window firmly, and she pulled down the thick yellow blind. Then she turned to her visitor. "Now," she said, "now, my little one, what is it you would like to do? I am for the moment very busy." Her tone was still affectionate, still pleasant, but Lilly felt a slight diminution of cordiality. "Perhaps I'd better ask Christina to show you your room. English ladies lie down a great deal, and you, my poor one, have been ill." "What I should like," said Lilly falteringly, "is something to eat, Aunt Cosy. I feel so hungry." And as she saw a look of perplexity, almost of annoyance, pass over her hostess's face, she added hurriedly, "Anything will do. Some bread and butter, a cup of milk, or perhaps an egg?" "I will see if there is any milk," said the Countess reluctantly. "Butter I know we have none. There will be some, I hope, tomorrow morning. As for an egg, yes, I believe Christina did secure 2 eggs the day before yesterday. Your uncle and I, dear child, follow the custom of the country. We have our lunch at 11. I should have expected that you also would have had something to eat at 11, even in the train, but no matter, I will see what can be done." She went towards the door. "No, do not follow me." Her tone was peremptory. "Stay here for a moment. You can be looking at the pictures. They are of great interest and value, though, alas, the best were sold long ago to an American millionaire." Then a most unlucky thing happened. Though the Countess closed the door behind her firmly, the catch did not act, and it swung ajar. That being so, Lilly could not help overhearing the short conversation in French that took place between mistress and maid in the passage outside. The end of Chapter 2. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 3 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. "Come, come, Christina, the young girl is hungry. It will not take you a moment to boil an egg. The fire is out. That does not matter. You may use my little English stove. It will not take many drops of wood spirit to boil an egg." And then Lilly heard the Countess add in a low, meaning tone, remember that we are receiving with her 125 francs a week. If she is not satisfied, she will go. Also, as the Count said only the other day, she may be useful to us in other ways." The unwilling listener felt desperately uncomfortable. She began moving towards the door, but just at that moment the Countess, turning, saw that Lilly must have overheard what had been said. Her already dusky face darkened. She looked excessively annoyed. A vindictive look came into her oddly coloured eyes. She evidently thought the English girl had been eavesdropping, but with an obvious effort she recovered her composure. She motioned Lilly farther into the darkened room and shut the door, this time making sure that it was shut. "I desire to tell you one or two things," she said slowly. "You are going to be a member of our household for, I hope, a long time, dear child, so it is better to cross the T's and to dot the I's, as they say in France. Christina is not only an old and faithful servant, she was my husband's foster sister. You know what that means." Lilly nodded. "Thus we do not really regard her as a servant," went on the Countess. "We are both very fond of her. She is an excellent creature, but she is not very amiable. I had to tell her that you were coming as a paying guest." The Countess made a slight grimace. "Christina is an old woman, and I hope you will not be offended with me when I say that I shall be glad if you will help a little in the work of the house." "I shall be delighted to do anything I can, Aunt Cosy," said Lilly eagerly. "A home was started in Epsom for the Belgian refugees, and the ladies of the place took it in turns to go in and do the housework. You have relieved my mind. As I said just now to Christina, I'm sure you will make yourself useful to us, as a dear, cherished little daughter might do. How sorry the Count will be that he was not at home to welcome you." Lilly suddenly felt happier. It was nice of Aunt Cosy to have spoken to her so frankly. "Do let me go into the kitchen and boil an egg for myself," she exclaimed. "Very well," smiled the Countess. She preceded the girl till they came to a narrow passage cut like a slit in the wall to the right of the corridor. It led into the queerest little kitchen Lilly had ever seen, and was not much bigger than an English bathroom. The stove, if you could call it a stove, was one for the exclusive use of charcoal. What light there was came from a far from clean skylight. On the distempered green walls hung various mysterious-looking copper pots and pans, the quaintest being a little roasting machine in which could be cooked a tiny joint or chicken. On the table was an old-fashioned methylated spirit lamp, on which there was now poised an enamel saucepan full of water in which was an egg. "Unfortunately, La Solitude was built against the side of a mountain," said the Countess, "so both the kitchen and the dining-room are lit from the sky, but from the front of the house we enjoy a view into 3 countries. We are not many yards from the frontier which divides Monaco from France, and straight over the sea is Corsica, the cradle of the great Napoleon. To the left, of course, is Italy, my beloved country, though I count myself English, as you know. And now," she concluded, "I will leave you in the good care of our excellent Christina. I have some work to finish before tomorrow." When the Countess had gone, the old servant laid a clean, unbleached napkin across the end of the kitchen table. She put out a plate, an egg-cup, salt and pepper, and half a long loaf. Then she turned with a look of apology to Lilly. "The dining-room is already prepared for dinner," she said in her soft, refined voice. "I fear I must ask you, mademoiselle, to eat your egg here." "Of course I will," exclaimed Lilly. "And Christina, I hope you will allow me to help you a little in the housework." A curious look, was it of surprise or gratitude, perhaps something of both, quivered for a moment over Christina's pale face. "You are very good," she said quietly. "There is a good deal of work sometimes, when we have visitors." The water was now boiling, and as she spoke she took the egg out of the saucepan and put it deftly into the egg-cup. And then, after Lilly had sat down, the old woman stood and watched her eat. Had not the girl been so very hungry, she would have felt a little shy and awkward under that silent, tense scrutiny. Christina suddenly observed, "I suppose mademoiselle is a Protestant?" Lilly looked up. "Yes, of course I am." A sad look came over Christina's face. "Mademoiselle looks so good, so pure," she murmured. "I thought perhaps that mademoiselle was thinking of being a nun." "Oh, no, indeed I'm not." Lilly laughed outright for the first time in this strange house. "I myself," said Christina slowly, "at one time hoped to be a nun." And then, clasping her hands, and with an emotion which transformed her quietude into something which greatly startled Lilly, so violent and unexpected was it, her pale face became convulsed. "The devil prevented my becoming a nun. But for the devil I should now be a good, and perhaps even a holy woman." Her breast heaved. She seemed extraordinarily moved and distressed. Lilly jumped up, not perhaps quite so surprised as she would have been but for some of her experiences with the more emotional Belgians. "I'm sure that you are a very good woman," she said kindly. But Christina shook her head with an air of ineffable sadness and distress. The kitchen door opened suddenly, and Lilly was astounded to see the change that came over the old waiting-woman. She became coldly rigid. Her look of agitation disappeared as if by magic. She turned round. "Madame la Comtesse," she said inquiringly, almost forbiddingly. "Only to say, Christina, that I'm going down the hill a little way to try and meet Monsieur le Comte. He will be loaded, as you know, with all manner of good things." The speaker smiled, showing a row of strong white teeth. "Will you show mademoiselle her room?" She turned to Lilly. "And you, dear child, have you had a nice fresh egg?" Without waiting for an answer, she turned and left the little dark kitchen. Christina waited listening, and then, when she heard the front door at the end of the corridor close to, "Are you really her relation?" she asked slowly. "You are not at all like her." "No, I'm not really related to the Countess." Had she been more at home in French, she would have tried to explain the peculiar connection. Meanwhile, a pleased look came over old Christina's face. "I thought not," she exclaimed. There was a pause. Lilly was telling herself with some amusement that however fond the Countess might be of Christina, Christina was not over fond of the Countess, and yet how very nicely Aunt Cosy had spoken of the old woman. Suddenly the huge cat, which had been the first living thing seen by Lilly Fairfield at La Solitude, came noiselessly into the kitchen. "Here is Mimi!" exclaimed Christina. "He is so faithful, so intelligent. He follows me about like a dog." She stooped and picked up Mimi. "Say good day to mademoiselle," she said caressingly. But as Lilly drew near, the cat suddenly spat and swore. Christina put the creature down. "He is jealous," she said. "He perceives that I am going to love mademoiselle." And sure enough, Mimi walked away with offended dignity. "Before we go upstairs, would mademoiselle like to see the dining-room?" asked the old woman. And then the girl had another of the surprises which seemed to be always meeting her in this curious French house. For she thought of Monaco as being part of France, which of course it is not. Turning the key in a door at the end of the corridor, Christina stepped aside while Lilly walked through into what struck her as a gloomy and yet, in its way, a splendid room, and she realized suddenly that it was the windowless building she had seen from the lawn. Through a circular skylight there fell a softened light on the beautiful old tapestry, moth-eaten in places, with which the walls were hung, and in the centre of the room was a round table, now spread with a lace tablecloth. It was set for 3, a lace doily marking each place, as did also 3 sets of exquisite old cut-glass goblets of varying sizes. In the middle of the table was a gold vase containing a bunch of brilliant-coloured blossoms, such as may be bought anywhere along the Riviera for a few pence. They made a charming note of colour in the large room, and gave an air of festivity to the well-arranged dining table. The only other furniture in the apartment was a set of 6 tapestry-covered chairs, and a yellow marbled sideboard with gilt legs. On the sideboard were now set out 3 green and gold dessert plates, with Venetian glass finger bowls on them, and 2 delicately painted dessert dishes were placed ready for fruit. Lily was rather surprised to see that there were no fewer than 6 cut glass and coloured decanters, filled with various wines and liqueurs, standing in a row behind the fruit plates. Christina stood by, looking at her expectantly. "What beautiful tapestries, and what a lovely tablecloth," said Lily at last. She felt bewildered. She had never seen anything quite like this before. It was the sort of dining table that she would have expected to see laid out in a palace. "The glasses must be very valuable," she said admiringly. "I once saw a much less nice set very like these in a famous collection of cut glass. I suppose I must now lay a 4th place," said Christina slowly, and then she added, "Mademoiselle was not expected till the day after tomorrow. Perhaps the Count will put off the visitor. Who is coming to dinner, a lady or a gentleman?" asked Lily pleasantly. Christina hesitated a moment, and then, "A gentleman," she answered. The old woman led the English girl back into the corridor. A short ladder-like staircase led to the upper floor of the villa. The story above was divided like that below by a corridor which ran down to the middle of the house. Christina took up the bunch of keys which hung at her girdle. "I sleep there," she said, pointing to the first door to the right, "and Mademoiselle here." She unlocked the first door to their left, and ushered Lily into a room which impressed the girl as curiously dark and gloomy. But she soon saw the reason for that. The one window gave on to a stretch of deep, barren, heath-covered hill. Only by craning her head right out of the window could she see the sky. Below was a small oblong yard, bounded by an outhouse. Within the room, an old-fashioned mahogany bed of the low, curved empire shape stood against the left wall. By the tiny fireplace was a shabby armchair, upholstered in some kind of discoloured green material. There was no hanging cupboard, only a row of wooden pegs on the door. A pair of splendid brocaded silk and velvet curtains, looped up by the window, gave a touch of incongruous grandeur. The room looked very unhomelike, and Lily suddenly felt sad and dispirited. "I think I will try and get a little sleep, so will you kindly call me, Christina, when you think I ought to get up?" She hesitated a moment. "Does Aunt Cosy have afternoon tea?" she asked. "Only when visitors are expected." And then Christina added, "We have no tea in the house now." "I have brought a little," said Lily quickly, "about 2 pounds." Christina went over to the window and drew the heavy curtains together, and then she slipped noiselessly from the room. The end of Chapter 3. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 4 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. When Lily awoke 4 hours later, it took her a moment or two to realize where she was. Jumping up, she drew back the curtains and opened the window wide. Twilight was falling, and the stretch of heath-covered hillside looked dark, almost foreboding. She felt suddenly cold, and shivered as she drew back into the barely furnished room. Then she did her unpacking, quickly and methodically, and after a moment of hesitation put on a white gown. It was a white stockinette skirt and jumper, the sort of dress she would have changed into if she and Uncle Tom and Aunt Emmeline in the old happy days had been having some old friend to dinner. It was the first time she had worn anything but black since her aunt's death, and she felt a little pang of remorse as she took up a black ribbon and put it round her slender rounded waist. She did not want the Countess to think that she had forgotten dear Aunt Emmeline. And then Lily bethought herself that it was rather strange that Aunt Cosy had said nothing about either Uncle Tom or her own late stepsister. The girl could not help feeling that her unexpected arrival had put out both Aunt Cosy and old Christina very much, but Christina had quite got over it. Somehow Lily felt that she and Christina were going to be friends. She was not quite so sure about Aunt Cosy. To tell the truth, the Countess was already a disappointment to the girl. She was so unlike Lily's recollection of her. She did not sufficiently allow for the great difference between her two selves, that between a shy, romantic child and an observant, grown-up girl. With regard to the man she knew she would be expected to call Uncle Angelo, Lily was quite unprejudiced, for she had never seen him and had no idea what he was like. She hoped, deep in her heart, that he would be quite unlike Aunt Cosy. She glanced at herself in the plain discoloured mirror above the empty fireplace. Yes, her hair was quite tidy, and the long sleep had done her good. Already the magic change of scene was beginning to work. After all, she was not going to be here for very long. 3 months would go by very quickly, and it was pleasant to feel that she had, at any rate, 2 friends nearby, for so she could not help considering Hercule Poirot and Captain Stewart. Captain Stewart had asked her if she played tennis. There were tennis courts of sorts at Monte Carlo, so he had said with a very pleasant smile. Like so many young Scots, he had a delightful smile. It quite transformed his keen, thoughtful, serious face. At last she opened her door, and looked with some curiosity up and down the corridor. 4 closed doors to her right evidently led into rooms which must have had that wonderful view over which the Countess had waxed so enthusiastically. Lily was sorry Aunt Cosy hadn't given her one of those front rooms. It would have been nice to have had that beautiful view spread out before her, instead of only the bare mountain. She walked lightly down the staircase, and then she waited a moment, wondering a little what she ought to do. At last she opened a door which she knew led into the drawing-room. It was empty, and the blinds had all been drawn up. Probably one of the windows had been left open, for the room no longer felt stuffy. And then she could not help giving a little gasp of surprise, for walking so softly that she had not heard the cat-like footsteps, someone had followed her into the room, and now stood silent by her side. It must be Uncle Angelo. Count Polder was a quaint, dried-up-looking little man. His body was very thin, and yet his pallid face was fat. He was looking at Lily with a fixed, considering look. "Uncle Angelo?" she said shyly, and then held out her hand. He took her little soft hand in both of his podgy ones. "This is Lily," he said in French. "Welcome to la Solitude." And then he dropped her hand with the words, "You play patience, hein?" He turned to the card-table and began moving the cards. "No, I've never played yet." "You will learn, you will learn." Uncle Angelo spoke in a preoccupied tone. "It passes the time away," he said, and still standing he played the patience through, but he did not pull it off, and Lily had the uncomfortable sensation that he attributed his bad luck to her presence. Suddenly he raised his voice. "Cosy, Cosy!" he called out fretfully. The door was pushed open suddenly. "Yes, my friend," said the Countess. She also had changed her dress, and now wore a purple tea-gown and a handsome, if old-fashioned-looking necklace composed of various large coloured stones. "Mr. Ponting will soon be here now," said Uncle Angelo. "Is that not so? Is everything prepared?" "Certainly, my friend." Aunt Cosy spoke with a touch of impatience. "Christina and I have got everything ready. I think you will have a good dinner. And so will our dear little Lily." She drew near the girl and, putting a big powerful arm caressingly round Lily's shoulders. "There was nothing to eat in the house when this dear child arrived, but tonight there is a banquet. The friend who is coming to dinner is going a long journey," she said smilingly, "and so we want to give him what in England is called a good send-off." Uncle Angelo looked round at his wife. "An excellent expression," he said slowly. The Countess took her arm from Lily's neck. "Is it not a beautiful view?" And Lily, in heartfelt tones, replied, "Indeed it is, Aunt Cosy." The last expanse of evening sky was turquoise blue, the sea a deep aquamarine, and the trees, grass, and huge geranium blossoms just outside on the terrace had turned to soft greys and purples. Suddenly Lily bethought herself that she had not yet asked after the son of the house. "I hope you have good news of Beppo," she said a little timidly. And then, to her surprise, there came over Aunt Cosy a curious transformation. It was as though she became again what Lily remembered her as having been in those far-away days at Epsom. She became cordial, affectionate. The touch of affectation which so disagreeably impressed her young companion slid off from her as if it were a cloak. "How nice of you to remember him!" she exclaimed. "What talks you and I used to have about him, little Lily! My beloved Beppo! How I long for you to see him! But I fear he will not be here for some time. Perhaps after the New Year he will come and spend a week with his old father and mother. He is the best of sons." She turned round and said something very quickly in French to her husband, the purport of which was, "Lily has just asked me about our beloved son. I have been telling her what a good fellow he is." Lily was touched to see how Uncle Angelo's fat, placid face altered. "He is an excellent boy," he said quaintly. "The King of Italy thinks much about Beppo. Some day Beppo will be what you call a great man. He is already adding lustre to our name." "How sorry he must be that he was not well enough to fight," said Lily shyly. "He saw the front," said the Countess quickly. "He was there for 2 whole weeks. I will show you his picture in uniform." She left the room for a couple of minutes, and then came back with a photograph in her hand. "Is he not handsome?" she said eagerly. Lily gazed at Beppo Polder's portrait with a good deal of interest. Yes, he had grown up into a very good-looking young man. He had his mother's good features, and he was evidently tall. He was fairer than Lily supposed most Italians were. "He is very English-looking, is he not?" said the Countess in a pleased voice. "English-looking?" repeated Lily, surprised. To her eyes he looked singularly un-English-looking, but then perhaps that was owing to the way in which his hair was cut. "My grandmother was an Englishwoman," went on the Countess. "That is why I am so fair. That is why Beppo himself is fair, fair and tall. Beppo is considered one of the handsomest men in Rome. To-morrow I will show you a picture of Beppo on his horse. He is one of the great hunters, is my boy," said the Countess proudly. "He is quite the English set. There is no body exercise in which he is not an adept. He can even play cricket." Lily smiled. She liked Aunt Cosy much better than she did a quarter of an hour ago. "Aunt Cosy," she suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle Tom gave me £50 in bank-notes, and I think I had better ask you to keep the money for me. You can give me £5 from time to time." £50? But how dangerous, dear child. There are many brigands about, especially since the war ended. The Countess held out her hand, and Lily took the little leather case out of her bag. "Angelo, where shall we keep this dear child's money?" "In here," he said briefly, and going over to the ebony and ivory cabinet, he unlocked it. Then he took the leather case and placed it in one of the drawers. Finally he shut the 2 folding doors of the cabinet and locked it up, putting the key back into a shabby purse which he had taken out of his pocket. "I hope our friend Ponting has not elected to spend his last evening in the rooms," he said uneasily, but his wife answered, "No, no, were that so we should have heard. Ah, there he is." Lily looked out of the window, near which she was still standing, and in the now growing darkness she saw a tall figure come striding across the lawn. The Countess opened the long French window, and Lily stepped back instinctively to allow her to greet her visitor. He was a big, fair, loose-limbed man, and over his dress clothes he wore a big, sporting-looking coat. There was a quick interchange of words. She had heard the stranger say, speaking with what seemed to her an American accent, "You'll have to be angry with me, Countess, for I've come to say that I can't stay to dinner." An exclamation of something like sharp displeasure did come from the Countess's lips. "I know I've behaved badly, but there it is. Some fellows have persuaded me to spend my last evening with them. You've been so kind to me, I felt as if I must come up and tell you myself. I've got a carriage waiting for me down there." Both the Count and the Countess expostulated more angrily than seemed quite civil, and then the Countess called out rather imperiously, "Lily, come and be introduced to our friend, Mr. George Ponting." The girl came forward, smiling a little, as the visitor stepped over the threshold of the window. He held out his hand, and Lily noticed that he was wearing a gold bangle. "Why, who are you?" he asked abruptly, "and where did you come from?" Lily was amused. "My name is Lilly Fairfield," she said. "I come from England. I arrived today. I'm going to stay at La Solitude for some time." "We had promised her such a delightful evening in your pleasant, amusing company," said the Countess vexedly. Mr. Ponting looked disturbed and sorry. "I didn't know you had asked a lady to meet me," he muttered. He kept looking at Lily. It was rather a pathetic, hungry kind of a look. "It's a long time," he said, "since I've spoken to a young English lady. To my mind foreigners don't count. I only care for the girls of the old country." And then the Countess began to speak kindly, persuasively. "Why not stop, Mr. Ponting? It would be better for you than having, what is the word, a rowdy evening, and perhaps losing more of your good money. The path of true wisdom would probably be not to join those chaps tonight, eh, Countess?" He looked oddly undecided. "It does seem nice up here," he muttered. "Dear friend, do me the pleasure of staying. Do not throw us over. See, my little Lily is longing for you to stay. My husband will go and pay off your driver." And so it was settled, almost in a few moments, that Mr. Ponting would stay and dine at La Solitude. The Count stepped out of the window. Then he called out, "Shall I tell the man to come back for you at about 10:30? "Yes, I'll be obliged if you will. There's a good train at 11 into Nice. I'm sleeping there tonight, and am off across the blue sea tomorrow." Already the Count was disappearing down the path through the orange grove. "Will you excuse me for a few moments?" said the Countess. "Lily will entertain you, Mr. Ponting." She shut the door, leaving the two young people alone together. Not that Mr. Ponting was a young man in Lily's eyes. As a matter of fact, he was rather under than over 40. "They're awfully kind people," Mr. Ponting began at once in a confidential tone. "They've been ever so good to me the last few weeks. I'm a lonely chap, and the first time I came up to this cute little place, well, it was like heaven after the sort of gang I'd got in with down there." "I suppose you're American," said Lily politely. "American?" He coloured, slightly offended. "No, not I. I'm British for all I come from Pernambuco." He went on talking eagerly, evidently liking the sound of his own voice and delighting in his attractive listener. After a very few minutes, Lily felt as if she knew all about Mr. George Ponting. How, though he had spent all his youth building up a good business in Pernambuco, he had started for the old country on August the 6th, 1914. How awfully lonely he had felt in England, not knowing a soul, but how he had been all right once he had got out to Flanders. How, though 3 times badly wounded, he was now as sound as a bell. Finally, how he had come to the Riviera to see a little of the world before going home and starting work again, and how he had found a pal, a splendid chap, who was sailing with him from Marseilles tomorrow night. It was a simple, usual little story, no doubt. Yet it touched Lily, and made her manner very kind. Suddenly Mr. Ponting took out of his pocket a shabby shagreen case. He opened it and held it out to her. On the worn black velvet lay a small gold box exquisitely chased in different coloured golds. "Pretty thing, isn't it?" he said complacently. "'Twould do for stamps, that's what I said to myself, though I believe it was what people used to keep snuff in. Queer idea, wasn't it?" "Yes," said Lily, smiling. "I think it's the prettiest little box I've ever seen." He opened it and showed her engraved inside the lid the words, "Mon cœur à toi, ma vie au rat." "Say," he exclaimed, "will you have it? Just as a souvenir, you know." Lily shook her head. She could not take so costly a gift from a complete stranger. "I know it's good," went on her companion quickly, "for a chap who they say is a big Paris curiosity dealer offered me 500 francs for it this afternoon. I got it in a queer way. A poor old soul whom I'd noticed playing at the Rooms, the sort of woman who isn't up to club form, came up to me last evening and asked if I'd give her 100 francs for it. I'm sorry now that I only gave her that much. It must be worth a good bit more than 500 francs if a dealer offered that for it." He was still holding out the little shagreen case. "Look here," he exclaimed again. "You take it, do." Lily shook her head decidedly. "I shouldn't care to have anything so valuable, for I've no place to keep anything of that sort here," she said a little awkwardly. "I've even had to ask the Countess to keep the money I brought from England." "Is that so?" he exclaimed. "But this little box isn't as valuable as that. Do take it, Miss Fairfield." But Lily shook her head again, even more decidedly than before. "Honestly, I'd rather not," she said firmly. "All right, I'll just give it to the next pretty girl I meet." He looked hurt and angry. "Please forgive me." Lily was really sorry. Was she making a fuss about nothing? And yet she knew that the box was worth £20 at least. The door opened. "Supper is quite ready," said the Count in his refined, rather mincing voice. "The Countess awaits you in the dining-room." The curious windowless apartment was lit by candles set in 4 cut glass candlesticks on the table itself, and by 2 silver candelabra on the sideboard. Silver bowls full of delicious hot soup were standing ready on the round table, but the rest of the meal was cold. The waiting was done deftly and quickly by Christina. She had put on a lace cap and apron, and she looked a quaint and charming figure, in spite of her age, but Lily was concerned at her look of illness and fatigue. Christina, tonight, was terribly, unnaturally pale. Mr. Ponting, who sat opposite his host, did not need much entertaining, for he did all the talking, and ate but little of the delicious cold lobster souffle and big game pie which had followed the soup. But as the meal went on, Lily could not help noticing, uncomfortably, that the visitor was drinking very freely of the 3 kinds of wine. Count Polder did not take any wine himself, but he often got up and helped his guest generously. The Countess also took wine, but in strict moderation. Once she offered her guest water, but he shook his head. Lily grew more and more uncomfortable. She wished Mr. Ponting would eat more and drink less. She herself was dreadfully hungry, and she was the only one of the 4 there who made a really good meal. Rather to her surprise there was no sweet, only some fine fruit, and again she was the only one of the 4 who took any of it. And then at last Christina brought in coffee. Lily refused to take any. She fancied it might keep her awake. For perhaps the 10th time Mr. Ponting had begun a long, somewhat incoherent speech with the words, "And now I'll tell you a yarn," when Lily saw Aunt Cosy make her a little sign, and she got up. The visitor looked up with a rather dazed look. "Why," he said thickly, "going already?" "Only to the salon," said the Countess smoothly. "You and the Count, dear friend, will follow us presently." She motioned Lily out in front of her rather mysteriously, and then she shut the door. "Foolish fellow!" she exclaimed, and there was a touch of harsh contempt in her voice. "But still he is amiable, and the Count, who is a student of human nature, is amused by such a man as Mr. Ponting." Lily said nothing, but she felt annoyed. It was horrid of Aunt Cosy to speak like that of kindly, grateful Mr. Ponting. The Countess went on. "It is sad to see such a fine young man drink too much." Lily felt depressed, almost miserable. No man, when in her company, had ever become even slightly the worse for drink. A touch of resentment with the Count came over her. Why had he gone on filling up Mr. Ponting's glass? Almost as if Aunt Cosy could see into the girl's mind, she exclaimed, "The second time our friend dined here, I said to Angelo, 'We will not let him have so much to drink.' But he actually got up again and again and went to the sideboard and helped himself. So Angelo, who is nervous about his beautiful decanters, they are very rare and could not be replaced under hundreds of francs each, Angelo made up his mind that he himself would pour out what our guest insisted on having." "It is indeed a pity," said Lily in a low voice. She hated this talk about their guest, and she dreaded the thought of his reappearance in the drawing-room. It was therefore with relief that she heard the Countess suddenly exclaim, "And now you had better go upstairs and get a good long night's rest, dear child. Are you not sleepy?" "Yes," said Lily, "I do feel sleepy. That's why I didn't take any coffee." The Countess opened the dressing-room door. "Christina!" She spoke for once in a quiet, low voice. The old woman emerged at once from the little passage leading to the kitchen. "Yes," she said. "Does Madame la Comtesse want anything?" And again Lily was struck by Christina's deathly pallor. "Bring a glass of water for mademoiselle." The words were uttered very curtly. And then, rather to Lily's surprise, there came a touch of colour in Christina's pallid face, then came back a few moments later with a glass of water in her hand. "Thank you very much," said Lily gratefully. "This was a kind thought of Aunt Cosy." "I have got the candle already lighted in mademoiselle's room," said Christina. Holding the glass of water, Lily turned to Aunt Cosy to say good night. "Take care!" cried the Countess sharply. "You might spill some of that water over my dress. I will not kiss you tonight, dear child, but I will make up for it tomorrow." It was clear that she was anxious to get rid of the girl before the two men came out of the dining-room, and Lily went off quickly upstairs. Her bedroom looked dreary and uncomfortable, very unlike her pretty, bright room at the Nest. She walked over to the little table by the bed where stood a lighted candle, and began drinking the water. It had a slight taste, and holding it up to the light, she saw that it was cloudy. She put it down without drinking any more. After all, she did not feel very thirsty. She glanced round her. How dark and gloomy the room looked. It smelt stuffy and airless. She turned and pushed aside the heavy curtains, and saw the window was closely shut. She opened it, top and bottom. Ah, that was better. And then she looked at the little travelling clock Uncle Tom had given her the first time she had left the Nest on a visit, years ago. It was just after 10, later than she thought. Still, she must unpack the rest of her things. She had just finished doing so when she heard the noise of a door opening and shutting downstairs. That must be the Count and Mr. Ponting leaving the dining-room. How long they had stayed there! There came the sound of another door opening and shutting, that of the drawing-room, and then Lily suddenly bethought herself with some dismay that she had no idea when the Count and Countess had breakfast, or at what time they would like her to be called. Surely she ought to ask Christina. She walked over and opened the door of her bedroom, and at once she heard a voice from below call out, "Is that you, Lily? Do you want anything?" There was a note of apprehension and surprise in Aunt Cosy's accents. "I only want to know what time breakfast is. If you will ring, Christina will bring you a cup of coffee, English fashion." The Countess actually came up the staircase. She looked flustered and ill at ease, and was gazing at the girl with a disturbed expression. "I hoped you would have been asleep by now, dear child," she said. "I had to finish unpacking," Lily said. "I suppose Mr. Ponting is just going. Do remember me to him. I didn't say good-bye to him, you know." I will," said the Countess hurriedly. "Good night, and sleep well." Something, she could not have told you what, made Lily open the door after she had heard the Countess go down the steep, narrow stairs. And then all at once there came Aunt Cosy's loud, hearty voice. "Good-bye, Mr. Ponting. Good-bye, and good luck." The words echoed through the quiet house, and Lily, now suddenly feeling very, very tired after the many adventures of the day, undressed, said her prayers, and blew out the light. She was glad to feel that her first day at La Solitude was over, and that a long, quiet night lay in front of her. The end of Chapter 4. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 5 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. It may have been an hour later when suddenly Lilly Fairfield sat up in bed. In a moment she knew where she was, and yet she did not really feel awake. She told herself with a feeling of fear that she was asleep as she had been asleep that night 10 days ago, when she had started walking in her sleep, so frightening greatly Uncle Tom. Something now seemed to be impelling her, almost ordering her, to get up and to begin walking through the silent sleeping house. She fought against the impulse, the almost command, but it was as if a stronger will than her own was forcing her to get out of the low, old-fashioned Empire bed. She did so, slowly, reluctantly, and then she walked automatically across to the door of the room and opened it. Surely she was asleep. Had she been awake, she would have put on a wrapper before going into the passage. As it was, she felt impelled to open also the door opposite to that of her own room, the door which she had been told led into the room in which old Christina, the friend-servant of the host and hostess, slept. Lily walked blindly on to the dim patch of light which was evidently the window of Christina's room. The blind was up, but the window was closed. She stared out, but she could see nothing, for it was a very dark, moonless night, and the great arch of sky above the sea was only faintly perceptible. And then suddenly Lily knew she was awake, not asleep, for there fell on her ear the sound of deadened footsteps floating up from below, that is, from the terrace. A moment later she heard the long French window of what the Countess called the Grand Salon open quietly. And then it was that all at once, standing there behind the still-closed window, Lily remembered her £50, the £50 she had asked Aunt Cosy to keep for her, and which she had seen Uncle Angelo put in the ebony and ivory cabinet. What should she do? Should she fling open the window and call out? No, for that would scare the burglars away, if burglars they were. Lily listened again, intently, and after what seemed to her a long, long time, she heard the window below closing to, very quietly. Then came the sound of footsteps. It seemed to her more than one pair of footsteps, padding softly away across the lawn into the wood. Then followed a curious, long-drawn-out sound, so faint that she had to strain her ears to hear it at all. She gave a stifled cry. Something had suddenly loomed up on the broad ledge the other side of the closed window. It was the big cat, Mimi, dragging herself along by the window-pane and purring, her green eyes gleaming coldly, wickedly, in the night air. Frightened and unnerved, Lily turned and felt her way through the dark room to the bed. She might at least wake Christina and tell her what she had heard. She put out her hand and felt the smooth, low pillow. Then slowly her fingers travelled down, and to her intense surprise she realized that the bed was empty, and that it had not been slept in that night. Then she had made a mistake in thinking this room was Christina's room. She stood and listened. There was not a sound to be heard now. An eerie silence filled the house. She suddenly made up her mind she would do nothing till the morning. It would annoy the Countess were she to make a fuss now. Already Lily was a little afraid of Aunt Cosy. If her money was indeed gone, then it was gone. Nothing they could do at this time of night would be of any use. She walked gropingly across to the door, her eyes by now accustomed to the darkness, and so into the passage. Pushing open her own door, she quietly shut it. Then she went over to her window and, parting the curtains, took a deep draught of the delicious southern night air. It was extraordinarily and uncannily still and dark on that side of La Solitude. She lay down, and was soon in a deep, if troubled, sleep. When Lilly Fairfield awoke the next morning, she experienced the curious sensation of not knowing in the least where she was. What strange, bare, gloomy room was this? The very little she could see of it was illuminated by a shaft of dull morning light filtering through the top of the heavy velvet and silk curtains drawn across the window. To the left of the door was a long, low, walnut-wood chest. With an inward tremor she told herself that it was like a coffin. And then, all at once, she remembered everything. This was her bedroom at La Solitude, and yesterday had been the beginning of what ought to be quite an exciting and interesting experience. All that had happened last evening came back to her with a rush. Her introduction to that rather rough Mr. George Ponting, who had yet been so kindly, so respectful in his manner to her. She smiled and sighed a little as she thought of how hurt he had been at her refusing the beautiful little gold box. What sort of girl would get that box, she wondered. Then she went over her queer experience of last night, or was it early this morning? It did not seem quite so real now as it had been then. Perhaps she had only fancied that one of the long drawing-room windows had been opened in the night. She began to wonder at what time Monsieur Popeau and Captain Stewart would come to-day. She did hope Countess Polder and her new friends would get on together. Somehow she doubted it. They were so very different. She jumped up and pulled open the curtains. What a pity this room had only a view of the small courtyard below and of the bare hillside above. But she was not likely to spend much time in her bedroom. During the last 2 years, Lily had always got up extremely early because of her war work. She turned towards the travelling clock which she had put on the mantelpiece. 10 o'clock! Impossible! It must have stopped last night. But no, it was ticking away as usual. How dreadful that she should have so overslept herself! Dreadful, and yet, after all, natural, after all those days of travel. And then she looked at the glass, the contents of which she had not drunk the night before. There was a white sediment at the bottom of the water. She told herself that perhaps the one thing in common between The Nest and La Solitude was that they were both built on chalk. She wondered where the bathroom could be. Putting on her dressing-gown, she opened her bedroom door. The passage was full of sunlight, a curious contrast to her room. The only open door besides her own was that just opposite. She peeped into it. It was a little empty slip of a room. It had seemed so big last night in the darkness. She ran down to the kitchen. Christina was sitting at a little table, drinking a cup of coffee. As the door opened, the old woman jumped up with a curious look of apprehension and unease on her face. Then she smiled a rather wan smile. "Ah, mademoiselle," she exclaimed, "you startled me. Would you like a cup of coffee? If so, I will bring it up to you in a few minutes." "I only want to know where the bathroom is," said Lily. Christina looked at her uncomfortably. "Does mademoiselle really want a bath?" she asked. "Mademoiselle looks so clean." And then, for the first time since she had been at La Solitude, Lily laughed a hearty, ringing, girlish laugh, and Christina put her fingers to her lips. "Take care," she murmured, "or you will wake them." She opened the door of what Lily had supposed the day before to be that of the scullery. It led straight out onto the small walled courtyard into which the window of her bedroom looked down. She followed Christina across the courtyard to what looked like a sort of outhouse. The old woman took up her bunch of keys and unlocked the large double door. Then she motioned the girl to go in. Lily looked about her with considerable curiosity. Surely Christina could not expect her to have a bath here. And yet there was a long, narrow zinc bath in a corner of the whitewashed building. Close to where they were now standing, not far, that is, from the door, was a peculiar-looking trolley, of which the 4 tired bicycle wheels were so large that they came above the top of the quaint-looking vehicle. Christina gave a slight push to this odd-looking object, and it rolled back noiselessly. "What a very droll-looking thing!" exclaimed Lily. "It is droll, but useful," said Christina slowly. "It can be used for transporting anything. The Count uses it in the garden sometimes. It is very easy to move about." The old woman walked across to the corner of the room where stood the narrow zinc bath, and then Lily saw that above one end of it was a cold water tap. "This is the only fixed bath in the villa," said Christina apologetically. "It was installed on the occasion of Count Beppo's stay here 2 years ago. He was very angry that there was no bathroom on the English system, so the Countess had this put in to pacify him, but he never used it. He moved instead to an hotel." Seeing Lily's look of surprise and dismay, she added quietly, "Perhaps mademoiselle will not take a bath this morning." "Oh, yes, I must have a bath," exclaimed Lily. "But tomorrow I'll ask you to let me make a good lot of boiling water in the kitchen." "It would be possible to make water hot here," said Christina hesitatingly. and Lily saw that there was a little stove not far from the bath. She went up to the stove to look at it more closely, and then she put out her hand and touched it. "Why, it's hot," she said in a startled voice. "There must have been a fire here this morning." Christina grew faintly red. "No," she said, "not this morning, last night. But please do not mention it to Madame la Comtesse, mademoiselle. I had a good deal of rubbish, and it is impossible to burn much in that tiny kitchen." She was now speaking in a quick, agitated voice. "Yes, I can well believe that," said Lily. The stove, unluckily for her, was only warm. The fire had gone quite out. "I will make a fire now," said Christina, "and bring out a pot of water." "No, don't trouble to do that. I'll manage all right this morning." "Then I will bring mademoiselle a towel." And bring one she did, but it had a big hole in it. And then, after she had performed her toilet under somewhat difficult circumstances, Lily went into the kitchen and enjoyed a big bowl of café au lait. "I suppose there is an English church in Monte Carlo?" she asked hesitatingly. And Christina said, "I hope mademoiselle will not go out alone this morning. It would make Madame la Comtesse angry if she did so." "Very well, I'll sit on the terrace in the sun and be lazy," said Lily. Christina came and unlocked the front door, and Lily walked round onto the terrace. The drawing-room doors were closely shut, and the blinds were down. Surely she must have dreamt what had seemed to happen last night. But alas, she had only been out there a few moments when she heard loud exclamations of concern and surprise. It was the Countess, talking rapidly and excitedly, by turns in French, English, and Italian. Mingling with her agitated accents were the more guttural tones of Uncle Angelo. Lily sprang up from the basket-chair on which she had been sitting, and, turning round through the now open long French window, she saw the Count, the Countess, and Christina all standing together in the drawing-room round the ebony and ivory cabinet. As soon as she saw Lily, the Countess called out, "A terrible thing has happened, my poor child. This room was entered in the night. The lock of the cabinet was forced, everything in it taken. Oh, why did Angelo put your £50 there, instead of taking it up to his room, where it would have been so safe?" The Countess was actually wringing her hands. She seemed almost beside herself with distress. As for Christina, the tears were rolling down her cheeks. She looked the picture of utter woe. The Count appeared the least disturbed of the three, but he was rubbing his hands nervously and muttering to himself. Yes, it was only too true. One of the doors of the beautiful inlaid cabinet had been wrenched off its hinges. It lay on the floor. As for the drawer into which she had seen Uncle Angelo place her little bundle of £5 notes, the thief in his haste had stuck it in again anyhow, wrong side up. Yes, another drawer lay on the floor with papers scattered around it. "They took some of the family documents, not all. So far that is good," said Uncle Angelo at last. "Would they had taken them all, precious as they are, and left our poor little Lily's money intact." "Of course it's a misfortune," said Lily ruefully. "But never mind, Aunt Cosy. It can't be helped. I didn't even keep the numbers of the notes, so I'm afraid there's no hope of our ever being able to recover them. The police court at Epsom is always shut on Sundays, and I suppose it's the same here." No one answered this remark. "I cannot understand when it happened," exclaimed the Countess. She turned sternly to Christina. "Did you oversleep yourself?" she asked accusingly. "I know when it happened," said Lily, and then she told the Countess of her experience of the night before. "Thank God you did nothing," said the Count in French, and he really did look agitated at last. "The brigands might have shot you, had you given the alarm." As for Christina, she sat down, and with a dreadful groan threw her apron over her head and began rocking herself backwards and forwards. "Be quiet, Christina!" cried the Countess sharply, but the Count went up to his foster-sister and patted her kindly on the head. "You must come to me when you want a little money, dear child," said the Countess, turning to Lily. "Perhaps generous Tom Fairfield will send you another £50 when he hears of your loss." "He won't hear of my loss for some time," said Lily, "for he is leaving England to-day for the West Indies. But never mind, Aunt Cosy, I've got a letter of credit on the bank here." The face of the Countess cleared, and even Uncle Angelo looked round at her, quite an eager look on his fat face. "I'm very glad to hear that," said the Countess heartily. "Tom is a very generous man. There is nothing low or mean about him." "He is goodness itself," said Lily, and then she added a little shyly, "but the money is really mine, Aunt Cosy. Since my 21st birthday, which was the 10th of last July, I've had my own banking account. As a matter of fact, Uncle Tom wanted to give me a present, but he didn't quite know what to get, so he gave me the £50. Angelo, see whether among your tools you cannot find something that will at any rate temporarily restore our poor cabinet," said Aunt Cosy briskly. "As for you and I, dear child, we will go out for a little turn in the garden." The little turn consisted in Lily and the Countess walking up and down the lawn for half an hour. For the first time Aunt Cosy asked Lily all kinds of questions about poor Aunt Emmeline's illness and death, also as to whether she, Aunt Emmeline, had been a woman of means, whether she had left dear Lily a legacy, whether the nest belonged to Uncle Tom, as also the furniture, and finally whether Uncle Tom was likely to marry again. This last question shocked Lily, but it was evidently a very natural one from the speaker's point of view. And then all at once the Countess exclaimed, "And how about Miss Rosa Fairfield? Is she still living?" "Oh, yes," Lily laughed. "Cousin Rosa is very much alive, though she's over 80. She leads that dull, quiet life so many very old people like to live. She much disapproved of my coming abroad. She wanted me to go and spend the winter with her." "I wonder you did not do it," said the Countess thoughtfully. "Miss Rosa must be very rich." "Yes," said Lily, "Cousin Rosa is certainly very rich, but I should have become melancholy mad, living that sort of life." There was a pause. "And who will get her money?" asked the Countess. Lily hesitated a moment, then, "I believe, in fact I know, for she told Uncle Tom so 3 or 4 years ago, that I am to have most of it, Aunt Cosy." "You, Lilly Fairfield?" There was an extraordinary accent of surprise, excitement, and gratification in Aunt Cosy's vibrant voice. She stopped in her vigorous walk and turned and faced the girl. "Oh, you English!" she exclaimed. "How unemotional and cold you are! You do not show the slightest joy or excitement when telling this wonderful news. Why, Miss Rosa Fairfield must have... how much?" As Lily said nothing, the Countess went on. £100,000, that is what poor Emmeline told me. "Yes, I believe she has quite that." "And you do not feel excited?" The Countess Polder gazed searchingly at the now flushed girl. "I suppose I should have felt excited if I'd suddenly learnt the fact," said Lily slowly, "but I've always known it, in a sort of way. I remember when I was quite a little girl hearing Aunt Rosa say to Uncle Tom that she thought she ought to be consulted about what school I was to be sent to, as I was to be her heiress. But I think Uncle Tom didn't feel quite sure about it till 2 or 3 years ago. She sent for him on purpose to read him her will." "And what is your fortune apart from that, dear child?" asked the Countess abruptly. It was rather an indiscreet thing to ask, But Lily had a straightforward nature, and, after all, she saw no reason for trying to parry the question. She had always heard that foreigners were very inquisitive. "My father left me £8,000, she said quietly. "But Uncle Tom would never take any of the interest of it for my education. He paid for everything, just as if I had been his own daughter, so I have got a little over £10,000 now. You see, my parents died when I was such a little child, and the money was very cleverly invested." "Ah, yes, poor little thing!" exclaimed the Countess affectionately. "Well, even that is a pretty fortune for a young girl." She waited a moment as if making a calculation. "That would bring in, yes, if well invested, not far from 15,000 francs a year, if I am right. Then you have the enjoyment of that now, dear child." "Yes," said Lily, "I suppose I have." "No wonder you took the disappearance of the £50 in so philosophical a manner." The Countess laughed rather harshly. They walked on a few steps, and then Aunt Cosy said suddenly, "You should not tell people of this money, Lily. I hope you do not talk freely to strangers." And then the girl did feel a little offended. "I've never spoken of my money matters to any living soul till to-day," she said with some vehemence. "And I shouldn't have said anything to you, Aunt Cosy, if you hadn't asked me." "Ah, but it was right for me to know. I am your guardian for the moment. You have been entrusted to me. In Monte Carlo there are many... Now, what are they called in England? We have an expression of the kind in Italy, and there is yet another in France, but it is not so good as the English expression." "What expression is that?" asked Lily. "Fortune hunters," said Aunt Cosy grimly. "Fortune hunters are not likely to come across my path." The girl laughed gaily. "No, not while you are at La Solitude." The Countess smiled, showing her large, good teeth, which somehow looked false. So even, so strong, so well matched in colour were they, but they were all her own. As at last they turned to go into the house, the Countess said suddenly, "Another Sunday, my dear Lily, I should like you to go to the English service. It is the proper thing to do." Lily felt rather taken aback. "I thought of going this morning," she said frankly, "but Christina seemed to think you would be annoyed if I went off alone to try and find the place by myself." "I will see in the guide-book if there is an afternoon service," said the Countess hesitatingly. "Your Uncle Angelo might escort you as far as the door of the hotel where the English clergyman now officiates. I should not like you to walk about Monte Carlo alone." There was a pause. "I think Monsieur Popeau and Captain Stewart are coming to-day," said Lily at last. She could not keep herself from blushing a little. "Captain Stewart?" echoed the Countess sharply. "And who, pray, is Captain Stewart?" By this time Lily had become rather tired of Aunt Cosy's constant questions. "He is a friend of mine," she said quietly. "Perhaps he won't come, but Monsieur Popeau said he meant to do so. Don't you remember, Aunt Cosy?" "Yes, I remember now. Well, he seems a very good sort of man." She spoke with a touch of condescension in her voice. "And he must be rich, or he would not be staying at the Hôtel de Paris." Lily could not help smiling a little satirically to herself. Aunt Cosy's love of money jarred upon her. It reminded her of the story of the man who, when his wife asked him to call on some people, giving as a reason that they were very rich, answered, "I would, my dear, if it were catching." Aunt Cosy perhaps thought that wealth was catching. The end of Chapter 5, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 6 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Lily's first real luncheon at La Solitude consisted of the remains of last night's excellent, almost luxurious supper. But a rough-looking, unbleached tablecloth had taken the place of the beautiful lace one, and the fine-cut glass decanters had disappeared from the sideboard. They all three drank out of coarse, thick glass tumblers, and they ate off heavy yellow plates. But the food was of the best, and they all make a good and hearty meal. Once, indeed, Aunt Cosy, looking affectionately at the girl, exclaimed, "Yes, do not stint yourself, my little Lily, for we have to live, as a rule, exceedingly simply. It is a strange fact," a hard tone came into her voice, "that Christina has never learnt to cook. Even I can cook better than Christina." She looked at her husband as she spoke, and he, glancing up, observed in French, "She does well enough. We have to buy cooked food, as fuel is so dear." "Yes," said the Countess crossly, "but fuel was not always dear, and Christina always cooked badly." She turned to Lily. "I had thought of asking you if you knew a little simple cooking. The delicious milk puddings that I used to have at the Nest long years ago even now make my mouth water, as you so funnily say in England. They are nutritious and at the same time cheap, but they do not teach English girls to do such useful things." "Indeed they do," answered Lily, smiling. "I'll cook you a rice pudding tonight, if you like, Aunt Cosy, though I don't know if I shall be able to brown the top properly, as you haven't got an oven." "No, no, I do not want you to roughen those pretty hands before Beppo arrives," observed the Countess. Then all at once she broke into rapid French. "I am explaining to our little friend that I want her to look her best when Beppo arrives." "Beppo?" queried the Count. "But Beppo is not coming, that I know of, before the end of January." "Oh, yes, he is. He is coming very soon. I heard from him to-day." Lily felt surprised, for Christina had told her that morning that there were no postal deliveries on Sunday at La Solitude. They all three got up and went back into the drawing-room, and at once the Count walked over to the card-table and, sitting down, started on his patience again. "And now what will you do?" said the Countess hesitatingly, turning to Lily. "I will go into the kitchen, Aunt Cosy, and help Christina to wash up," said the girl. "But take care of those pretty hands." The warning was uttered very seriously. Poor Lily, she could not help rather regretting her offer. At home there had been gallons of hot water, nice clean tea-cloths, everything, in a word, required for the tiresome process known as washing up, but Christina simply piled everything into a basin full of tepid water. Then she rubbed each plate with a dirty-looking little mop, and finally handed each plate and dish to Lily to dry with what looked like a rather worn old towel. Suddenly Lily realized that the towel she was using to wipe the plates was the very towel with a hole in it, with which she had dried herself with such very mixed feelings in the outhouse this morning. It almost made the gently nurtured English girl feel sick. And yet what could she say or do? Christina evidently saw nothing wrong in it, and it was a fact, to Lily rather a shocking fact, that the plates looked perfectly clean after having been submitted to this disgusting process. All at once Christina crept up close to her. It was such a quick, stealthy movement that it startled Lily. "Listen," said the old woman. "Listen, mademoiselle. You must insist on having enough to eat. You are paying 125 francs a week. I know it, for the Countess had to tell me, so do not let her starve you." "Oh, I'm sure she wouldn't do that," said Lily. She smiled, but deep in her heart she was grateful to old Christina. "What am I to say?" she whispered back. "You are to say that you must have 2 eggs and 2 cutlets every day, also 2 large glassfuls of milk," said Christina quickly. "But surely there will be plenty of food when Count Beppo arrives," said Lily. Christina shook her head. "The young Count is not coming till after New Year," she said. "Oh, yes, he is. The Countess told us at luncheon that she had heard from him today, and that he was coming very much sooner, perhaps in a week or 10 days. Christina looked extremely surprised. Then she said suddenly, "Even so, speak today, mademoiselle. Why be short of food for 10 days?" A dozen questions sprang to the girl's lips, but she did not wish to discuss her host and hostess with even the most trusted and best-liked servant. Even so, she made up her mind to take Christina's advice, and to tell Aunt Cosy courteously but firmly that she had been used at home to good plain food, and, further, that the doctor had said she required feeding up. Lily had only half written her first letter to Uncle Tom when she heard the front door-bell echo through the house. She had not heard that bell ring since Monsieur Popeau had pulled the rusty iron bell-pull on her first arrival at La Solitude, for their last night's visitor had come up through the orange grove and across the lawn. The front door seemed to be scarcely ever used. She got up and, opening her door, waited for quite a little while. No doubt it was Monsieur Popeau and Captain Stewart. She was astonished at her own keen pleasure, and, yes, relief, at the idea of seeing her two kind friends again. And then, when there came another peal, she made up her mind to run downstairs. She could not help feeling that Aunt Cosy was not at all anxious to continue her slight acquaintance with Monsieur Popeau. It would be dreadful, dreadful, if Christina had been told to say, "Not at home." At the bottom of the staircase a door was open, giving access to a room Lily had not yet seen. It was evidently the Countess's own sitting-room, but there was a big writing-table near the window, and it looked more like a man's study than a lady's boudoir. The Countess was standing not far from the door, with a very singular expression on her face. She appeared startled, even frightened, as also did Christina, who was standing close to her. They both looked up when they heard the girl's light footsteps on the uncarpeted stairs. "Shall mademoiselle answer the door?" Lily heard Christina whisper. "I think it must be Monsieur Popeau and Captain Stewart," said Lily a little nervously. "Of course! How foolish of me not to have thought of them!" The Countess's face cleared. Her look of anxiety was succeeded by one of relief. "Run, Christina, run and open the door to the two English gentlemen. What will they think of us, keeping them waiting like this?" Then she turned to the girl. "I have no tea in the house, but you have some tea, I know, Lily. Will you give a little to Christina?" "It's so early, only 3 o'clock. I don't think they'll want tea now," said the girl, smiling. She was feeling extraordinarily pleased at the thought of seeing her two travelling companions again. But alas, the visit was a disappointment to Lily. They all five sat in a formal circle round the empty grate of the stuffy salon for some time, and Lily had no opportunity of exchanging a word alone with the visitors. Monsieur Popeau talked a great deal. In fact, at one moment he even out-talked the Countess. He answered her many questions as to life in wartime Paris with the utmost frankness and good humour, and he carelessly brought into his conversation the names of many well-known Parisiennes, all, it appeared, good friends of his. As he had intended should happen, his hostess's respect for him visibly grew. But when the genial Frenchman threw out a suggestion that Miss Fairfield should come back with him and Captain Stewart to spend an hour at the casino, the Countess shook her head. "No, no," she exclaimed. "Nice English people do not gamble on Sunday, Monsieur Popeau. I should have thought that even you would have known that, speaking such beautiful English as you do. I seldom go down the hill, but soon my son will be here, and he will escort Miss Fairfield where I myself may not go. My son is an Italian, so he can do as he likes when he comes here. He can even go to the club and play, to my regret. But his father cannot do so, being a native of the Principality." At last the Countess turned her attention to Captain Stewart, and it is not too much to say that she riddled her younger visitor with questions. How long had he been a soldier? In which of the battles of the war had he fought? Where exactly had he been wounded? How much money did a British captain earn? Was he an only child, or had he brothers and sisters? Were his parents still alive, and in what part of Scotland did they live? All these somewhat indiscreet questions Captain Stewart answered with composure, but finally, when the Countess, looking at him searchingly, suddenly asked how long he had known Miss Fairfield, Lily was astonished to hear him answer thoughtfully, "It seems a lifetime to me since I first met Miss Fairfield." But after he had made this surprising answer, he looked across at Lily, and she saw a funny little twinkle in his eye. A break occurred when Christina opened the door noiselessly and announced that Gautier was ready. The whole party went off to the dining-room, where Lily saw with amazement the splendours of the night before had been restored. Once more the lace tablecloth was spread out on the round table. Once more the fruit was piled on the beautiful high crystal dishes, and now there were 5 old painted china teacups set out in a semicircle. The only incongruous touch was that the tea had been made in a fine old silver coffee-pot. "Will you pour out the tea, dear child?" said the Countess suavely. "That is a task we always delegate to young ladies," she said, turning to Monsieur Popeau. "In England the old wait upon the young, but that is not right." Lily poured out some of the straw-coloured liquid into each of the cups. Both Monsieur Popeau and Uncle Angelo took 3 lumps of sugar. Captain Stewart took none. As for the Countess, she declared she would not have any tea at all. And then, at last, having spent altogether a little over an hour at La Solitude, the 2 visitors prepared to depart. Lily and the Count walked down with them through the garden, the Countess having decided that she would stay in the house. And then, for the first time, Lily and Captain Stewart were able to exchange a few words. "Can't you give your aunt the slip and come off with us just now, just as you are?" he asked in a low voice. Lily shook her head. "Aunt Cosy would never forgive me. She'd be awfully shocked if I were to do that after what she said." "I suppose she would," said the young man reluctantly. "Still, she can't keep you cooped up here all the time. Do make her understand that in England girls go about by themselves, Miss Fairfield." "I'll try and make her understand it," said Lily, smiling, "but it won't be easy. She's tremendously determined." "I can see that. I hope they're nice to you," he added a little anxiously, and he looked at her with one of the quick, shrewd looks to which she had become accustomed during their long journey together. But this time there was something added, a something which made Lily's heart beat. She asked herself inconsequently what exactly he had meant when he said that he felt as if he had known her a lifetime. But all she said was, "They are very kind to me in their own way, and I think I'm going to be quite happy here." Twice, while she and the young man had been talking apart together, she had seen Uncle Angelo look towards them uncomfortably, hesitatingly, almost as if he thought he ought to cut across their conversation. "Can't you come down for a game of tennis early tomorrow morning? Do. I could come and fetch you at any time you fix." Perhaps Monsieur Popeau heard the whispered invitation, for he said to Uncle Angelo, "By the way, it has suddenly occurred to me, could not you and Mademoiselle lunch with me tomorrow?" The Count hesitated. It was clear that he was very much tempted to accept. "I'm not certain about my wife's plans," he said at last, "so I fear I must refuse your kind invitation this time. Captain Stewart has to go to Milan for a few days, and I am giving myself the pleasure of accompanying him. But we shall certainly be back by next Sunday, said Monsieur Popeau amiably. Lily felt curiously taken aback, indeed sharply disappointed. The thought that her late fellow-travellers were going to be away for something like a week filled her with dismay. She had known vaguely about this proposed trip of Captain Stuart's, for during their journey he had asked Monsieur Popeau about the trains from Monte Carlo to Milan, explaining that he had a relation living there who had asked him to come over and see him. But at that time Captain Stuart had been a stranger to her. Now she felt as if he was an old friend. Perhaps something of what she was feeling showed in her face, for the Scotsman said suddenly, "I don't really want to go to Milan this week, Popeau. Why shouldn't I wire, and say I will come later on?" But Monsieur Popeau shook his head decidedly. "You forget, my friend, that all arrangements have been made. I do not think that we can make any change now." "Well, well," said the Count easily, "I shall look forward to seeing you again, messieurs, in about 10 days' time. Meanwhile, my young niece can have a real rest. She has been ill, and must not over-exert herself. There will be plenty of time to show her the sights of Monte Carlo after you return." They were standing round the little gate which formed the boundary of the property of La Solitude, and after shaking hands English fashion with Captain Stuart and Monsieur Popeau, the Count and Lily slowly made their way up to the house again. The Countess was waiting for them, rather impatiently, in the salon. And then, all at once, Lily summoned up courage to say very quietly but very firmly, "I'm afraid, Aunt Cosy, you'll have to become accustomed to my going about by myself. You see, I'm not a French girl, but an English girl. I simply couldn't stay in a house where I didn't feel free to come and go." "But of course you are free," exclaimed the Countess. "Absolutely free, dear child. I regret not having allowed you to go out this afternoon with Monsieur Popeau and your old friend, Captain Stuart, but I did not think you would like to do what English people do at Monte Carlo on Sundays." "I did not want to go to the casino," said Lily firmly, "but I do want to join the tennis club, and to have a good game now and again. I suppose you know some lady who would put me up, Aunt Cosy?" The Countess hadn't the slightest idea of what Lily meant by being put up, but she nodded amiably. "Oh, yes," she said, "I will certainly find some lady. Meanwhile, your Uncle Angelo will take you down to Monte Carlo tomorrow morning, just to show you the way. He has purchases to make, and he will be able to see about the tennis. It is, so I understand, quite a young girl's game." "That Parisienne asked me to lunch tomorrow. He desired Lily to come too," interposed the Count. "Oh, I do not think you can do that, my friend," said the Countess decidedly. "I wish you to help with several important matters tomorrow. You can go some other day." "He and the Englishman are going away to Italy for a few days." "Are they indeed?" said the Countess indifferently. She hesitated. "I would like to ask you what is perhaps a very indiscreet question, my sweet child," and she fixed her bright, differently coloured eyes full on Lily. "Yes, Aunt Cosy?" The girl looked up. "I suppose you are not what is called in England engaged?" asked Aunt Cosy very deliberately. The colour flamed up in Lily's cheeks. "No, I am not engaged, Aunt Cosy." There was a curious pause, and then the Countess went on. "When you are writing to your uncle, dear girl, I hope you will tell him that we are doing our best to make you happy." There was a pleading, almost an anxious tone in her voice. "Of course I will," said Lily affectionately. She felt, as she expressed it to herself, rather a pig for having stood up to the Countess. She was astonished, too, at her easy victory. Aunt Emmeline had been so very different. She would never give in if she thought a thing wrong. Lily could not help reflecting that the £5 a week must mean a great deal to Count and Countess Polder. She could see that they were both painfully anxious that she should stay on at Solitude, and be happy and comfortable there. A week can pass like a flash, or it can seem an eternity. The first week of Lilly Fairfield's stay at Solitude was, truth to tell, more like a month, and a very long month, than a week. She did her best to feel happy and comfortable, though it was a strange kind of life for a girl used to all the cheerful comings and goings of an English country town. After she had helped Christina with the housework each morning, there was absolutely nothing left to do during the rest of the day. Twice during that long week Lilly accompanied the Count into Monte Carlo, or rather into that part of the Principality which lies in a hollow between Monaco and Monte Carlo, and which is called the Condamine. While there, they had spent the whole of their time shopping in the funny little native shops, the Count bargaining as if the question of a few sous was of the utmost moment to him. The second time they went down the hill, she asked Uncle Angelo to show her where the English service was held each Sunday, and it was then that he offered to show her the English bank. Indeed, the only time she was allowed to go to Monte Carlo by herself was when she suggested that she should pay the Countess 4 weeks in advance. It had seemed strange at first to be walking all alone in a foreign town, but she had managed quite well, and the famous bankers had been very courteous to their pretty new client. The gentleman to whom she had given her letter of credit had shaken his head when she had told him about the unfortunate theft of £50, but he had not been as surprised as she had been that the police had not been told about it. "It would have been a sheer waste of time, my dear young lady," he said, smiling, "and would have only exposed your relations to a great deal of worry. A visit from the police always entails a great deal of fuss and unpleasantness on the Continent." During the same little expedition, Lilly bought, at a very big price, 6 wicker chairs and a little outdoor table as a present to Aunt Cosy, and to her relief the Countess seemed delighted with the gift. As the days went on, it became increasingly clear to Lilly Fairfield that either the Count and Countess Polder were very poor or very mean. They were always trying to save a sou here and a sou there. They were extraordinarily fond, too, of talking about money. One rather surprising and, yes, exciting thing happened to Lilly during that long, dull first week at Solitude. Captain Stewart wrote her 3 longish letters. They were simple, informal, pleasant letters, telling her something of how Milan had struck him, and how grateful he was to good-natured Monsieur Popeau. But though they were in a sense quite ordinary epistles, they gave the girl pleasure, and made her feel less lonely. But when the second letter came, Lilly could not help having an uncomfortable suspicion that it had been steamed open and then closed down again. She hated herself for suspecting such a thing, but she had already come to the conclusion that Aunt Cosy was sly and, when it suited her, very unscrupulous. Now, it is an unfortunate fact that slyness always breeds slyness. Lilly had a frank, open, straightforward nature, but, then, she had always been treated by Uncle Tom and Aunt Emmeline in a frank, open, straightforward way. Neither of them would have dreamt of opening one of her letters. Had they thought she was carrying on an unsuitable correspondence, they would have taxed her with it at once, and Aunt Emmeline might have gone so far as to forbid her to receive letters from a correspondent of whom she did not approve. But it would all have been frank and above board. Henceforth Lilly took good care to be up when the postman came to the door, and so when Captain Stewart's 3rd letter arrived on the Saturday morning, it was handed to her direct. In this last letter the Scotsman told her that he hoped to see her at the English church service on Sunday morning. That was all, and yet it cast a glow of pleasure over the whole of that long, dull Saturday. It was hot and airless, even up at La Solitude, and in the night there was a terrific storm of thunder, wind, and rain. The end of Chapter 6, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 7 of The Lonely House, by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Lily got up the next morning feeling very happy and cheerful. Not only were kindly Monsieur Popeau and her new friend Captain Stewart now back in Monte Carlo, but Beppo Polder's arrival was definitely fixed for the following Tuesday. His mother talked of him incessantly, and was evidently exceedingly anxious to make his visit a success. Lily could not help feeling touched by Aunt Cosy's wonderful love of and pride in her son, and as she got ready to start for church, the girl told herself that it would be amusing to see Beppo after having heard so much about him. And then, all at once, she asked herself, blushing a little, how Beppo Polder would get on with Angus Stewart. They were certain to be very different. "When Beppo is here you will be very gay," the Countess had exclaimed the night before. "I do not care for Monte Carlo, but you and Uncle Angelo will be there a great deal. Beppo knows all the smart set in London and in Paris as well as in Rome. I hope you have brought some pretty clothes with you, dear child. If not, perhaps it would be well to purchase 1 or 2 new dresses, eh?" "Yes, perhaps I ought to get a few things," said Lily, smiling. "I've hardly had anything new since the war. At first I felt it to be wrong. Later on everything became so dear." "You will not find anything very cheap here," said Aunt Cosy, shaking her head. And now, on this Sunday morning, she was sorry that she only had the plain black coat and skirt she had arrived in from London. Still, when she went into the kitchen on her way out, Christina looked up and smiled at her very kindly. "Mademoiselle looks as fresh as a rose," she exclaimed. "I'm going to church," said Lily. "Is there anything I can do for you in the town?" And then Christina said that she would be very grateful if Mademoiselle would do a little commission, not in the town, but on the hill at the cottage near the chapel, where they sold her new-laid eggs. "Has Mademoiselle time to do this before going down to church?" "Heaps of time," said Lily gaily, and then she added, "Now that my friends are back in Monte Carlo, I hope I shall be able to join the tennis club, so you'll get rid of me sometimes, Christina." And then Christina said something which touched the English girl. "I shall miss you very much, my little lady. You are a ray of sunshine in this lonely house." And the old woman sighed a long-drawn-out, mournful sigh. When Lily found herself on the rough path leading upwards towards the top of the great hill, she was amazed at the destruction the storm had wrought. Even the sturdy olive trees had suffered, and the more delicate flowering bushes were beaten to the earth. After doing her errand, she walked on a few steps along the path across the mountain-side. She felt tired of the road leading down past the Solitude, and so she made up her mind to go down by another way to the town. There was a rough, steep way cut into long, low steps, as is the fashion in those parts, which was bound to bring her not far from the hotel where the service was now held each Sunday morning. After a while she realized that this new way of going down the hill would take her much longer than the old familiar way. She glanced at her wrist-watch. Though she had allowed herself plenty of time, she must hurry now, or she would be late. She struck off to her left, intending to pick up the road which led straight down to Monte Carlo, into a beautiful, if obviously neglected, grove of orange trees. As she did so, she realized that she had not got nearly so far down the hill as she had supposed, for she was only just below the little clearing where the taxi had stopped on her first arrival at La Solitude. And then, while walking along a narrow path through a plantation of luxuriant bushes, Lily suddenly experienced what is sometimes described as one's heart stopping still. Right in front of her, barring her way, there lay on the still wet earth an arm stretching right across the path. She stopped and stared, fearfully, at the stark, still, outstretched arm and hand lying just before her. The sleeve clothing the arm was sodden. The cuff, which slightly protruded beyond the sleeve, was now a pale, dirty grey. The hand was clenched. All at once she saw the glint of gold just below the cuff, and she remembered with a feeling of sick dread the bangle which George Ponting had worn just a week and a night ago. She did not turn and run away, as another kind of girl might have done. Instead, she covered her face for a moment with her hands, and then forced herself to look again. At last she stooped down, and then she saw that the arm belonged to a body which was mercifully half concealed from her terror-stricken gaze by a large broken branch. The deathly still, huddled-up figure had evidently rolled over forward during the storm from under the shelter of a big spreading bush. She drew a little nearer, full of an awful feeling of repulsion, as well as of fear. And then she noticed that a small automatic pistol was lying on the coarse grass near the body. Did that mean that the unhappy man had killed himself? Nay, it was far more likely, so the girl told herself, that he had been set on by the same gang who had broken into La Solitude the very night he had been there. There was no sign of a struggle, but then the storm of the night before would have obliterated any traces of that sort. In the bright, clear sunlight, the raindrops still glistened on the evergreen leaves. It was not only a beautiful, but a very peaceful scene. Again she forced herself to stoop down and look, and then tears welled up slowly into her eyes. It seemed so piteous that what was huddled up there should have once been a man. A man, too, who had seemed so full of life, even a kind of bubbling vitality, only a few days ago. She stood up, faced with a disagreeable personal problem. Ought she to go back to La Solitude and tell the Count and Countess Polder of her horrible discovery? Or would she be justified in going on straight down to the town and first informing the two men who seemed so much more truly her friends than did Aunt Cosy and Uncle Angelo? Monsieur Popeau was always so helpful in an emergency. Surely he would know what to do far better than either the Count or Countess. They would probably be very glad to be relieved of whatever might be the necessary steps in such a case as this. As she had been the first person to find the body, Lily naturally supposed that she would have to see the police, and she knew that it would be less unpleasant to do that with Monsieur Popeau than with her nervous, fussy host or her queer-tempered hostess. She walked quickly upwards to find herself, as she had expected to do, on the little clearing. From there she knew every step of the way down into Monte Carlo, so she hurried on, still feeling terribly shaken and upset, though much more at ease now that she had made up her mind as to what she ought to do. As Lily approached the hotel where the English church service was always held, she noticed that people were walking up to the door, reading a notice that had been pinned upon it, and then turning away. The notice explained that as the chaplain was ill, there would be no service that morning. A deep, low voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Good morning, Miss Fairfield." Such commonplace words, yet as Captain Stewart held out his hand for the second time today, the tears welled up into Lily's eyes. But this time it was because there had come over her a sensation of such infinite relief. Somehow she felt as if the man before her was a bit of home, and she realized how dreadfully lonely and forlorn she had been since they had last met. As for Angus Stewart, he was looking at Lily with concern. She looked ill, very ill. She was pale, and there was a look of terror on her face. What could have happened? A feeling of positive hatred for the Count and Countess Polder rose up in the young man's mind. What could they have done to make the girl look as she was looking this morning? "Is anything the matter?" he asked abruptly, Lily pulled herself together. "Forgive me," she exclaimed. "It's stupid of me to be so upset, but something dreadful has happened to me this morning. I'll tell you about it, and then you will be able to advise me as to whether I ought to go to the police now at once. I also thought of asking Monsieur Popeau what I had better do." "Tell me what happened," he said quietly. "We will go and find Popeau presently. He's taking a little constitutional up and down outside the Hôtel de Paris." And then Lily told him shortly and quietly of her awful discovery in the orange grove. Angus Stewart was greatly surprised as well as concerned at her story. Then he had done the Count and Countess Polder an injustice. They were in no way responsible for the way Lily Fairfield looked this morning. "Do you mean that you've no doubt that the poor fellow you found today was the man who was dining at La Solitude the night you arrived?" he asked. The fact struck him with fresh surprise. What queer people Count Polder must know. He had very little doubt in his own mind that the unfortunate Ponting had committed suicide after a big loss at the casino. "I think I can say that I am quite sure," she answered in a troubled voice. "But I confess I didn't look at the face. In fact, I tried not to see it. Oh, Captain Stewart, I feel as if I shall never get that hand, that cuff, that bangle out of my mind. I seem to see the poor fellow's arm lying across the path, as if barring my way." He saw that her eyes were fixed with a look of horror on the ground in front of her. "Look here," he exclaimed authoritatively. "That's quite wrong, Miss Fairfield, really wrong. Life is full of tragedy and unhappiness. I've seen some very terrible things in the last 5 years, and though I don't exactly want to forget them, I never allow my mind to dwell on them. It's morbid as well as wrong. No doubt the poor man had lost heavily in the rooms, and thought he would put an end to his troubles. But it was very selfish of him to go and do it there, in the garden of the people who seemed to have been so kind to him." "If he really did do it, he didn't do it exactly in their garden," she said in a low voice. "It was, oh, well, I should think quite 30 yards below the place where the grounds of La Solitude end. He chose the place so carefully that it might have been months before he would have been found, had it not been that I rather foolishly thought I should like to try and find a new way down into the town." Somehow it was a comfort to Lily to find that Captain Stewart felt so sure Mr. Ponting had killed himself. There was a pause, and then, "I feel better now that I've told you," said Lily in a low voice. "That's right," he exclaimed. "After all, we know that there are a certain number of suicides each year at Monte Carlo, though Popeau declares that there are much fewer than people believe." They found the Frenchman walking up and down in front of the Hôtel de Paris, and Lily, troubled and upset though she was, told herself that she had never seen such a delightful scene. The palace-like white casino, the brilliant coloured flowers, the palms, the blue-green sea, made a delightful background to the groups of cheerful, prosperous-looking people who were walking about the big open space between the hotel and the casino. It seemed like a scene on another planet compared to the hillside and the quiet, lonely house where she had spent the last week. But she could not help reminding herself that 10 days ago poor George Ponting had probably formed part of this gay, carefree crowd. "Welcome!" cried Monsieur Popeau in his hearty voice. "It seems a long time, Miss Fairfield, since I saw you. I hope that you are well and that all goes happily at La Solitude." "Miss Fairfield has just had a most painful experience," said Captain Stewart gravely, and then in a few dry words he told their French friend what had happened, but perhaps because Lily again turned very pale, he made his story quite short. Hearing the tale from another's lips brought back what had happened with dreadful vividness to poor Lily. Her lips quivered. "I suppose I ought to go straight to the police," she said nervously, "and I thought Monsieur Popeau that perhaps you would not mind going with me." "Of course I will go with you." He spoke very feelingly and kindly. "Try not to think too much of this sad event, my dear young lady. There has always been that one black blot on this beautiful place." He waved his hand towards the casino. "Yonder is a monster which destroys the happiness of many, while sometimes capriciously making the happiness of one. And now I suggest an early déjeuner. The Count and Countess cannot expect you back for another hour and a half, at least. An English church service goes on for a long time. You will be more ready to face my old friend the Commissioner of Police after a good lunch." Lily knew that a very small luncheon was to have been kept for her, and she could not help looking forward to a good meal. Yet when it was put before her, she felt suddenly as if she could not eat. Monsieur Popeau always sat at a delightful little table in one of the great windows of the famous restaurant, and all three were soon happily established there. But the kindly host saw with concern that poor Lily looked at the delicious hors d'oeuvres with a kind of aversion. He put out his hand and laid it lightly over hers. "Come, come," he said, and there was a touch of command in his voice. "This won't do. I should have starved to death a very long time ago if I had allowed the sad things I have seen and heard to stop my appetite." Lily could not help smiling at the funny way he said this, but "what makes it so much worse," she said in a low voice, "is having actually known the poor man." "What do you say?" said Monsieur Popeau in a startled voice. "Known the poor man? I didn't know that." "I forgot to tell you," interposed Captain Stewart, "that as a matter of fact, Miss Fairfield is convinced that the body she saw is that of an Englishman called Ponting, who had dinner at La Solitude the evening of the day she arrived there, a week ago yesterday." Lily turned her head away. The tears were now rolling down her cheeks. "That certainly must have made the horrible discovery much worse for you," said Monsieur Popeau sympathetically. "Did this Mr. Ponting seem at all worried or depressed, mademoiselle?" "No, I can't say that he did. We had a talk when we first arrived, for the Count and Countess left me alone with him for about 10 minutes. Though he said he had lost a good bit of money, he didn't seem to mind. I remember his saying, 'I've done with Monte Carlo, and I've got off cheap considering.'" She felt it was too bad that she should spoil this pleasant lunch for her two kind friends. They all made a determined effort to talk of other things, and as the time went on, Lily unconsciously began to feel better. "And how is my friend the Countess?" asked Monsieur Popeau suddenly. "That woman interests me. I could not tell you why, but she seems to me a remarkable person, one with a tremendous amount of will-power. I would not care to have been married to her. Hercule Popeau would have been a poor little bit of wax between her strong fingers." The other two smiled, but he had meant what he said. And then a feeling of loyalty to her hostess made Lily exclaim, "I think the Count is quite happy, Monsieur Popeau. They seem devoted to one another, and just now they are extra happy." "Why that?" asked Captain Stewart dryly. "Because their son, who lives in Rome, is coming to pay them a visit. They simply worship him." She added, "I'm quite looking forward to seeing him. According to the Countess, he's a most wonderful young man. He's a great athlete, and yet," she hesitated, "though only 27, he did not fight. Is that not odd? His mother says he served Italy better by staying in Rome." "Ah, un embusqué!" exclaimed Monsieur Popeau. "I hope not that," said Lily. "I should expect any child of hers to be exceptionally good-looking," went on the Frenchman reflectively. "Would you?" Lily was rather surprised. "Yes, for the Countess Polder must have been very handsome in her day." "That's true!" exclaimed Lily. When she came and stayed with us in England when I was a little girl, I remember thinking her the most beautiful person I had ever seen, but somehow, I don't know why, she looks very different now." "It is a great art, that of knowing how to grow old gracefully," said Monsieur Popeau sententiously. "The Countess does not possess that art. Only a very few women do possess it, my dear young lady. As you grow older, do not forget the words of Hercule Popeau. Every age has its own beauty. That is not an original remark. I believe it was first made by our great Napoleon when speaking of his mother, a very noble woman." And then Lily, her new trouble for the moment out of her mind, went on. "The Countess says that she would like her son to marry an Englishwoman." "Does she indeed? And he is arriving here tomorrow?" Monsieur Popeau spoke with a touch of meaning in his voice, and the colour suddenly flamed up on Lily's face. Yet she felt sure that Aunt Cosy had had no particular person in her mind when she had made that remark. "What is the name of this prodigy?" "Beppo Polder. Count Beppo Polder," repeated the Frenchman. "I must try and find out something about this young gentleman, for I propose to do myself the honour of calling again on the Countess one day soon." By this time they were drinking their coffee, and while the two men each enjoyed a liqueur, Monsieur Popeau made Lily drink a second cup of coffee. When she had finished, he said, "Now, my dear young lady, we had better go and look up my friend Bouton. He will not like being disturbed on a Sunday, but I feel you will be more comfortable when you have seen him. I want you to forget this sad affair, to wipe it out of your mind completely." He made a gesture in the air, as if he was rubbing something out. Lily felt as if she could never forget what had happened that morning, but she did not say so. She was asking herself with some perplexity where she had heard the name Bouton, and then, all at once, she remembered. It was the name which had produced such an extraordinary change in the taxicab driver on the day of her arrival at Monte Carlo. The end of Chapter 7. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 8 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. As they walked along the broad road which leads steeply down from Monte Carlo to the quaintly named Condamine, Monsieur Popeau began talking, almost as much to himself as to his young companion. "The man we are going to see," he said, "is an autocrat, Miss Fairfield, one of the last real autocrats left in Europe. He has absolute power in this little country, I mean in Monaco. From his ruling there is no appeal. I remember he once caused an Englishman to be what would now be called deported. A fearful fuss was made about it. The man, his name was Johnson, was a nasty, cantankerous fellow, and it seemed that he had some relation in your Foreign Office. The affair dragged on for months. Frightful threats were uttered. The British ambassador in Paris was brought in. In fact, it is not too much to say that had Monaco been a real country, with a fleet and an army, war might have resulted. But friend Bouton stuck to his guns, as the British so cleverly and truly say, and poor Johnson never came back." They were now turning into a very quiet, shadowed street composed of small but prosperous-looking houses. "Just one word, Miss Fairfield." Lily's companion, guide, and mentor stopped walking. "Please do not volunteer any information unless you are asked a direct question," he said gravely. "Even then, it is not necessary for you to answer a question unless you wish to do so. I will tell the Commissioner of Police what happened, and I am not sure, but I think I may say that will be the end of the matter as far as you are concerned." "I suppose I shall have to show the police where I found the body?" asked Lily in a low voice. "I trust that will not be necessary." A few moments later they were standing in a formal-looking sitting-room on the ground floor of the house to which they had been admitted by a pleasant-looking bonne à faire. After they had waited some minutes the door opened, and a tall, thin man, with a napkin tucked in his collar, entered with hand outstretched. "This is an unexpected pleasure, dear friend. What can I do for you?" he exclaimed. "You have come just too late to share our Sunday lunch. My married daughter, her husband, and her 2 children have come over from Nice, and we have been having something of a festival. Sit down, sit down." As he spoke he was measuring Lily with what she felt to be a pair of very sharp eyes. "I am ashamed to have come on a Sunday," began Monsieur Popeau. "Not at all, not at all. I am delighted to see you," said Monsieur Bouton. "And there are certain things that will not wait. I hope mademoiselle is not a new victim of the gang of thieves I mentioned to you yesterday. So far they have spared the Hôtel de Paris, but I have a clue, and it will not be long before they are laid by the heels." "I am here," said Monsieur Popeau quietly, "because a sad thing befell this lady, Miss Fairfield, to-day, on her way to the English church service. She is staying in a villa called La Solitude, some way above Monte Carlo, and wandering a little way off the path, she suddenly came across a dead body. Of course, it gave her a terrible shock." To Lily's astonishment, Monsieur Bouton did not look surprised. "Very sad," he murmured. "The matter will have my very earnest attention. If mademoiselle will give me a few particulars as to the locality where she made this painful discovery, I will see to the matter at once. Would you kindly come this way?" He opened the door and passed on in front of them, into a room built out at the back of the house. It was obviously his own study. "Here is the plan of our principality," he observed, and Lily, glancing up, saw that a huge map covered one entire side of the room. "Will you point out the exact spot where you made your sad discovery?" went on Monsieur Bouton, handing her a long, light stick. Lily stared anxiously up at the map, but she had no bump of locality on her pretty head. Monsieur Popeau took the thin stick from her hand. He laid the point lightly on the map and pushed it up and up and up. "Here is La Solitude," he said at last. "So now we shall be able to find the exact place." "Ah, yes," said Monsieur Bouton. "La Solitude belongs to Count Antonio Polda. He and the Countess are nice, quiet people, almost the only people in Monaco with whom I have never had any trouble. It is my impression that somewhere about the 14th century a Grimaldi married a Polda, so the Count is distantly related to our sovereign." "Mademoiselle is a niece of the Countess Polda," said Monsieur Popeau quietly. "She is staying at La Solitude for the winter." Monsieur Bouton looked at Lily with enhanced respect. "Now, take La Solitude as the point of departure, and try to concentrate your mind on where you found the body," said Monsieur Popeau, handing Lily back the cane. She moved the point slowly, hesitatingly down the map. "Surely you are going too far," cried Monsieur Popeau. "Perhaps I am." She knitted her brow in some distress. "Do you remember the place where our taxicab stopped?" she asked. "Of course I do. It's marked here." He took the one from her hand. "Here it is, this little white spot." "It was just below there," said Lily. "Was it? How very strange!" exclaimed Monsieur Popeau, and then he looked at the other man. "Do you remember what happened just there 6 years ago? The last time I was at Monte Carlo, Bouton." The other shook his head. "The affair of the Mexican millionaire," exclaimed Monsieur Popeau. The Commissioner of Police turned round quickly.
I remember all about it now. Why, you're right. It was just at that spot. He was found dead too. What a strange coincidence. They mostly do it, as you know, within a very short distance of the casino. You'd be astonished to know the number of poor devils who go and destroy themselves in that rather lonely place just beyond the station. They rush out of the casino full of anguish and despair, and wander down the road. I always have a man stationed on point duty there. He has stopped more than one poor fellow from destroying himself. A beautiful, brilliant Monte Carlo has a very melancholy reverse side, has it not? And he sighed. But Monsieur Popeau was still staring at the map. It is indeed an amazing coincidence, he muttered. The more one thinks of it, the more amazing it is. Yes, it is certainly a very curious thing that the Mexican should have been found in that very plantation, said the police commissioner thoughtfully. But life's full of odd coincidences. It will be quite easy for your people to find the body without further troubling mademoiselle, will it not? Certainly it will, said Monsieur Bouton. Mademoiselle must try to forget this painful incident, and if I may offer a word of advice— he waited and looked rather searchingly into Lily's candid open face. I counsel that mademoiselle does not talk of what happened to any friend she may have in Monte Carlo. It naturally annoys the casino administration when these painful accidents are made the subject of gossip. Can we rely on mademoiselle's discretion? Is it necessary that she should tell anyone about the matter? A troubled look came over Lily's face. I feel I ought to tell the Count and Countess Polder, she said reluctantly, for they knew the poor man quite well. Did they indeed? Exclaimed the Commissioner of Police. You did not tell me that, mademoiselle. He looked surprised. Then can you tell me the suicide's name? Monsieur Popeau was standing behind Monsieur Bouton, and Lily was astonished to see how upset he looked. He even made a sign to her to stop talking. She hesitated, but Monsieur Bouton looked straight into her face and said sharply, I don't understand. I thought mademoiselle had come across the dead body of an unknown man. I had no idea that she knew who the man was. He turned on Monsieur Popeau. You did not tell me that, he exclaimed. There was nothing to tell, said Monsieur Popeau quietly. Mademoiselle did not see the dead man's face. She thinks it possible the body she saw was that of a man who dined at La Solitude about a fortnight ago. That is all. Only a week ago, corrected Lily, and I am sure it was the man I saw. He wore a peculiar kind of gold bangle or bracelet on his wrist, and there was a gold bangle on the wrist of— She faltered, overcome with the vision her own words evoked of that stiff, stark arm lying across her path. What was his name and nationality? Asked Monsieur Bouton, taking a writing-pad and a pencil off the table. His name was Ponting, said Lily slowly. Ponting. And I think he said he came from Pernambuco. Monsieur Bouton suddenly uttered an exclamation of mingled surprise and relief. He rapidly unlocked a drawer in his writing-table and took a packet out of it. Your discovery, mademoiselle, sets a mystery at rest. I was a fool not to think of it at once, for we have had urgent inquiries all this last week about this very man. But it never occurred to any of us that he had committed suicide. Everything seemed against it. This is another proof that in a place like Monte Carlo you can never tell, he went on, addressing his French friend. People come here when they are desperate, not only desperate with regard to money, though of course that is the most common case, but desperate with regard to other things. They come to drown disappointment and sorrow. They fail in doing so, and then they kill themselves. Perhaps that is what happened to this man Ponting." "Yet he seemed quite happy," observed Lily thoughtfully. Monsieur Bouton hardly heard what she had said. He was showing his friend and colleague the little packet of letters he held in his hand. Lily waited a moment or two. "Then I may tell the Count and Countess Polder?" she asked. "I think we shall save you that trouble, mademoiselle. After the body is found, we shall have to ask the Count and Countess to submit to a short interrogation. We should not dream of troubling them, were it not that this Mr. Ponting had a friend who is much distressed at his disappearance. We shall be glad, therefore, to know exactly how he spent his last evening. Did you yourself see him leave La Solitude?" "No," said Lily. "I had only arrived that day, and I went to bed early, but I heard the Countess say good-bye to him about a quarter of an hour after I had gone upstairs. As the house is not very substantially built, one hears everything." "That is an important point," said Monsieur Bouton. "You heard him leave the house, and then no more? You did not hear the shot fired, mademoiselle?" "I heard nothing at all, but I was very, very tired, and I went to sleep at once." She wondered if she ought to say anything about the burglary which had taken place that night. Then she remembered what both the Countess and the banker had said, that bringing the police into the affair would only make a fuss and an unpleasantness for nothing. So she remained silent. At last Monsieur Bouton conducted them to his front door. He bowed to Lily and shook hands warmly with Monsieur Popeau. "Without knowing it," he exclaimed, "you've done me a great service, my good friend. I confess I do not like being disturbed on Sunday. The weekdays are full enough of trouble and of perplexing affairs, but I am more glad than I can say that what I may call the Ponting mystery has been cleared up in so satisfactory a manner. We've had a great deal of worry over the matter, but the cleverest of my detectives, I call him the Bloodhound, was convinced that Monsieur Ponting was not only alive, but far from here, engaged in having a very good time. The theory of suicide we had completely dismissed from our minds. Does not this show how wrong even the most experienced people may be when dealing with human life and human problems?" After they had walked a little way in silence, Lily suddenly turned to her companion and exclaimed, "I'm afraid you did not approve of my telling Monsieur Bouton that I knew about poor Mr. Ponting." "As a general rule, my dear young lady, the innocent cannot say too little to the police. But I confess that this time I was wrong. I am very glad that you spoke with complete frankness, though I do not suppose the Count and Countess will be pleased." "I don't see why they should mind." But even as she uttered the words, a slight feeling of discomfort came over Lily. Monsieur Popeau smiled rather mysteriously. "People do not care to be mixed up with affairs of this kind, especially in Monte Carlo. You heard what our friend said. The Count and Countess, though they have lived here many years, have never troubled the police. They have never even had a row with one of their servants. Well, now that record is broken. A suicide has been found on their property." "Not on their property," corrected Lily. "Near their property." "That makes it all the harder for them to be brought into the matter," said Monsieur Popeau good-humouredly. "Mr. Ponting ill-repaid their hospitality." At that moment they both caught sight of Captain Stewart hurrying down towards them. "Well," he called out, "is that all right?" There was a note of anxiety in his voice. "Yes," replied Monsieur Popeau, "quite all right. And now we must think of something to distract and interest Miss Fairfield for at least 2 or 3 hours. By that time everything up there at La Solitude will be over, and I do not want her to be associated with it in any way." Captain Stewart nodded.
He thoroughly approved.
"I don't suppose you feel in the mood for the casino."
He turned to the girl.
"Besides, it's Sunday, and even I have an old-fashioned prejudice against gambling on Sunday. Why shouldn't we go up to the golf club?" suggested the Frenchman. "It's quite a pleasant expedition, and from there it's an agreeable walk to La Solitude."
The end of Chapter 8. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 9 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The afternoon that Lilly Fairfield spent on what is, perhaps, the most beautiful of all the golf courses in Europe will ever be remembered by her as a delightful interlude in a very troubled time. For 3 hours she forgot the terrible thing which had happened to her that morning, or, if she could not entirely forget it, it receded into the background of her mind. Everything is made easy, almost too easy, for the visitor to Monte Carlo. Thus Lilly found an excellent set of clubs provided for her, and with Monsieur Popeau looking on benevolently, she and Captain Stuart had a splendid game. But when, at last, the three of them stood in front of the shabby front door of La Solitude, a feeling of apprehension, almost of terror, came over the girl.
"I hope Aunt Cosy won't be angry with me for having gone to the Commissioner of Police," she said nervously.
"You were quite right to do so," said Captain Stuart shortly. As for Monsieur Popeau, he exclaimed,
"Do let me come in with you, dear little lady. I can promise so to put the matter to the Countess that she will not be angry."
But Lilly shook her head.
"I'm not such a coward as that."
She added impatiently,
"I do wish Christina would come and open the door. I can't think why they keep it locked. It's literally the only way into the house, unless one of the drawing-room windows is open. In England there's always a nice back door to a house of this sort."
As she said the words, the door did open, and Christina cautiously peered out to see who was there. The poor old waiting-woman was very pale, and the two men, as well as Lilly, were startled at her look of illness and of fear.
"Something terrible has happened," Christina muttered. "I fear I cannot ask the gentleman to come in. We are in trouble here." "I am glad they know. That will save you a disagreeable moment,"
whispered Monsieur Popeau, as he pressed Lilly's hand. Christina cut short Lilly's farewells, and shut the door almost rudely in the Frenchman's face.
"I'm sorry you have come back,"
she said to Lilly in a very low tone.
"I wish you had stayed away till dinner-time. A fearful thing has happened."
"I know," said Lilly soothingly. "You mean about Mr. Ponting."
"You know?"
echoed Christina, amazed, and she turned a startled look on the girl's face.
"It was I who found the body and told the police," the girl answered quietly. "But there is nothing to be frightened about, Christina, though, of course, it is very, very sad."
She was speaking in her usual clear voice, when suddenly the drawing-room opened and the Countess peeped out. Her face was dusky red and convulsed with anger.
"What is all this noise?" she exclaimed in French. "We cannot hear ourselves speak."
Then, as she saw who it was, she went on more quietly in English.
"Something very, very sad has occurred. You remember Mr. Ponting coming here to dinner? Well, after leaving the house, that unhappy man, who had evidently been losing heavily at tables, went out and killed himself. A cruel return for our hospitality. I desire you, Lilly, to come in and tell this gentleman what you remember of that evening."
Lilly looked at the speaker, astonished at her state of agitation. The Countess Polder's face looked terrible under the bright auburn brown hair on her front. Her hands were trembling, even her voice seemed changed. It was as if she had lost control over it.
Come in,"
she cried impatiently, and yet she herself had been blocking the door. Lilly walked through into the drawing-room, and she saw that the Count, who also looked disturbed, though much less so than his wife, was sitting at his green baize card table, apparently affixing his name to some kind of paper. Opposite to him stood a man of about 40. The stranger had a pleasant, keen face, and though he was not in uniform, Lily felt sure he had come from Monsieur Bouton. Somehow, she could hardly have told why, the sight of him reassured her. "Come, come," he said good-humouredly. "You must not allow this to disturb you so much, Madame la Comtesse. Desperate men are not likely to show much delicacy, even to those who have been kind to them. We are very glad indeed that the body has been found. My chief said to me only 2 hours ago that he owed a great debt to the young English lady." "The young English lady?" repeated the Countess. "Whom do you mean?" "It was this lady, was it not, who found the body?" he replied, looking at Lily. "Yes, I found the body," Lily answered falteringly, for the Countess was now looking at her with a fearful expression of questioning anger on her face. The man went on. "Monsieur Bouton is most grateful to this young lady for having come and told him at once today. But for mademoiselle, the body of this man, Bunting, might have lain there a whole year. As you of course know, Monsieur le Comte, that piece of property which lies just below your own orange grove belongs to that eccentric Sir Jean Cranion." "I know," said the Count, looking up, "for I myself have tried to buy the property more than once. I wish more than ever now that I had done so, for we should have had it properly enclosed, and then this tragedy could not have happened there." "It would have happened somewhere else," said the Frenchman philosophically. "And now, if Madame la Comtesse will also put her signature to this statement, I shall not trouble you any more, ladies and gentlemen." He waited a moment. "By great good luck, Mr. Ponting's partner happened to be in Monte Carlo this afternoon. One of my men came across him in front of the casino. They have all grown only too familiar with his appearance. He is, of course, very much distressed, and, what is more, foolishly convinced that his friend did not kill himself." "How can anyone feel any doubt about it?" cried Count Polder. "Everything points to the fact that the unhappy man, after leaving us, went off and shot himself. We all thought him very excited, and in a strange kind of mood, did we not?" He glanced at his wife and at Lily. "The funeral will take place tomorrow morning at the English cemetery," went on the police agent. "And that ends the story." "Would you like to interrogate my English niece?" asked the Countess suavely. She was beginning to recover her composure. "No, I do not think it will be necessary. My chief himself saw the young lady, and heard what she had to say." He took his hat from one of the chairs. "And now," he said politely, "I must bid you au revoir, and I hope it will be a long time before we have occasion to meet again." "Would you like to go out by this short way?" asked the Count obligingly. He opened a window, and the man, who Lily now felt sure was the bloodhound, passed rapidly through it, with a bow and a smile, and began walking across the lawn. The Countess suddenly touched her husband's arm. "Run after him," she exclaimed, "and ask at what time the funeral will take place. I think it would be a mark of respect on your part to attend." He hesitated perceptibly. "Do what I suggest," she said urgently. "I am sure, Angelo, that I am right, quite sure." The Count looked at his wife, and, after that look, he too went through the window, and began running after their late unwelcome guest. And then, all at once, there crept over Lily Fairfield an acute, unreasoning sensation of acute, unreasoning fear. She told herself that her nerves were all upset, that everything was all right now, but... The Countess shut the window. She turned round and put her arms akimbo, and Lily had never thought such anger and venomous rage could fill a human countenance. Instinctively she moved back, till a chair stood between herself and the woman who was now looking at her with such a terrible expression on her face.
"I do not at all understand what happened," said the Countess at last.
And, though she did not raise her voice, there was something very menacing in the tone in which she uttered these commonplace words.
"Tell me exactly what took place this morning. How was it that you were away from the road? Why were you wandering in that deserted garden? Were you alone or in company?"
Lily looked at her straight in the eyes.
"Of course I was alone, Aunt Cosy. I was on my way to church. As it was still early, I thought I would go down to the town by a new way."
Her voice faltered and broke, and she burst into bitter tears. The Countess pointed imperiously to one of the moth-eaten armchairs, and the trembling girl sat down on it, and buried her face in her hands.
"What I really want to discover,"
the words were uttered with slow, terrible emphasis,
"is why you went to the police without consulting us. Surely it would have been easy to come back to the house and tell your Uncle Angelo of your discovery."
And then, perhaps fortunately, for Lily would have been hard put to it to give a truthful answer to that question, the Countess, carried away by her feelings of indignation and outraged wrath, hurried on without waiting for the weeping girl's reply.
"But no, it seemed simpler to go down and let all Monte Carlo know what had happened. I suppose it was your friend Captain Stewart who advised you to do that foolish thing, to go to the police."
Lily raised her tear-stained face.
"No, it was not Captain Stewart," she said dully. "I thought of it myself, Aunt Cosy. It was the first thing one would have done in England." "England is not Monte Carlo," exclaimed the Countess harshly. "How often have I to tell you that? I shall never forget this afternoon. Never. Thank God my Beppo was not here."
And then a most fortunate inspiration came to Lily Fairfield.
"The Commissioner of Police spoke very highly of you and of Uncle Angelo," she said falteringly. "He seemed very sorry that such a thing should have happened so near the Solitude. He said you were related to the Prince of Monaco. I never knew that, Aunt Cosy." "It is not a relationship which we have ever presumed upon," said the Countess rather stiffly, but her face cleared somewhat. "Though it is true that hundreds of years ago a Grimaldi married a Polder. Still, I am glad of what you tell me, Lily, and it will console your uncle for the painful ordeal he had to go through. You will understand why I feel so angry, and, yes, so hurt, that you have brought this trouble upon us, when I tell you that your Uncle Angelo had the awful task of identifying the body."
An exclamation of regret and concern came from Lily's lips. She did indeed feel very sorry for the Count.
"And then," went on the Countess, "the affair has so upset Christina. I really thought at one moment she would drop dead, but now—"
She tried to smile, but it was much more like a grimace.
"Now we must all try and forget that it happened."
She took a turn about the room.
"And I beg of you most earnestly, dear child, not to say a word about it to my son." "I promise that I will not do so," said Lily eagerly. "I am glad for your sake that that odious man did not ask for a statement from you. Had you to sign anything at the police station?"
To Lily's intense relief she now spoke quite amiably, and her face was again set in its usual grim, handsome immobility.
"No, I was not asked to sign anything," said the girl. "In fact, the Commissioner did not ask me many questions. He only wanted to know at what time poor Mr. Ponting left La Solitude, and I told him that as I was going up to bed I had heard you say good night to him, and of course, Aunt Cosy," she blushed and looked distressed. "Yes," said the Countess uneasily. "Yes, what is it, Lily? Is there anything that you've not yet told me?"
A look of apprehension came into her eyes.
"I did not think it necessary to say that I thought poor Mr. Ponting had had too much to drink." I'm glad you kept that to yourself."
There was great relief in the Countess's voice.
"I did not like to ask you, dear child, but of course I have had that painful memory in my mind all the time. To people like us there is something so strange in the love of strong drink. The first time that poor man came here he took a little too much, and I remonstrated with the Count. I begged him not to bring him again, but alas, Angelo has so kind a heart, and the poor fellow seems so lonely." "I suppose one cannot help a guest having too much wine," said Lily hesitatingly.
There had come back to her mind the way the Count had filled up his guest's glass again and again.
"It is difficult, very difficult, but you may have noticed that I offered him water." "Yes, I did notice that," said Lily. "Can you remember any of the questions asked you by that Monsieur Bouton?"
Lily shook her head.
"He asked me hardly any questions. He seemed exceedingly glad that I felt so sure it was Mr. Ponting's body, for he had been having a lot of trouble over the poor man's disappearance."
Lily got up from the chair on which she was sitting.
"Please forgive me," she said pleadingly. "I am very, very sorry that I brought all this trouble and worry on you and on Uncle Angelo. It wasn't my fault." "No, it was not your fault," said the Countess graciously. "And I must ask you, dear child, to accept my own apology. I fear you thought me rather unkind, but you do not know. English people never can understand how very disagreeable any fracas with the police can be in either France or Italy. It means such endless trouble."
The Countess walked to the window. She opened it and looked out into the semi-darkness.
"I suppose Angelo walked on down the hill with that man, perhaps to find out for himself the hour of the funeral. Do you mean to go to it, dear child?"
The question surprised Lily.
"Would you like me to do so, Aunt Cosy?"
The Countess remained silent for a few moments.
"Yes," she said decidedly. "It would be a mark of respect. I will not offer to go myself. There are things I must do before the arrival of my beloved Beppo, and then I could not walk up the hill again. I should have to have a carriage. You and Uncle Angelo do not mind walking."
She lowered her voice.
"With regard to Christina, encourage her to think of other things. Fortunately, she is fond of Beppo. His coming will be a distraction and pleasure to us all. Oh, my dear Lily, I do hope that my son and you will be good pals, as you so funnily say in England."
It was past the hour at which they generally sat down to their simple evening meal, and Lily and the Countess were already in the dining-room when Count Polder walked in and sat down. His wife was looking at him anxiously.
"Is it all right?"
she said in English, and he replied in French.
"Yes, quite all right. The funeral is at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning."
He sighed.
"I am hungry,"
he exclaimed plaintively. The Countess got up and went to the sideboard. From there she brought back a beautiful liqueur decanter, which Lily knew contained brandy.
"Have a little of this, it will do you good," she said felicitously.
There was a pause.
"Lily is very sorry that she brought all this trouble upon us, Angelo, but it was not her fault, poor child. She did not know any better. We must try and forget this tragedy, and nothing must be said of all this to Beppo, or in front of Beppo."
"No, indeed," said the Count. And then his wife remarked rather suddenly,
"I hope you remembered to order a wreath, Angelo."
"Yes, I did remember."
"Ah, that is right. I have told Lily that I should like her to go with you to Mr. Ponting's funeral."
"That is an excellent idea, Cosy." The Count smiled. For once he looked really pleased, and Lily told herself, not for the first time, that he was a very odd sort of man. The end of Chapter 9. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 10 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. As she got up the next morning, Lily began to shrink inexpressibly from the thought of going to poor Mr. Ponting's funeral. She longed to summon up courage and tell Aunt Cosy that she really felt too ill. As so often happens after a shock, she felt far worse today than she had done even immediately after her fearful discovery. She went downstairs with laggard steps, to be met in the corridor below by the Countess. "There is a quarter of an hour before you and Uncle Angelo must start," she exclaimed, "and I have told Christina to boil you an egg. Coffee is not sufficiently substantial." She shepherded the unresisting girl into the kitchen. Christina's eyes were swollen. She looked as if she had been crying all night. "Now sit down," commanded the Countess, "and eat what you call in England a good breakfast. It is right to show sorrow when something sad has happened, but do not look as if you yourself were dying. I do not want people to think that you, Lily, were in love with Mr. Ponting." Lily felt a shock of disgust. What a vulgar, heartless thing to say! She grew very red, and Aunt Cosy laughed harshly. And yet the Countess Polder was feeling far better disposed to the girl than was usual with her. As she watched Lily daintily eating her egg, she was telling herself that her guest was certainly a very pretty girl. The type, too, that Beppo admired, that fair, rather delicate, English type dowered with an exquisitely clear complexion and what the French call blonde sondeur hair. The pleasant thought that her beloved son would certainly approve of Lily cheered up the Countess mightily, and when Lily stood up she patted the girl's hand. "You look very nice," she said. "That black coat and skirt and the little toque compose just the right costume to wear on such a sad occasion as this." The Count's voice was heard in the passage. "Cosy! Cosy!" he called out impatiently. The Countess hurried out of the kitchen, and then Christina seized Lily by the arm. "You will say a prayer for me," she said in a trembling voice. "Will you not, mademoiselle?" Lily was touched. "Yes," she said, a little shyly. "I will certainly do so, Christina." "I shall never forget yesterday. Never, never, never." Christina uttered the words in a low voice, but with a terrible intensity. "But you must try and forget yesterday," said Lily firmly. "I mean to force myself to put out of my mind what happened yesterday morning. That, honestly, was much worse than anything that can have happened to you afterwards. Yes, indeed, had I been you I should have fainted." At that moment, "Lily, Lily!" came from the passage. "Come, my child, come. Your Uncle Angelo is quite ready." Lily ran into the corridor, and then, had it not been such a sad occasion, she would have burst out laughing, for the Count was dressed in an extraordinary costume. He wore a seedy old black dress suit, and on his head was a dirty white Panama hat with a deep black crape band. But Uncle Angelo was obviously quite unaware of the ludicrous effect he produced in the English girl's eyes. "Come, come," he said impatiently. "I want to be in good time at the cemetery, for I shall have to leave at once after the funeral. There are several things I'd have to do in the town." "Do not forget to order the carriage for Beppo tomorrow," called out the Countess. "Is it likely that I should forget that?" There was a touch of scornful ill-temper in the Count's usually placid tone. The two curiously unlike companions walked down the hill in almost absolute silence. Lily often felt consciously glad that Uncle Angelo was such a very quiet, reserved person. Aunt Cosy's constant torrent of talk tired and bewildered the girl. "The cemetery is on the Nice road," said Count Polder at last. "This is the shortest way to it." They were now going down a rough stairway cut in the hillside. It was still so early that there were only a few country folk, laden with country produce, trudging towards Monte Carlo. A delicious breeze blew up from the sea onto the broad, exquisitely kept carriage road which links Monaco with Beaulieu. They had been walking along that road for only a few minutes when they were joined by Monsieur Popeau. Lily was secretly very glad to see him, yet she was also surprised. Not so surprised, however, as he was to see her. He turned courteously to Count Polder.
"I have been wondering if you and mademoiselle would care to go with me to the Prince of Monaco's beautiful aquarium. I mean, of course, after this sad ceremony is over."
"I fear I cannot have the pleasure you so amiably propose," muttered the Count, "but I do not see why my niece should not avail herself of your kind thought. It would, as you say, distract her mind." He spoke in a weary, preoccupied tone, as if hardly thinking of what he was saying. They turned into the gate of the cemetery, and made their way to that portion of it where those English folk who die at Monte Carlo are reverently laid to rest. They soon came to the place they were looking for, and found a tiny gathering round the open grave. Lily was the only woman there, and her eyes filled with tears as she listened to the beautiful, solemn words of the English burial service being read over poor Mr. Ponting's coffin. Short as was the ceremony, it was scarcely over before Count Polder detached himself unobtrusively from the group of mourners and disappeared in the direction of the gate. As, slowly, Lily and Monsieur Popeau walked away together, she suddenly heard herself addressed in a voice unknown to her. "Are you Miss Fairfield? If so, may I have a word with you, madam?" She looked round, startled. A tall man, obviously an Englishman, stood before her.
"Yes," she said falteringly, "I am Miss Fairfield." "My name is Sharrow. I was Mr. Ponting's friend and partner. I understand that you found the body." Then Monsieur Popeau intervened. "Perhaps you will pardon me, sir, for saying that the police have all the particulars of that painful occurrence." "I have heard all they have to say, but I hope Miss Fairfield will not mind my asking her a few questions." Monsieur Popeau looked very much annoyed and disturbed, perhaps unreasonably so, and Lily was thankful indeed that Count Polder was no longer there. After all, it was natural that this Mr. what was his name? Sharrow should wish to speak to her. She nerved herself for what must be, at best, a rather painful little conversation. Mr. Sharrow's next words took her by surprise. "I think you will agree with me," he said slowly and impressively, "that Mr. Ponting was the very last man in the world to take his own life." Lily hesitated. She really did not know what to answer, and then Monsieur Popeau again intervened. "You forget, sir, that this young lady hardly knew your unfortunate friend." "Nonsense," said Mr. Sharrow rudely. "She knew him quite well. He had been, to my knowledge, at least 6 or 7 times to La Solitude. More than once I wanted him to take me up there, but no, he seemed to think that it would be indiscreet, that the Polders were quiet people who would prefer to entertain one rather than 2. But I had only arrived at Monte Carlo on the day he came to dinner there for the last time," exclaimed Lily. "I did have a few minutes' talk with him alone just before we went into the dining-room, but that was all." "I beg your pardon," said Mr. Sharrow. "I did not know what you have just told me." "He seemed very happy," she said slowly. "And yes, I must say that he did not seem to me in the least the sort of man to kill himself." Her evident sincerity touched the stranger, as did, too, her young, girlish charm of manner. "I wish you would tell me exactly what did happen on that fateful evening," he said earnestly. "The whole thing is so mysterious to me. Ponting had promised some friends of ours to dine with them, and then to spend the evening at the club.
Unluckily I had an engagement at Nice, or I should have been there too. As it was, they waited on and on for him, but he neither came nor sent a message." "That's very strange," said Lilly, "for I know that his cabman was told to take them a message." "That doesn't surprise me," said Monsieur Popeau dryly. "Cabmen are the most untrustworthy of messengers." "Oh, so he gave a message to the cabman," said Mr. Sharrow slowly. "Of course I didn't know that. But what made him change his mind, Miss Fairfield? Surely he went up to La Solitude in order to tell the Count and Countess Polder that he couldn't have the pleasure of dining with them." "I expect," said Lilly reluctantly, "that he saw how annoyed they were at his change of plan. They're old-fashioned people, the sort of people who make rather a fuss about having anyone to a meal, even to tea." A slight smile quivered over her face, and Monsieur Popeau nodded. "And the Countess was rather disagreeable in her manner when Mr. Ponting said he could not stay. I think they were really hurt," she added. "They had got fond of him, and they had set their hearts on his spending his last evening with them. So, suddenly, he made up his mind that he would do so." "You've relieved my mind very much." Mr. Sharrow was speaking quite politely now. "There seemed such an extraordinary mystery about the whole thing, but what you tell me clears it up. I should like to ask you one other question. About what time did Ponting leave La Solitude?" "I had a very long, tiring journey," said Lilly frankly, "and I went up to bed quite early, before he left. Still, I heard the Countess Polder say good-bye to him. I should think a little before 10. "That fits in with my theory." Mr. Sharrow nodded. "I think he left La Solitude with the idea of catching the 10:30 train, and that then, on his way down to the station, he was waylaid and murdered. Perhaps that was what did happen." But Mr. Sharrow was going on as if speaking to himself, though addressing her. "In this cursed place," he said, "the police are so used to coming across suicides that they won't admit the probability of murder. That must be very convenient for the kind of bandits who infest Monte Carlo. Why, they've had the most awful gang of thieves here during this last fortnight. The Commissioner of Police told me himself that they were desperate men who stuck at nothing. One of them, when caught yesterday, made a slash at his captor with a razor, and hurt him most awfully." "But is it likely that any of that gang would have been in that lonely place? It's a sort of deserted garden, with boards up, warning people that it's private property." I know. Of course I've been there." He spoke with a touch of impatience. "And then," said Lilly, "surely a thief would have taken away that curious kind of gold bangle poor Mr. Ponting wore. It was by that bangle," she went on in a low voice, "that I identified him. I didn't see his face." The words she uttered brought back very vividly her terrible experience, and her lips quivered. Mr. Sharrow looked at her with concern. "Forgive me," he said impulsively, "for asking you all these questions, but Mr. Ponting has a mother out there, and you know she'll want to hear everything." "There isn't much to tell," said Lilly. "I was going down to church yesterday morning, and I rather foolishly tried to find a short cut, and quite suddenly I saw an arm stretched across my path." She stopped, overwhelmed with the recollection. "I saw something gleaming. It was Mr. Ponting's bangle." "Yes," interjected Monsieur Popeau. "If your theory is correct, sir, why did the thieves leave this bracelet?" "They took everything else," said Mr. Sharrow shortly. "Luckily he hadn't much on him, perhaps 30 or 40 pounds, but he had certain identification papers, a passport and so on. They also disappeared. All that was left was the bangle and his watch and chain." I don't suppose altogether they were worth £5. The watch was only a plain silver watch, but he had worn it through all his fighting, and he was fond of it. He told me once he wouldn't exchange it for the finest gold chronometer that was ever made. Mr. Sharrow's voice became charged with emotion. I dare say you gathered that he was a rough diamond, Miss Fairfield, but he was a thoroughly good chap, a splendid man, straight as a die and generous, one of the most generous chaps I ever met. Yes, said Lily slowly, I know that. He tried to make me accept a beautiful little gold snuff-box he had bought out of kindness from a poor old lady who had lost her money at the tables. You never told me that, said Monsieur Popeau, surprised. Have you got the box? Lily shook her head. Oh no, I couldn't take such a valuable present from a stranger. Then that was also included in the haul the thieves made, exclaimed Mr. Sharrow. But I'm very glad I've heard about that box, for it might help to catch Ponting's murderers. It's just a chance, to tell you the truth, that they didn't make a much bigger haul. Ponting was an eccentric chap in some ways, the sort of man who doesn't trust banks. As a rule he carried about with him a very big sum, but on that very day, the day I mean that he was killed, I got him to deposit the kind of satchel thing in which he kept his money in the safe of the hotel where he and I were staying at Nice. The manager there has hit on the rather clever idea of having a number of little safes, which he lets out at 5 francs a day. I persuaded Ponting that it would be very much safer to leave his securities, for part of the money was in what they call bonds to bearer there. It was insane to come every day, as he used to do, to a place like Monte Carlo with all that money on him. What you tell me, observed Monsieur Popeau musingly, alters everything, Mr. Sharrow. Of course, the fact that he might have had what was practically a fortune on him would give a very strong motive for his murder. And yet, exclaimed Mr. Sharrow impatiently, I told all that to the Commissioner of Police, and it made no impression on him at all. The truth is, the Frenchman spoke with some heat, the authorities here at Monaco don't want to believe that a murder is ever committed in such a garden of paradise. There came a note of deep sarcasm in his vibrant voice. They never look for the snake. The police are convinced that during the 8 days that the body lay in that orange grove, some passer-by, probably a peasant, came across the body, took everything from it, and naturally said nothing of his discovery, observed Mr. Sharrow. I confess that has been my own theory up to now, said Monsieur Popeau, and it would take even more than your curious revelations as to poor Mr. Ponting's peculiar habit of carrying about his money to destroy that theory entirely. I think another thing. I can't help suspecting that a professional thief or gang of thieves would have left the little gold snuff-box as well as the watch and the bracelet. They would naturally not care to take away something that could be identified positively as having belonged to their victim. On the other hand, said Mr. Sharrow thoughtfully, one would never have thought they would have left anything made of gold. You're wrong there, cried Monsieur Popeau quickly. Such folk are sometimes very superstitious. They probably thought that bracelet was the dead man's mascot, and might bring them ill luck. Besides, even a peasant would know that a thin gold band was not really valuable. 40 francs, 50 francs, even 30 francs might have bought it, from what I hear. And then something which seemed to the Frenchman very dramatic occurred. Mr. Sharrow suddenly put his hand in his pocket and held out a thin gold hoop. Here it is, he exclaimed. Lily gave a little cry and gasp. I beg your pardon, he said remorsefully. I didn't mean to startle you, Miss Fairfield. I am keeping it for the poor chap's mother. This queer little bangle and the silver watch are the only two things I shall have to take back to her. It's so pitiful. She was expecting him home after 4 years." "Yes, indeed," said Lily, and she turned away. The tears had welled up into her eyes. "Well," said Mr. Sharrow, "there's nothing more to say, I suppose. Thank you very much for having answered my questions so clearly. I wanted to go up and see the Count and Countess Polder, but I shan't do so now. The Commissioner of Police begged me not to do it. He said they'd been terribly upset about the whole thing. After all, they were very kind to poor Ponting. It's rather too bad they should have had all this worry through him, even if they did lead indirectly to his death." "Oh, don't say that," said Lily, distressed. Deep in her heart she could not help knowing that it was because of her presence at La Solitude that the unfortunate man had stayed on, and this secret knowledge was a bitter trouble to her, one, too, which she felt she could never confide to anybody as long as she lived. "Well, but it's true," persisted Mr. Sharrow. "If he hadn't stayed on there that evening, he would be alive today. He and I would be on our way home by now." He sighed and held out his hand. "Good-bye, and forgive me for the trouble I've put you to." "Good-bye," said Lily mechanically. Monsieur Popeau led the now weeping girl into a side path where there was a bench. "You must not take this sad affair too much to heart," he said soothingly. "You must try and forget it." "I can't forget it. I shall never forget it," sobbed Lily. "I've had such a terrible time since I last saw you, Monsieur Popeau. The Countess was terribly angry that I had gone to the police." "I told you she would be," interjected the Frenchman. "Yes, I know you told me so, but that didn't seem to make it any better." Lily smiled and tried to regain her composure. "Luckily, her son comes tomorrow, and I hope that will make her forget this dreadful, dreadful thing. But I shall never forget it." "Indeed you will and must," said Monsieur Popeau, and there came a very authoritative tone into his kind voice. "It is your duty to do so, Miss Fairfield. English people have a great sense of duty. I appeal to that sense now. You must put this poor man out of your mind." He hesitated. "For ever. Now, promise me. You know I am your friend. I hope I shall always be your friend, Miss Fairfield." "I hope so too," said Lily gratefully. "You've been wonderfully good to me. I don't know how I should have got through the last fortnight if it hadn't been for you." "If you are really grateful to me," said Monsieur Popeau gravely, "then there is one mark of your gratitude which I should very much appreciate." Lily looked round at him rather surprised. "Yes?" she said. "That mark of gratitude," he said deliberately, "is to trust me, mademoiselle. Always come to me when you are in any trouble. I do not only mean now at Monte Carlo, I mean afterward. When in trouble, real trouble, come to Papa Popeau. Although I do not often talk of it, for though you may be surprised to hear it, I am what you in England call a modest fellow, Miss Fairfield. Papa Popeau has a great deal of power. Papa Popeau can do all sorts of strange and wonderful things to help his friends." "I know he can," said Lily gratefully. "I think that only Papa Popeau could have secured me such a comfortable journey." "That is true," he said gravely. He got up from the bench, and they began walking slowly down a cypress alley. "I think Captain Stewart is waiting for us in the road," he observed. And then Lily, she could not have told you why, blushed very deeply. "You like Captain Stewart, eh?" said Monsieur Popeau. He was looking straight before him, and he spoke quite lightly, yet Lily felt a little confused. She knew that he had seen her blush. "Yes," she said at last, "I do like him. He seems to me so
So, I know, said Monsieur Popeau. Straight. That's a fine English word. You are right, Miss Fairfield. Captain Stewart is a white man. Another of your English expressions that I like. That I have adopted for my own. But, mademoiselle, he is also a jealous man. I would not like to make Captain Stewart jealous.
And then, all at once, Lily remembered something the young Scotsman had said to her, something of which he had had the grace to be ashamed a moment later.
Foreign fellows are so infernally familiar.
That was what Captain Stewart had said to Lily Fairfield, after there had come a laughing interchange of words between herself and Monsieur Popeau. It was impossible that the Frenchman could have heard those words, and yet, Lily felt a little uncomfortable.
It is lucky that I am an old man,
went on her companion quietly.
Were I not an old man, I feel that our friend might possibly become jealous even of me. That would be most cruel, most unfair, and very hard on poor Papa Popeau, hein?
He pirouetted round on his heel for a moment, and then bowed.
Mademoiselle, he said, of all your servants, I am the humblest and the most devoted, and I regret very much now that I did not compel you to allow me to go into the villa with you yesterday afternoon.
I am sorry too, said Lily in a low voice. But I don't know, I think Aunt Cosy would have had it out with me just the same after you had gone. She didn't say much till the Count and the man from the police had left the house. And then, Monsieur Popeau, I've never seen anybody so angry. As they came through the gate to the cemetery, they saw Captain Stewart's lithe figure striding impatiently up and down the road. He took Lily's hand, she had taken off her glove, and held it tightly for a moment. Then he dropped it.
I had no idea the funeral would take so long. Where are the other people? He asked. There is another gate. They all went out by that. But I expected that you would be waiting here, my friend, said Monsieur Popeau smoothly. And now we are going off to a little restaurant in the Condamine to have a good lunch.
I thought we were going to the Prince of Monaco's aquarium, said Lily, smiling.
All in good time.
Monsieur Popeau looked as happy as a boy.
We must make the best of today, he said, even if it has begun badly, for from tomorrow, mademoiselle, will probably be much occupied.
Captain Stewart looked quickly round at Lily.
Why that?
He asked shortly, and even Lily felt surprised. What could Monsieur Popeau mean?
I think you will find that the arrival of the Countess Polder's son will mean that you will be very much occupied, said the Frenchman quietly.
Captain Stewart looked disturbed.
But you don't even know this fellow, he said, turning to Lily. You've never seen him, have you?
No, that's quite true, but all the same, I'm afraid Monsieur Popeau is right. Only this morning the Countess told me that she hoped... She waited a moment.
Yes, said Stewart impatiently. She hoped what, Miss Fairfield?
She hoped that Beppo and I would be great friends. Lily felt a little ashamed of having said that, but after all it was quite true, and she did so want to know if Captain Stewart would mind. Rather to her disappointment, he remained silent.
The end of Chapter 10. Read by Andy Sames.
Chapter 11. Of the Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. After a delicious fish lunch, which included the celebrated bouillabaisse so delightfully sung by Thackeray, none of the three felt in the mood for a visit to the Prince's famous aquarium. Instead, they slowly went up to Old Monaco and lazed about in the terrace gardens which overhang the sea. After a while, Monsieur Popeau exclaimed,
I'm afraid I ought to go back now to the Hôtel de Paris, for I'm expecting a message from Paris."
He looked at Captain Stewart and at Lilly Fairfield in an odd, undecided way, and Captain Stewart reddened slightly under his tan.
"I'll take Miss Fairfield up to La Solitude," he said shortly. "I suppose that will be all right?"
But the Frenchman still looked as if uncertain what to do.
"I can walk back to La Solitude quite well by myself," said Lily, smiling.
It always amused her to notice that Monsieur Popeau seemed to regard her as something fragile and delicate, that required a great deal of looking after.
"I do not think that will be necessary, mademoiselle," the Frenchman said in a rather dry voice. "I can trust our friend here to see that you are provided with an escort."
And then he took the girl's hand and held it in his powerful, cool grasp for a moment or two.
"I am sorry you have had all this trouble," he said feelingly. "You must forget that poor Mr. Ponting ever existed." "I don't think I shall ever forget that, Monsieur Popeau," said Lily slowly, "or your kindness to me about it all."
He ambled off, swaying a little as he walked. Lily looked after the peculiar and rather ungainly figure with a touch of affectionate regret.
"What a pity Monsieur Popeau doesn't take more exercise, just to keep himself in condition," she said.
It was strange to feel, as she did feel, that this foreigner, whom she had only known a fortnight, had already a very secure niche in her heart. In fact, a niche next to her dear Uncle Tom.
"What a dear he is!" she exclaimed.
And then, for her companion remained silent and began tracing imaginary patterns on the sandy path with his stick, Lily suddenly felt overwhelmed with a sensation very new to her, that of intense shyness. Strange to say, it really was strange when she came to think of it, this was the very first time she had ever been alone with a man who sat so curiously silent by her side, for she did not count the few moments they had spent together yesterday morning. She remembered a funny little interchange of words they had had yesterday on the golf-course, when Captain Stewart had said in such a whimsical way that he wished they two could walk on, beyond the mountain's purple rim. It had been said lightly, as if in fun, and yet, though Lily's mind and thoughts were then still full of her dreadful discovery, she had felt somehow that Captain Stewart's fanciful suggestion had come from his heart. He turned towards her, and, as if echoing her thought,
"I wonder if you realize that this is the very first time, if we except yesterday morning, I've ever had an opportunity of saying a word to you alone," he exclaimed. And Lily answered with that touch of unconscious hypocrisy which even the most truthful girl may show in such a circumstance. "I suppose it is."
"Our good friend, Monsieur Popeau," Angus Stewart spoke with a touch of irony, "shows himself a most efficient chaperone, Miss Fairfield."
"He has very old-fashioned ideas," said Lily a little awkwardly, "but I like him all the better for that."
"So do I." Her companion's voice altered. The irony died out of it.
"Most nice Frenchmen have old-fashioned ideas. I mean about young ladies. I found that out during the war. But all the same, well, I often feel envious of Monsieur Popeau, for he seems to be always doing things for you."
He turned round on the bench on which they were both sitting, and looked at her very earnestly.
"I'm a lazy chap, but I'd like to be able to prove."
Then he stopped dead, and Lily's heart began to beat unaccountably. What a pity it is sometimes that two human beings cannot see what is passing through each other's minds and hearts. What a lot of trouble, pain, aye, and danger their doing so would often save. Angus Stewart was feeling exasperated with himself, and yet how could he take advantage of this unlooked-for opportunity? Deep in his heart he knew that he had fallen in love, practically at first sight, with Lilly Fairfield, and that he was falling deeper and deeper into love each day. And yet, in a conventional sense, he hardly knew her, for they never could escape from Monsieur Popeau. This was really the first time they had ever had a chance of a real talk together. Monsieur Popeau, well as he knew English, did not always express himself very happily.
"Take advantage of her today, my friend,"
was what he had said this very morning. But that was the very last thing he, Angus Stuart, would care to do with regard to any human being, least of all with a girl whom he was almost angry with himself to find he loved. There had been a hint, too, about her having money. If there was anything in that, it also put him off. He was, as are so many young Scottish soldiers, a penniless lad with a long pedigree. Yet he didn't want to marry what Monsieur Popeau called a heiress. Still, deep in his heart, he knew that all that really mattered to him was that he loved Lilly Fairfield. During those long dreary days at Milan, he had thought of her the whole time, of her and of nothing else. Stuart realized that he loved everything about Lilly, from every shining hair on her well-set head down to the unpractical buckled shoes on her pretty little feet. He had supposed in his simplicity that when one fell in love, the right words always came. But they did not come to him today, sitting there by her side in that solitary garden, full of brilliant bloom and colour, with the marvellous blue sea spread out before and below them as far as the eye could see. There are men, many men, who are in love with love. They delight in falling in love. The fact that they fall out of love almost as easily as they fall into love makes no odds at all. But Angus Stuart was not that sort of man. Love was still to him an unfamiliar, rather menacing shape. He was ashamed of the strength of his feeling for Lilly Fairfield. Now, at this moment, he felt he would give years of his life to have the right to turn round, take her in his arms, and kiss her. What madness was this that was working in his brain? He got up, and in a voice which shook a little, he said, "Shall we walk about a bit? You've never been up here in Monaco before, have you?"
"No," said Lilly, "and in some ways I like it even better than Monte Carlo. It's as if one stepped right back into history, isn't it?"
But she felt chilled and somehow disappointed. She would have been quite content to sit on there in the lovely deserted garden. She had thoughts that her acquaintance with Captain Stuart would make great strides once they were really alone together, that he would tell her something about himself and his people. Why, she didn't even know if he had a sister. And yet, in a way, she did feel as if she already knew the young Scotch soldier very well. It was as if they were bound by a strong invisible link, the one to the other. She remembered the wonderful gentleness and kindness of his manner when she had come up breathless to the hotel door yesterday morning, her face blurred with crying. He had seemed to understand exactly what she was feeling, and he had soothed and comforted her. But now, this afternoon, he seemed quite unlike the man whom she had first told of her hideous discovery.
"I think I must be going up to Solitude soon," she said rather nervously. "Beppo Polder is arriving tomorrow, and they're having a kind of spring cleaning in his honour." She smiled a little. "I said I'd help Christina with it."
"Surely you needn't go yet. It's quite early." There was an urgent tone in Captain Stuart's voice.
"I ought to have been back by 4. It's that now," she said.
As they walked through the narrow medieval street which leads to the great square in front of the Palace of Monaco, and as they made their way across the square to the kind of mall where stand the ancient iron cannons, pointing their toy-like muzzles towards France, the barrier, the impalpable yet very real barrier, which each felt had arisen between them, seemed to melt gradually away. It was Lilly who first broke the barrier down. He had just told her that early in the war he had been given a special training job and had been stationed, though only for 5 weeks, near Epsom.
"I wish we had met then," she said quickly, regretfully.
He answered,
"I wish we had. Those were the loneliest 5 weeks of my life."
And then he said something implying that though there had been a great deal in the papers early in the war about showing soldiers hospitality, not much of it had come his way.
"That was, perhaps, a little bit of your own fault."
Lily wondered at her own daring, but he took it in good part.
"I dare say it was,"
he said gravely.
I don't make friends easily, Miss Fairfield."
Something outside of himself prompted him to add,
"I've never had what so many chaps seem to have now, a woman pal."
He added, honestly enough,
"I never felt I wanted one till now."
And then more lightly,
"I wish you'd think of me as you do of Monsieur Popeau."
And then for the first time with him there came a touch of coquetry into Lily Fairfield's manner, that touch of coquetry which nature teaches every normal, happy-natured girl when the ball lies at her feet.
"He asked me to call him Papa Popeau to-day," she said demurely. "Somehow I can't imagine your asking anyone to call you Papa Stuart."
They both laughed a mirthful, youthful peal of joint laughter.
"And are you going to call him Papa Popeau?"
asked Captain Stuart, smiling broadly. She shook her head.
"No, I really can't do that, though I do like him most awfully." "I won't ask you to call me anything yet," he said seriously.
He stopped speaking abruptly, and Lily, almost as if she was being willed to do it, turned and looked up into his face. She told herself that it was a fine, honest, strong face, not perhaps that of an always good-tempered man, but a face one would like to be looking up into if one was suddenly caught in a tight corner.
"I want to feel that we're friends, really friends," he said slowly. "If anything else disagreeable or painful should happen to you, which God forbid,"
he added hastily, for he saw her face quiver and change a little,
"then I hope you'll come to me as readily as you would to Papa Popeau." "I did come to you," she said in a low voice. "I thought of you at once yesterday morning. Aunt Cosy was furious with me because I didn't go back to the house, but somehow I felt I would much rather come and tell you the dreadful thing which had happened to me." "I'm awfully grateful to you for saying that."
Angus Stuart's measured voice became charged with emotion. He went on, speaking a little quickly.
"I longed to take you to that police chap myself, but I knew that Popeau would do the job much better than I could do it. I suppose you know what Popeau really is?" "I haven't the slightest idea," she exclaimed. "He is the head of a very important branch of the French Secret Service. Since the war he's been worked to death, and though he's on holiday now, they keep in very close touch with him."
Lily was extremely surprised and rather thrilled.
"I wonder why he didn't tell me," she exclaimed.
"He's an odd sort of man," said Angus Stuart thoughtfully.
"I don't think he's exactly proud of his job, Miss Fairfield. Perhaps he'd rather you didn't know. You'll keep the facts to yourself, eh?" "Of course I will," said Lily.
She was beginning to feel very tired, and her companion looked at her solicitously. The last few minutes had made a great difference to him. He felt a curious sense of peace come over him. How angelic of her to want to come to him when that dreadful thing happened to her. He would never, never forget her saying that to him. It was the first milestone in their friendship, a golden moment in his life. He had always felt that a woman worth the winning must be wooed before she is won. He told himself, as they walked side by side across the great sunlit space, that he had made a very good beginning. "Now I'm going to drive you up to La Solitude," he exclaimed with a touch of that masterfulness which somehow Lily liked when it came from him. He hailed the solitary open cab, which stood in the shadow of the building, now a barrack, where gambling was first started in the Principality 50 years ago. To Lily's distress, he did not bargain with the man. He simply threw him the name La Solitude in rather indifferent French. The cabman whipped up his little horses, and a moment later they were rattling down the winding road, cut in the side of the rock, at a breakneck pace. All too soon, or so it seemed to them both, they had reached the clearing below the lonely house. Angus Stewart gripped Lily's hand. "Then from today we're pals, real pals," he said, and Lily answered very seriously, "Yes." To Lily's relief, the Countess was far too full of Beppo's coming arrival on the morrow to trouble as to how the girl had spent her time after the funeral of George Ponting, and the rest of the afternoon was devoted to preparing a large front room, which was apparently always kept for Beppo. There was not very much to be done, but certain pieces of furniture were moved in from the other rooms in order to make it more comfortable for the apparently luxurious young man's occupation. When at last, tired out by the varied emotions of the day, Lily was going off to bed, the Countess said briskly, "We must be off early tomorrow morning to choose your pretty frocks before Beppo's arrival. I shall be ready to start at 9 o'clock. Your Uncle Angelo has ordered a carriage for us." Lily felt taken aback, and disappointed too. She would so infinitely rather have chosen her new clothes herself. But there was nothing to be done, and as events turned out she was wrong to be disappointed, for she could not have done as well as she and Aunt Cosy did together. The end of Chapter 11. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 12 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Monte Carlo in the morning is very unlike Monte Carlo in the afternoon or evening. Though the sun poured down on the beautiful gardens, there was a sleepy, unawakened look about the place, an air of déshabillé. The majority of the windows of the Hôtel de Paris were still closely shuttered, and the paradise of pleasure-seekers, as it has been somewhat cynically called, was now given over to the toilers whose life-work is to provide life-ease for others. Dozens of gardeners were busily engaged in sweeping the paths of the embowered gardens and in watering the brilliant, many-hued blossoms which compose the vast carpet-like parterre in front of the casino. Ant-like convoys of country folk, laden with vegetables, flowers, eggs, cheese, and so on, were moving slowly across the Grand Place. Lily looked about her with curiosity and interest. The Monte Carlo of the foreigner and the gambler was still fast asleep. Was it likely that any of the smart shops would be open? The Countess called out to the driver, and the carriage stopped. Then, turning to Lily, she observed, "We will walk to the Galerie Charles Trois. I know a very good dressmaker there. As a matter of fact, she is connected with the Polder family, for her grandfather was steward to your Uncle Angelo's grandfather. Her sister keeps an hotel in the Condamine." The Galerie Charles Trois, with its luxurious-looking, magnificent restaurants and elegant shops, also looked strangely deserted, though it was occupied by an army of dusters, sweepers, and window-washers. Several of the shops were shut, but still many were open, and the two ladies walked slowly along, admiring the pretty things on view. What specially fascinated Aunt Cosy were the jewellers' windows, and Lily had never seen such splendid gems or such gorgeous ornaments, even in Bond Street or Regent Street. All that makes of Monte Carlo a place absolutely apart seemed this morning more vividly real to the English girl than anything she had seen yet. Those for whom all these preparations were being made, and all these luxuries laid out, were still heavily asleep for the most part, but the army of men and women who ministered to their pleasure were all hard at work, for the most part with an air of anxiety and fatigue on their faces. Even the working folk of Monte Carlo do not go early to bed. At last, when they were close to the end of the gallery, the Countess exclaimed, "Here we are!" and Lilly, looking up, saw a modest little shop inscribed in gold letters, Madame Jeanne. In the window were displayed 3 simple-looking hats and a muslin gown, also a plain grey and white silk jumper, with regard to which, nevertheless, Lilly told herself that it was one of the prettiest jumpers she had ever seen. "Now, Lilly," said the Countess earnestly, "you may absolutely trust the taste of Madame Jeanne. She was premier in a great Paris house before she started for herself, and though there may not seem to be much in the shop, what there is will be of the very finest quality. Also, she will know what young girls are now wearing in Rome and Paris." As she said those last words, she walked into the shop, and a pleasant-looking middle-aged woman came forward. "Madame la Comtesse, this is indeed a pleasure," she exclaimed effusively. "Why, it is more like years than months since last I had the pleasure of seeing Madame la Comtesse." "Yes, my good Jeanne," said the Countess graciously. "It is indeed a long time since we met, but the Count went to your sister's hotel only yesterday, and was able, I am glad to say, to do one of her clients a little service. I am bringing you today a good new customer. We want 2 or 3 pretty dresses, and we want them at once. As you see, mademoiselle is in half-mourning, so we must only choose white and grey gowns, for mauve is not a young girl's colour." "I can make mademoiselle something very pretty," began the woman, but the Countess cut her short. "We want today a simple yet smart coat and skirt, an afternoon casino and restaurant gown, and a simple girlish evening dress. We want to take them away now, this morning." Madame Jeanne looked a little uncomfortable and also a little surprised. "Everything is very dear," she began hesitatingly, "though, of course, I should always make a very special price for Madame la Comtesse." "I count on that, my good Jeanne, for mademoiselle will pay ready money." The woman's face cleared as if by magic. "If I have not got exactly what mademoiselle requires, I can borrow something from 1 or 2 of my rivals," she said, smiling. The 2 ladies were shown into an inner room, panelled with looking-glass. There they waited for a very few minutes, though the Countess was fidgety, and kept saying that she thought Jeanne might hurry herself a little more, before 2 neatly dressed girls with beautifully done hair brought in, the one a selection of delightful-looking pale grey and cream coats and skirts, and the other an armful of filmy white blouses. Lilly tried on all the coats and skirts, but the second one she had put on obviously suited her the best. It was of a delicate pale brownish grey tint, and though it was very simply made, she was at once agreeably aware, as she gazed this way and that, seeing reflections of herself wherever she turned, that she had never looked so well dressed in her life as she looked in this little coat and skirt. As for the blouses to be worn with the frock, they were all so pretty that she could not make up her mind between them, and she ended by choosing 5. Before she took off the coat and skirt, Madame Jeanne suddenly exclaimed, "Surely mademoiselle will want a hat to match the costume," and before Lilly could answer, a delightful little grey toque trimmed with mercury wings was produced. The selection of a muslin gown and of a silk coatee to wear with it was a very quick affair. In spite of the Countess's objection to mauve, Madame Jeanne persuaded her that mademoiselle would look well in deep violet. The collar and cuffs of the coatee were of dark fur, and the same note of colour was repeated in a tiny round purple hat, trimmed with some pom-poms of fur, which Lilly felt she must certainly buy too. Then came the important question of the evening dress. Over that business the 2 ladies spent a long time. Gown after gown was rejected by the Countess as too elaborate, and not young enough for her niece, and at last Lily felt quite tired out of standing like a doll, to be dressed, redressed, and undressed. Madame Jeanne, on her side, began to wonder if she would ever please her difficult client, the Countess Polder, when suddenly a simple grey chiffon gown was produced and slipped over Lily's head. It was what is called in England a picture dress. It belonged, that is, to no special time or fashion, and it was extremely becoming to the wearer's delicate, brilliant complexion and beautiful fair hair.
"Even if mademoiselle is in mourning, could she not wear this gown with a turquoise blue velvet belt?"
Without waiting for an answer, Madame Jeanne fetched a bit of turquoise ribbon and put it around the girl's slender, rounded waist. The effect was enchanting. But the sight of the velvet ribbon made Lily feel guilty. Though she often felt now as if she were living in another world, she did not forget the nest at Epsom and Aunt Emmeline's long, loving kindness to her. She grew very red and said quickly, "I would rather have a black belt."
"No, no, not black,"
exclaimed Madame Jeanne, decidedly.
"But grey if you like to tone in with the gown, mademoiselle. That will be quite pretty. And here is something else, a real bargain this time."
As she spoke, she went to a cupboard and took out a black and white striped evening cloak. It was a very attractive garment, though perhaps a little old for a girl.
"This was ordered by a war widow, but between ordering this cloak and its completion, which was only 3 days, the lady became engaged. So she made up her mind. She need not wear mourning for her departed hero any more. Only 300 francs.
She threw it over Lily's shoulders, and the girl realized that it gave a touch of elegant finish to her appearance.
"The cloak goes well with this dress,"
went on Madame Jeanne,
"because it also was copied from an old picture, a picture which hangs in the palace of Monaco. If I may venture to advise mademoiselle, I should have this beautiful cloak repeated when mademoiselle goes back to colours. It would look exquisite in pale lemon yellow and turquoise blue."
And as Lily was still hesitating, Madame Jeanne exclaimed,
"Oh, but I forgot, there is a bag that goes with the cloak. That alone was to have been 100 francs, but I shall give it to mademoiselle. It shall be thrown in."
She pulled out a drawer and took from it a quaint little silk bag. The clasp was of light tortoise-shell, and it really was a charming little object.
"Thank you so much, Jeanne. I knew I could count both on your kindness and on your beautiful taste,"
said the Countess very cordially.
"And now," she turned to Lily, "we must go off to the bank and get the money for Madame Jeanne. Make out the bill, Jeanne, and remember that we are paying cash."
Madame retired into an inner room for a few minutes, then came back and handed the account to the Countess.
"I hope Madame la Comtesse will consider that I have been more than reasonable,"
she said, a little nervously. The Countess frowned as she looked over the bill. Then she sighed.
"Yes, my good Jeanne, I suppose that these monstrous prices are being given nowadays. But still 350 francs for a muslin gown, and 200 for the silk coatee, the sort of gown which as a young girl I should have had for 100 francs or less, indeed, had it been made at home. And the hats, Jeanne. Jeanne, the hats are surely very costly for a young girl." Madame looked over the bill as if she had forgotten what she had put down for the hats. Then she observed with a virtuous air, "I will take 10 francs off each of the hats to please Madame la Comtesse." All this time Lily stood by, not being consulted, not even knowing the amount which she was going to pay. The only time she herself had interfered had been in connection with the grey gown. The Countess had seemed to think that the price of the very simple chiffon frock, 500 francs, was really too much. But Lily had suddenly felt she must have this dress. It was the prettiest evening gown, so she told herself secretly, that she had ever had the chance of wearing, and she did not
want to lose it.
"Get everything packed as quickly as possible," exclaimed the Countess, "for the Count and I have a great deal to do before the arrival of Count Beppo." "Is Count Beppo coming to Monte Carlo?"
exclaimed Madame Jeanne, evidently much interested by this little item of news.
"Yes," said the Countess. "He was not coming till the spring, but now, to my great joy and satisfaction, he has been able to leave Rome, and we hope he will be with us for some time." "And is Mademoiselle also staying at La Solitude?"
asked the woman. There was a touch of eager but kindly inquisitiveness in her voice.
"Yes, my good Jeanne," said the Countess. "We hope to keep my niece all the winter. I hope it will not be long before I see Madame la Comtesse again," said the woman. "As you know, I cannot walk uphill, and carriages are now so expensive." The Countess sighed. "But still, while my son is here, I hope to come down to the town now and again, and I will certainly look in."
She went out of the shop, followed by Lilly.
"Now, my dear, we must go to the bank, come back here, and then return as quickly as possible to La Solitude. You will not mind lunching by yourself. Uncle Angelo and I have several things to do in view of our beloved Beppo's visit, and his train arrives at 2 o'clock.
Not for the first time the girl was struck by Aunt Cosy's air of fierce determination. She looked, in spite of her weak heart, energy personified. But, determined as was the Countess Polder, there was a strain of obstinacy in Lilly Fairfield too, as the older lady sometimes found to her cost. When they got back to La Solitude, before the Count and Countess started for Monte Carlo, quite a passage of arms took place between them. The Countess was not satisfied with the simple frock in which Lilly had come down that morning, and, to please her, Lilly changed into a white serge skirt and put on one of her new blouses, but even so, the Countess was still dissatisfied. Then it was that Lilly made a stand.
"No, Aunt Cosy, I really can't put on one of the smart dresses we bought this morning. I should feel so queer and uncomfortable."
Aunt Cosy had given in, but there came a gleam of anger in her bright blue eyes.
"I asked you to do so in your own interest," she said coldly. "Beppo is very observant. He is an expert as to ladies' dress. I have heard him make very scathing remarks about the clothes worn by certain pretty ladies."
A very scathing reply trembled on Lilly's lips, but she forced it back, and at last, to her secret relief, she saw the Count and Countess disappear together on their way down to the town. What a singular young man Beppo Polder must be! Lilly made up her mind that she was not going to like him. The end of Chapter 12, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 13, of The Lonely House, by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Lilly got up from her simple luncheon with the agreeable knowledge that she was free to do exactly what she liked for the next 3 hours. Aunt Cosy had a way of continually asking her what she was going to do next, which was annoying to a girl who had always planned out her day very much as she thought best. Now she remembered that Uncle Tom had ordered a number of picture papers to be sent out from England each week, and that the first big batch had arrived this morning. Gathering the heavy rolled-up parcels together, she went out of doors and sat down in one of the comfortable wicker chairs which had been her first gift to the Count and Countess. How still, how beautiful, how exquisitely peaceful was the scene round, above, and below the terrace of La Solitude. No wonder she was beginning to feel marvellously better. She had been reading for rather over an hour, when there broke across the intense brooding quietude of the early afternoon the hoot of a motor. She glanced at her wristwatch. It was only 1 o'clock. Beppo's train would not be in for a long time, but Captain Stewart had said something, when they had bidden each other good-bye yesterday, about their meeting again to-day. Perhaps he had come up to make some suggestion about tennis or golf. If so, how fortunate it was that Aunt Cosy was out. Lily stood up and stepped down onto the lawn, quite unconscious of the eager, welcoming, happy look on her face. All at once there emerged from the path leading up through the orange grove a tall, dark young man, wearing white flannels and a straw hat. For a moment she felt a shock of deep disappointment, for it was not Captain Stewart. A moment later she told herself that it must be Beppo Polder. Lilly Fairfield made a delightful picture as she stood on the grass below the terrace, a delicate yet vivid colour coming and going in her cheeks, her lovely fair hair uncovered, for she had not troubled to put on a hat. Thus, even apart from a very special reason he had for feeling interested in her, and he had such a very special reason, Count Beppo Polder felt extremely attracted to the pretty stranger. He took off his smart straw hat with a graceful gesture, and speaking in remarkably good English, though with a strong foreign accent, he exclaimed, "Have I the honour to greet Miss Fairfield?" He held out his hand and fixed on her a pair of brilliant, penetrating eyes. As he came close up to her, Lily felt a most curious sensation creep over her, a mingling, if it be not a contradiction in terms, of attraction and repulsion. Of attraction, because though she was not the kind of girl to set much store by looks, Count Beppo was so extraordinarily handsome. Of repulsion, because he was so very like his mother. Lily, though hardly conscious that it was so, was beginning strongly to dislike, as well as fear, the woman whom she called Aunt Cosy, and that, though she often tried to feel grateful for the Countess's undoubted, if often fussy, kindness to her. Count Beppo had all his mother's good points, her tall, upright figure, her clear-cut features, and her one-time thick, curling hair. From his plain, short father he had inherited that indefinable look of race, which generally, though not always by any means, implies in its possessor a long pedigree. He also possessed what is, in most countries, a rare gift, that is, a most beautiful speaking voice. Just now he was in the pink of physical condition, very unlike the still war-weary young Frenchman Lily sometimes saw walking about Monte Carlo or playing on the wind-swept golf-course. Taking the hand the girl held out to him, the young man respectfully lifted it to his lips. Now this was the first time Lily's hand had ever been kissed by a man, and she thought it a pretty, if rather a singular, custom. They stood talking together for a few moments, while Count Beppo explained in his full, caressing voice how he had always longed to meet Miss Fairfield, ever since his mother had told him of her many delightful qualities, when he was still a boy, years ago, after the Countess had paid her memorable visit to England. Lily felt just a little embarrassed, as well as rather thrilled. She had never met anyone in the least like this young man before. Then she bethought herself of the Count and Countess. And how about Count Beppo's luggage? He had nothing in his hand but a Malacca cane, set with one large pale green turquoise. Held by a young Englishman, the cane would have looked foppish and a trifle absurd, but somehow it seemed in perfect harmony with the rest of Count Beppo's smart, rather dandified appearance. "And now," he said at last, "I suppose I must go in and greet my papa and mamma, or are they having a siesta? If yes, perhaps I may linger in Capua yet a little longer." And he smiled down very delightfully into Lily's pretty face. "Didn't they meet you?" she exclaimed. "They were expecting you by the 2 o'clock train." Her companion laughed. "I gave them what you in England call the slip. I arrived at Monte yesterday." "Yesterday?" Lily was much surprised.
I have put up at the Hidalgo Hotel," he went on. "It is very select and comfortable."
Lily remembered the hours she and Christina had spent in making what was evidently the real spare room of La Solitude pleasant and habitable from the point of view of a highly civilized young man. Also, it must be confessed that she felt a little disappointed. Life at La Solitude was sometimes very dull.
"I suppose some letter you wrote was lost in the post. I know that your mother thought you were going to stay here."
Beppo looked at her with a rather funny look, and then, lowering his voice slightly, he exclaimed,
"La Solitude is a delightful place, but the last time I stayed here, I said to myself, never again. You see, I am used to being able to take a hot bath whenever I feel like it. Then there's another reason. If I stay at La Solitude, it becomes a delicate matter for me to join the club. The rule is absolute with regard to landowners in Monaco. None of them may play either in the casino or at the club. You know what Mamma is like," he went on confidentially. "If I had told her that I was going to an hotel, there would have been endless discussions and long letters, for my dear Mamma is a great letter writer. I intended to send up a note this morning, but I was having such a splendid game of tennis."
He smiled a little self-consciously.
"I was playing a single with the Spanish champion, so I really could not tear myself away."
Lily felt suddenly revolted by Beppo's callous indifference to the disappointment he had inflicted on his devoted father and mother.
"I think you ought to go down into the town now," she said firmly, "and try to find them. It'll be a dreadful blow to them if they go to the station and find that you are not there. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send down a Christina."
She asked herself why the deep caressing voice had such a curiously attractive lure about it. And even as he spoke her name, the old waiting-woman appeared at the open drawing-room window. Joy flashed into her face, and a moment later his arms were round her neck, and he was kissing her affectionately. A few seconds ago Lily had felt as if she hated Beppo for his selfishness and utter lack of consideration for his parents. But now she saw that there was, after all, a very kindly side to his nature. With one arm still round Christina's shoulders, he turned to the girl and smiled, not a trace of embarrassment on his handsome face.
"Christina is my second mamma," he exclaimed. "She was my darling, kind nurse. As kind to me as the nurse in your Shakespeare's beautiful tragedy, Romeo and Juliet, was to her sweet girl."
He turned and repeated what he had said in Italian, and a little colour came into Christina's pale, sensitive face.
"Mademoiselle does not know our language,"
she said in French, and then she added something in Italian. He turned laughingly to Lily.
"She tells me that I have a rival in her heart. You have made a conquest, Miss Lily. Christina is hard to please where young ladies are concerned."
There was no contradiction from Christina, and he went on, shaking his finger at the old woman.
"Never shall I forget bringing a beautiful lady to call on my mother. She was beautiful, but alas, her cheeks were too pink, her lips too red, her hair too yellow to please the holy Christina. So Christina was very, very cold to the charming creature."
Though Christina knew no English, she evidently guessed what he was saying, for she shook her head and again said something in Italian.
"She says that you are not at all like the naughty ladies of today, that everything about you is real, and that you are more like one of the beautiful saints of old. And now," turning to Christina and speaking in French, "Miss Lily and I wish you to do something for us, dear friend. We want you to go down into Monte Carlo and find Papa and Mamma. Just say that I have arrived. You need not say anything more. Let them think that I came by one of those deluxe trains that arrive in the morning."
To Lily's surprise, Christina made no objection.
"In a few moments I will be gone," she said.
As she turned away, Beppo called out after her,
"Christina, You might go to the Hidalgo Hotel before finding my parents. Get the first-floor valet. He's a very decent fellow, an Italian, to give you my dress clothes. I'll dress up here in the delightful room which Mamma has prepared for me, and which I am not going to occupy, or at any rate not yet. And, Christina, tell the valet to order a motor to come up for me at, let me see, you're early folk, aren't you? And the club's open late, well, let's say 10:30, and then I can spend a pleasant hour at the club before turning in. He took a bundle of notes out of his pocket and put them in Christina's hand. I'm very poor just now, but you must see that we have a good dinner tonight, and buy a pretty bouquet for Mademoiselle. Christina smiled more joyously than Lily had ever seen her smile, as she nodded her head wisely. When she had gone, "I wish Mamma was more like Christina," he exclaimed, with a funny kind of look. Lily could not help smiling. There was certainly something attractive about Beppo Polder. The hour that followed seemed to go by very quickly, more quickly than any hour the girl had spent since her arrival at Monte Carlo. The young Count had plenty to say for himself. Also, he managed to convey how much he admired her, Lily. At once he had claimed relationship. Soon he called her my pretty cousin, and instructed her to call him Beppo. He also told her, which amused her, that he and his mother always talked English when they were talking secrets. "We shan't be able to do that now," he said, laughing. Perhaps one reason why Lily liked Beppo so much was that he was such a pleasant surprise. Somehow, while looking forward to seeing him, she had felt sure he would be a disagreeable, supercilious young man. She was astonished to find how quickly she felt at ease with him. More than once during that first hour of their acquaintance, the thought of Angus Stewart flashed into her mind. How would those two get on, she wondered. Perhaps not so badly after all. Beppo, in spite of his appearance, was more like a child than a man, so Lily decided within herself. He had a happy child's self-confidence and a belief that everyone was going to be kind to him, but he was like a spoilt child, though that, she decided, was his mother's fault. Just as she was thinking this, they heard the sound of wheels on the little clearing below. Lily got up from her wicker chair, and, to her surprise, Beppo took her hand as if to help her, and then kept her hand within his and looked down ardently into her eyes. With a sensation of surprise she told herself that he was not a child at all, but a very determined man. There was a look on his face which made her feel suddenly uncomfortable. She freed her hand from his rather quickly, and he said, "Forgive me, but I cannot help remembering that we shall not be alone together again for a long time. Do you realize, Cousin Lily, that we have been alone, quite alone, up here in this lonely place for 60 full minutes?" "Of course I do," she answered, blushing a little, "but I never thought about it." "I remembered it," he exclaimed, "every minute of the time, and I couldn't help being sorry we were not greater friends than we are yet." He said those words in a low-meaning tone, and somehow that little interchange of words spoilt the girl's pleasant feeling of being at ease in his company. Why had he said that? She hoped he was not going to try to flirt with her. Lily would have been very much surprised and even indignant had someone told her that Count Beppo Polder had been doing nothing else since they had first met one another an hour ago. Even so, she felt just a little nervous as she saw the three figures emerging slowly from the orange grove, but the Countess said not a word as to her son's having disappointed her with regard to the time of his arrival, and she pretended to think it quite natural that he should be staying at an hotel. With regard to that, however, Beppo had the grace to say a few apologetic words, explaining
What he had not told Lily, that some friends of his were staying at the Hidalgo, and that he had promised long ago that when these people came to Monte Carlo he would be one of their party. Lily made more than one effort on that afternoon to leave Beppo alone with his parents. Surely they must have things to say to one another after their long separation, but both the young man and his mother seemed determined that she should stay with them all the time. At last she went up to dress for dinner, and she had put on the pretty muslin dress Aunt Cosy so much admired and had wished her to put on that morning, when, opening the door of her room, she suddenly heard Beppo's voice coming from below. He was speaking very sternly and decidedly in English.
"A promise is a promise, Mamma. I absolutely counted on that money. I had hoped to stay with you till the new year. As it is, I must go back to Rome in a very few days."
Lily heard the murmured answer.
"If you should receive the money within, say, a week, could you then stay on?"
"Certainly I could." And then someone, probably the Countess, walked quickly across to the door of the small sitting-room at the bottom of the staircase, and shut the door. Lily felt sorry she had heard so much, or so little. Now, for the first time, it did strike her as very strange that Beppo should look so well-to-do, so entirely the idle man of fashion, while she knew the money his parents received from her, as their paying guest, meant so much to them. Once or twice the Countess had spoken to her as though Beppo was concerned with big business affairs, but if that were so, how could the small amount of money his mother might or might not send him make the slightest difference to his movements? On going downstairs, Lily went into the kitchen to see if she could help Christina. The old woman was standing there, a smile on her face. She looked extraordinarily happy. She took hold of the girl's hand.
"How do you like our Beppo?" she said eagerly. "He is so kind, so generous, and so very, very handsome. Do you not think so?"
Lily laughed.
"Yes, I think he is very handsome," she said frankly, "and very like his mother." "No, no," Christina frowned. "He is like his grandfather, the Count's father. He was a beautiful man, and a friend of the first king of Italy."
Beppo's coming had quite changed Christina. She looked much more alive and talked in an eager, decided way.
"Can I help you at all?"
asked Lily.
"Everything is ready. I did not use any of the child's money. I gave it him all back. The Count and Countess had already bought everything. We shall have a feast tonight."
"I'm sorry he's not staying here," said Lily slowly. Christina gave her a curious look.
"You ask him to come,"
she exclaimed. She evidently thought that Lily was sorry for her own sake. As a matter of fact, Lily was now only sorry for Aunt Cosy's sake.
"I think," she said quietly, "that Count Beppo ought to have arranged to stay here, as his parents wished him to do."
But Christina shook her head decidedly.
"No, no," she answered. "He would not be happy here. He likes what we call the English comfort, my little lady."
The end of Chapter 13. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 14 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. But next day all was radiant happiness and good humour. Indeed, the whole atmosphere of the lonely house seemed transformed. Even Mimi looked as if it knew of Beppo's arrival, for the cat walked about purring, and for once left the birds alone. The night before, during dinner, Beppo had overcome his mother's dislike to leaving La Solitude. "I won't ask you to come often," he said coaxingly. "But tomorrow we'll just have a nice little luncheon, you and the papa, and our charming English cousin. The Pescabaldis are going out to lunch." As Beppo uttered the long, peculiar Italian name, the Countess frowned for the first time since her son's arrival.
"Have they come with you?"
she exclaimed, in a surprised, annoyed tone.
"You did not say that they were the friends who are staying with you at the Hidalgo Hotel."
"Surely I did, mamma," said the young man uncomfortably. "That is the reason why I am at the Hidalgo instead of here." There was a pause, and then Aunt Cosy turned to Lily.
"It will interest you to meet the Marchesa Pescaboldi," she observed. "She is a very charming and clever woman. I would perhaps be unkind to add that the Marchesa has the unfortunate reputation of possessing the evil eye." Now it was Beppo's turn to frown, and a very angry look came over his good-looking face and brilliant, piercing blue eyes. "It is very wrong of you to say that to Lily," he exclaimed. "You must understand," he turned rather quickly to the girl, "that in Italy any person is said to have the evil eye who even for a moment is disliked by the speaker. It is a malicious thing to say. Let us be frank, as you say in England. Mamma does not like my friend. Therefore she attributes to her the evil eye. That is all."
Poor Lily felt desperately uncomfortable, so she wisely said nothing. As for the Countess, she burst out into some bitter laughter.
"Beppo does right to defend the Marchesa," she said sarcastically, "for the lady's husband is his greatest friend." Così, interposed Count Polder. "You forget that the Pescaboldis are connections of ours."
By 11 o'clock they were all three ready, Lily wearing her new coat and skirt and becoming little hat. The Countess called Christina to see how pretty the girl looked, and Lily could not help feeling grateful and touched. What a queer mixture Aunt Cosy was! A mixture of generosity and meanness, of good humour and frightful temper, of kindliness and spitefulness. When Beppo arrived they were taken by surprise, for, according to his mother, he was most unpunctual.
"Come quick," he called out. "The Pescabaldis are waiting for us in the car. We shall all drive together to Ezza, where they are going to lunch with some friends who have a villa there, and then we four will go for a delightful little drive, and end up at the restaurant of the Hôtel de Paris."
It was a perfect day. The sun was shining, the air was full of an exquisite limpidity, and Lily, as she walked out of the drawing-room and joined Beppo on the lawn, feeling perhaps a little self-conscious in her new coat and skirt and smart hat, told herself that all this was great fun. She could not but be aware that Beppo was looking at her with a bolder, franker admiration in his eyes than any Englishman or even Frenchman would have done. They hurried down through the orange grove to see on the clearing, which always recalled to the girl the dreadful morning when she had found George Ponting's body, a large open touring car, in which were seated a lady and a gentleman. As they emerged from the wood, the lady stood up, and Lily gazed at the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. The Marchesa Pescaboldi was tall and slender. Her face was a perfect oval, and her complexion had a delicate camellia-like bloom, while her silvery grey hair was abundant and beautifully dressed. She looked neither old nor young. Her glorious beauty might almost have been described as of an ageless type. As for her grey hair, it set off her flawless complexion, and intensified the dark fire of her large eyes. She made Lily feel curiously young and unimportant. As the Count and Countess appeared, she called out the English word, "Welcome," and then she threw a long, intense, critical glance at Lilly Fairfield. The English girl made a very dainty and delightful picture against the dark green glossy leaves, and the Marchesa Pescaboldi noticed that she walked with a graceful, assured carriage. For a long flashing moment Lily's hazel eyes and the full, dark, brilliant orbs of the older woman crossed like swords, and Lily felt a queer thrill go through her as she remembered what Aunt Cosy had said. Had the Marchesa really the evil eye? Lily looked shyly at the man who was evidently the owner of the car. The Marchese Pescoboldi was very thin and very yellow, much indeed Lily's idea of what an Italian nobleman would look like. He seemed in a great hurry to be off, and they all settled down into the car very quickly. The 3 ladies behind, the 3 men in front. The Marchesa sat between the Countess and Lily, and soon they were whirling on, sometimes zigzagging along rather rough roads, Beppo driving with great skill and judgment. Lily sat well back, enjoying the drive, while her 2 companions talked together, speaking very quickly in French. Now and again she caught a word or 2 of what they were saying in the rushing wind, but she was not thinking of the Countess Polder and of the Italian lady who now sat next to her. She was wondering, with a touch of discomfort, how she could manage, now that Beppo was here, to communicate with Monsieur Popeau and Captain Stewart. Somehow she felt that it would not be as easy as it had been hitherto. Perhaps she might write Monsieur Popeau a little note, saying how very grateful she was for all his kindness over the sad business in which they had been so curiously associated, and explaining that, owing to Count Beppo's arrival, she was likely to be a good deal engaged the next few days. Suddenly they came to a yellow marshy piece of ground, and the motor sank in the quaking mud. Beppo stopped the motor dead for a few moments. Then it was that Lily heard the following little snatch of conversation between the 2 who were sitting next to her.
"All I ask is, are you really satisfied about the only thing that matters, the money?"
asked the Marchesa in French.
"Can you swear this on the head of the person in whom we both take an interest? If yes, then instead of hindering you, I shall try in every way to further the affair."
The question, or series of questions, were uttered in a low and quick, but very clear voice. There was a pause, and then came the answer, uttered solemnly.
"I swear to you that the money is assured, Livia."
It was the first time Lily Fairfield had ever heard the woman she called Aunt Cosy give a short, direct reply to any question, but it was not the first time by any means that she had been, as if compelled to note, the extraordinary importance foreigners seemed to attach to the possession of money. Lily could never get accustomed to this peculiarity in either Aunt Cosy or Uncle Angelo, and how this haughty and evidently very rich Italian lady was talking in just the same way, as if money was the only thing that mattered in life. The motor started off again, and after a few more minutes' delicious rush through the scented air, it drew up before the gates of a large villa. Everyone stood up. The Countess Polder, indeed, stepped out of the car in order that the Marchesa might get down more comfortably. And then once more Lily told herself that she had never seen such a beautiful woman as was this Marchesa Pescoboldi. She was dressed in a severely simple black cloth coat and skirt, but that only emphasized the graceful, supple lines of her tall figure. There was also a wonderful look of health and of power about her whole appearance. Yet she did not look happy or at ease. She looked bored and cross, and while she waited for the 2 men, she tapped her arched right foot impatiently. Beppo Polder accompanied his friends a few yards up the path which led up to the villa, and Lily, as she gazed at the group, could not help thinking what a fine, strong young man he looked, compared with his thin, dried-up-looking Italian friend. At last he stayed his steps and, turning, said something to the Marchesa. She held out her hand, and he lifted it up to his lips and respectfully kissed it. Then he hurried back to the car. Waiting till the Pescabaldis were well out of earshot.
"Now, Lilly," he cried out gaily, "come and sit by me, pretty cousin. I'm going to take you all just a little round before we go to the Hôtel de Paris for luncheon. Papa, do you mind sitting by Mamma?"
The Count got into the back of the car by his wife, and Lilly took the place in front. Somehow she now felt exhilarated and pleasantly at ease. The Marchesa's personality had affected her disagreeably. As they drove along, Beppo talked to her with eager animation, telling her all sorts of curious, interesting, and yet amusing things about the places they had passed. She learnt more from him in half an hour about this quaint and beautiful part of the Riviera than she had learnt from his father and mother all the time she had been at La Solitude. At last they turned round and swept down into Monte Carlo.
"The Marchesa's chauffeur will take over the car and then come back for us in an hour," said Beppo. "Have you ordered luncheon?" his mother inquired. "Mamma, of course I've ordered a very nice luncheon, including the lobster à la sauce verte, of which you are so fond. Neither have I forgotten Papa's spaghetti. But as something tells me that Cousin Lilly and I have the same tastes, we are going to share a delicious sole à la Monte Carlo."
When the little party walked through into what has become one of the most famous restaurants in the world, it was clear that Count Beppo Polder enjoyed there a high reputation as host. The head waiter himself marshalled them to a light, well-placed table, where they could see everything without being themselves overlooked or overheard. There were comparatively few people lunching, for Monte Carlo, like the rest of the continent, gets later and later each year as to its hours and habits. But all at once Lily's heart gave a leap, for she saw some way off, seated at a little table for two, the man whom she by now always affectionately called in her own mind Papa Popo. He was with a stranger, and she felt just a little disappointed. Yet Lily was not particularly anxious that Count Beppo and Captain Stewart should meet. They were so very different. Something seemed to tell her that they would not get on together, and, after all, Beppo's visit to Monte Carlo was to be only for a few days. Little by little the great room began to fill, and the Countess was soon making shrewd and not over-kindly remarks about some of the people coming in. Lily was amused to notice how interested Aunt Cosy was in everybody. Their appearance, their jewels, their clothes, their manners. She was evidently much enjoying her little outing, and Beppo's knowledge of her taste was well shown by the eager satisfaction with which she ate the lobster he had thoughtfully ordered for her. But the Countess ate heartily. She also talked a great deal. Indeed, most of the conversation was carried on by her and by her son. Count Polder remained quite silent, though his observant eyes often became closely fixed on some individual who in Lily's eyes looked particularly uninteresting, for almost always the person in question was a man. Once he stared with a strange intenseness at a rather curious-looking individual. "Look!" he exclaimed, and it was the first time he had broken silence. "Look, Cosy! There is the great Chicago Sausage King. He is one of the richest men in the world." Aunt Cosy glanced sharply at the individual in question. Then she looked away and began talking of something else. As for Lily, she was now feeling quite gay and quite cheerful. Her share of the luncheon was proving delicious, and the brilliant and lightsome charm of the scene about her delighted all her senses. Also, she could not help feeling just a little happier for the proximity of good Papa Popo. Now and again she would find his eyes fixed on their little party, always with a benevolent, inquiring, kindly, interested glance. She hoped with all her heart that he would come up and speak to them. At last they reached the coffee stage of their déjeuner, and at the same moment the man who had been Hercule Poirot's guest got up, and, shaking hands with his host, left the restaurant. Monsieur Popeau signed his bill, and then he threaded his way slowly between the now very crowded tables to where Count Beppo's party was seated. The Countess greeted him effusively.
"Let me present my son to you," she cried. "Beppo, this is a gentleman who was remarkably kind to Lilly on her long and disagreeable journey from Paris."
Count Polder and Count Beppo, who had both risen courteously from their seats, exclaimed almost together,
"Do have your coffee with us, or have you already had it?" "I have had my coffee," said Monsieur Popeau amiably, "but I will, with your permission, sit down for a few minutes. It is a pleasure to see Miss Fairfield again. We met last under such very different circumstances."
Lilly saw a look of apprehension and unease come over both the Count and Countess's faces, and she thought it a little tactless of her French friend to remind them all, at such a pleasant moment as this, of poor George Ponting and his piteous fate. All? No, of course. Beppo knew nothing about that tragic Ponting affair.
"I suppose mademoiselle is the first lady who has ever stayed for as long as a fortnight at Monte Carlo without going into the casino," said Monsieur Popeau, smiling. "Have you never been to the rooms?" exclaimed Beppo. He seemed quite shocked. "What a pity it is that I cannot take you in there this afternoon. But alas, I have to go back to Aix. I promised my friends that I would do so." "I can go to the casino at any time," said Lilly, laughing. "There's no hurry at all. Though, of course, I should be sorry to leave Monte Carlo without having seen anything of the famous gambling rooms." "I was going to propose," said Monsieur Popeau quietly, "that I escort mademoiselle to the casino this afternoon. I know that the Count and Countess, being residents, cannot have the privilege."
Lilly looked eagerly at Aunt Cosy, and, to her secret astonishment, the latter nodded quite amiably. Monsieur Popeau offered Count Polder a cigar, and then Beppo took something out of his pocket and held it out, smiling, to Lilly.
"Even a baby," he said, "could smoke one of these cigarettes."
Lilly bent forward eagerly, and then her face changed utterly, and, with a gasp of amazement, she uttered a low involuntary "Oh!" Yes, she could not be mistaken. What lay on the white tablecloth before her was surely the exquisitely chased little gold box which she had last seen held out to her by George Ponting. She bent down lower and lower, regardless of the people about her. Yes, there was now no doubt at all, for inside the pale gold lid were engraved the words, "Mon cœur à toi, ma vie aura." But so little do those about us realize of what we are thinking, that only Hercule Popeau noticed the girl's agitation. As for Beppo, he laughed and said,
"Yes, these are what would be called in England midget cigarettes, are they not?"
It was clear that he had taken Lilly's exclamation of surprise as an involuntary tribute to the daintiness of the quaint little cigarettes which filled the one-time snuff-box. Lilly was too surprised and disturbed to speak. The sight of the gold box had brought with it a rush of painful, distressing memories. Hercule Popeau leant forward.
"You have there, my dear Count, a most delightful and valuable cigarette case," he observed suavely. "If I mistake not, it is an exquisite specimen of late 18th century work. I remember once seeing a curio extremely like this in a collection of pathetic little objects which had belonged to Madame du Barry. The snuff-box in question had been given to her by King Louis XV. May I look at it for a moment?"
"Of course," said Count Beppo courteously. He pushed the box across the table, and Monsieur Popeau took it up and examined it closely.
"I see," he said at last, "that it is not as I first thought. This box is of rather later workmanship than I supposed. It was probably made during the Revolution. It is not strange to think that these costly and exquisite objects were being fashioned even at such a time as that."
He was obviously talking to give Lily time to recover her composure, and then the Countess broke in.
"My son is very clever at picking up pretty things," she said, smiling. "He bought that little box at an old curiosity shop for a mere song. Not that one gets very much nowadays anywhere for a mere song. Is it not true," she said, turning to Beppo, "that the man who sold it to you said it was but silver gilt?"
Beppo looked surprised.
"If I told you so, it is so, mamma. I cannot remember," he replied. "I congratulate the Count on his find," said Monsieur Popeau gravely. "I should like him to tell me in what shop in Monte Carlo he found such a great bargain."
The Countess answered for Beppo.
"My son did not buy the box in Monte Carlo," she said quickly. "He got it, was it at Milan, Beppo? Last time he was on his way to Monte Carlo."
Lily felt bewildered but relieved. She had made a mistake, and so obviously also had Papa Popeau. She felt sure that, like herself, he had at first supposed this little gold box to have been the one belonging to the unfortunate Ponting. If Beppo had bought what was now a cigarette case in Milan some time ago, its being exactly like Mr. Ponting's gold box was simply an amazing coincidence.
"While we are talking about the box, we are forgetting the cigarettes," said Beppo. "Do allow me to tempt you, Cousin Lily."
And Lily laughingly consented to be tempted. They were very mild little cigarettes, far milder than those which she had occasionally smoked with Uncle Tom, to Aunt Emmeline's disapproval. At last they all got up and began walking out of the restaurant, Beppo leaving what seemed to Lily an enormous tip on the table. He explained, smiling, that he had a bill, and so only paid once a week.
"That," said Monsieur Popeau civilly, "shows, Monsieur le Comte, that your reputation it must indeed be high, for they have to be very careful here, even with quite well-known people, without being in the least dishonest. It is so easy to find oneself cleared out at the tables, and then to forget all about such an account as that of a restaurant. They all know that my father is a native of Monaco," said the young man rather shortly. When they joined the others, Monsieur Popeau said firmly, "I will now take charge of Mademoiselle, and I promise to bring her back to La Solitude at, shall I say, 4:30, Madame la Comtesse?" "Yes," said the Countess graciously. "That will do quite well. It is very good of you to take my niece to the rooms. I am sure that you, monsieur, will be quite as effective a guardian as I should be myself. There are often very queer people in the gambling rooms." "There are indeed," said Monsieur Popeau gravely, and there was no twinkle in his eye. Frenchmen of his type are, as Captain Stewart had truly said, extremely particular in this matter of a young girl's surroundings and reputation. The big car was waiting for Count Beppo, and he put his parents into it with great care and affection. "Now I will drive you home," he exclaimed. Turning, he held out his hand to Lily. "I wish you and I could meet later in the afternoon, after I have come back from Aix," he said hesitatingly. "About what time will you be leaving the casino?" But Monsieur Popeau intervened. "I don't think we can make any plan of that sort," he said. "We should only miss one another. I will take great care of Miss Fairfield and bring her up to La Solitude in good time."
The end of Chapter 14. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 15 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The moment Lily found herself alone with Monsieur Popeau, forming part of the crowd of walkers who were all on their way to the casino, she exclaimed, a little nervously,
"Wasn't it an extraordinary coincidence that Beppo Polder should have exactly the same gold snuff-box as that which poor Mr. Ponting bought from an old woman gambler?" "Extraordinary indeed," answered the Frenchman dryly. "I wish you'd ask him the exact date of his purchase of it, mademoiselle."
"I will," said Lily. Then something prompted her to add, "I hope you like Beppo Polder. I can't quite make him out, yet he seems so very much nicer than I expected him to be." Monsieur Popeau evaded her question.
"I agree with you," he said. "He is very much nicer than one would expect the son of either his father or his mother to be. Also, mademoiselle, he is extremely, quite exceptionally handsome."
He looked down at her thoughtfully.
"No man can ever tell," he said, "not even the extremely foolish man, who prides himself on his knowledge of the feminine heart, how far good looks influence, or don't influence, a woman when she is considering a member of my sex."
Lily laughed and blushed. The problem had never been put to her before.
"I suppose one can't help being rather affected by a human being's outward appearance," she answered,
then added with a little smile on her pretty face,
"At any rate, men are very much influenced by appearance, aren't they, Monsieur Popeau? I am afraid that can't be denied. But tell me, if you don't think the question indiscreet, does a young lady ever look at a good-looking man and long to know him? That, I need hardly tell you, is what many a man, nay, almost every man, does do at times with regard to a beautiful woman." "I can't imagine any nice girl feeling like that about an entire stranger," began Lily hesitatingly. "What a wonderful word is that English word nice," said Monsieur Popeau reflectively. "It may mean such a very great deal, or nothing at all. It is...
"I know exactly what you mean," exclaimed Lily.
"The word nice is certainly a camouflage word." "That's it," cried Monsieur Popeau, delighted. "You've put it exactly, mademoiselle. But supposing I were to tell you, to return to what we were talking about, that there are very, very few nice girls in the world?"
"I shouldn't believe you," cried Lily stoutly.
"Supposing I were also to tell you," went on Monsieur Popeau gravely, "that a great many women you would probably describe as nice do not only pick out a handsome man and feel that they would like to know him, but that they go further, that sometimes they actually make the first advances and do strike up some kind of acquaintance with him. Supposing I were to prove that to you?"
Lily looked and felt uncomfortable. She did not quite know what to say.
"Take your cousin, Count Beppo Polder," went on Monsieur Popeau meditatively. "I shall think that ever since he reached man's estate he has been, shall we say, pursued by pretty ladies desiring his friendship. Any girl who marries Beppo Polder must make up her mind to endure the torments of jealousy. I suspect," said Monsieur Popeau, looking down into Lily's open, flushed, ingenuous, and yes, exceedingly pretty face, "that you, mademoiselle, are among the few happy human beings in Monte Carlo who really do not know what jealousy is."
Lily hesitated.
"It's quite true," she said slowly. "I don't remember ever feeling jealous, not really jealous."
Monsieur Popeau drew a long breath.
"That shows you have never been in love," he said quietly. "But to return to Count Beppo, I happen to know that he is acquainted with one lady who very often does him the honour of being jealous of him."
"Poor Beppo," said Lily. "How horrid for him." Then, for this little bit of gossip interested her very much,
Is Beppo in love, Monsieur Popo?
He has been in love for a very long time, answered her companion gravely. Lily felt thrilled, and yes, just a trifle disappointed.
Do you mean, she said, that Beppo is engaged? If so, I'm sure his parents don't know it.
Engaged? Oh no. The Frenchman looked curiously surprised.
When I said that Count Beppo Polda is in love, I mean the phrase in a general sense. He is in love with love.
Oh, is that all? Lily felt relieved. Monsieur Popo went on.
The Count for the moment is what you call in England fancy-free. Still, he is now absorbed in a very important quest, that of finding for himself a rich wife. Meanwhile, he, of course, amuses himself.
He said the words in a very significant tone, and Lily blushed a deep, unbecoming blush. She felt a little indignant. She realized that Monsieur Popo thought that Beppo would flirt with her, and that she, Lily, would not be able to help falling in love with him. They walked on in silence. Hercule Popo was a shrewd student of human nature, but this simple English girl was to him a real enigma. Was she aware, for instance, that Angus Stuart was deeply in love with her? And if the answer to this was yes, how did she, on her side, regard the young soldier? He had made it his business during the last few days to find out whatever there was to be found out about Count Beppo Polda. Among his best secret agents during the war had been a Frenchwoman living in Rome. He had got in touch with her yesterday afternoon, and she had at once told him the little there was to tell about the young man. Hercule Popo had been almost disappointed to find that, as reputations go, in that curious cosmopolitan world which has its social centre in Rome, Count Beppo Polda had by no means a bad reputation. In fact, he was popular both with men, for he was a good sportsman, and with women. But there was a certain mystery as to how he lived. He had been brought up as an entirely idle man of pleasure. At times he spent money recklessly, and then would come an obvious period of penury, when he more or less lived with and on his bosom friends the Marchese and Marchesa Pescobaldi. More than once he had been associated in some big business enterprise, but real, regular work bored him. It was now well known in Roman society that he was looking out for a rich wife. Monsieur Popo's informant had added that had the Count been indifferent to the appearance of the lady, he could have made more than one very wealthy marriage. But he was fastidious and over-particular. Not long ago he had very nearly become engaged to a great American-Irish heiress, but the young lady, unlike most Irish girls, had been unattractive, and at the last moment Count Beppo had drawn back. This had been the more foolish of him because money was to Count Beppo like the air which we human beings breathe. It was a thing which he could not do without. Monsieur Popo, who naturally regarded Lily as being only the niece of a fairly well-to-do British ex-civil servant, felt very uneasy. He was seriously afraid that the good-looking Italian, taken as he obviously was with the girl's innocent charm and beauty, would make violent love to her and then ride away, as men of his type are doing every day all the world over. To a Frenchman, there could be no comparison between Angus Stuart and Beppo Polda. Polda was a fascinating man knowing all the turns of the great game of love. Stuart, simply an honest, straightforward, fine-natured young soldier. He longed to warn the girl more explicitly of the danger she was running. He told himself that perhaps it would be wiser to do so a little later on.
"I understand," he said, "that Count Beppo is staying in Monte Carlo for some time." "That is what the Countess hoped," answered Lily a little coldly. "But he spoke last night as if he could only stay a few days."
She still felt very ruffled. Fond though she was of Monsieur Popo, she did not intend to allow him to give her hints as to how to behave herself with a young man.
"I am glad to hear that,"
exclaimed the Frenchman, and there was indeed a tone of hearty relief and surprise in his voice.
"As for me, I'm sorry he's going so soon," Lily exclaimed. "I like Beppo. I think he and I are going to be great friends."
They were now close to the steps of the casino. Angus Stewart came up to them, an eager look on his face.
"May I join you?"
he asked, with the touch of old-fashioned courtesy which Monsieur Popeau found so pleasant in the young man.
Of course, dear friend. You shall come and assist me in initiating mademoiselle in the joys of play."
He turned to Lily.
"How much money have you got with you?"
Lily opened her bag and counted. 40 francs, she said.
"Well, that is exactly right. It will not ruin you to offer up that tribute to the goddess of chance. On the other hand, it will be pleasant if the 40 francs become 100 or 200 francs.
"That would be very nice indeed," confessed the girl, smiling. She was astonished to find how intensely conscious she was of Angus Stewart's quiet presence by her side. She longed, which was not very grateful of her, for Monsieur Popeau to move away and leave them alone together. They hadn't met for 2 whole days, and she suddenly felt what a long time it had seemed. The pillared hall or atrium of the casino was full of a motley crowd of people, and Lily began to take eager notice of the amusing scene before her. Beppo had been quite right. All colours and all types of humanity were represented in the moving mass of men and women now gathered together in this, the splendid palace of the goddess of chance.
"I will see to your admission card. Have you anything you desire to leave in the way of a cloak or a parasol?"
She hesitated.
"Yes, I think I will leave my parasol," she said.
Angus Stewart accompanied her to the counter, where a gorgeous-looking flunkey took her parasol and gave her a voucher.
"I feel so excited,"
she exclaimed, looking up at her companion. He said in a low tone,
"Have you had—"
and then checked himself sharply, for Monsieur Popeau had come up to them.
"Come along," cried the Frenchman. "This is a great moment in your life."
He spoke half seriously, half with a touch of good-natured banter in his voice. Drawing a deep breath of excited anticipation, the girl passed through into the historic rooms which have seen so many dramas silently enacted, for not once in 1,000 days is there anything in the shape of a scene in the still, golden haze atmosphere of the Temple of Chance. Though it was early, there was a crowd round each of the roulette tables, and for a moment Lily only noticed the curious-looking people composing the crowd. Then, gradually, she began to see the table, the more so that her 2 companions were quietly shepherding her to a good place, close behind one of the croupiers. At first the girl felt as if she would never understand the complicated game, and then gradually she began to see the relation between the plan or tableau, divided off with yellow lines into squares, and the complicated, giant yet toy-like wheel which was sunk in the centre of the long, comparatively narrow table.
"And now," said Monsieur Popeau, "would you like to stake what is equivalent to a 5-franc piece on a number? What number will you choose?"
"If I were you," said Angus Stewart, "I should back 12 numbers. If you put your money on only one number, you've 35 chances against you." Lily hesitated.
"Yes, do as he advises,"
said Monsieur Popeau good-naturedly. And so Lily, guided by the Frenchman, put her small coloured counters on the middle dozen. Thus she covered the numbers 13 to 24. The croupier behind whom Lily was standing gave the huge wheel a powerful twist. Then he flung a little ball into the revolving disc. It spun round and round, jumping about as if possessed by the spirit of motion. Then, at last, the great disc began to slow down. A croupier called out, "Rien ne va plus." The ball leapt into one of the red and black pockets, each of which bears a corresponding number to one marked on the plan, and the wheel ceased to revolve. Something was shouted out, and then Lilly saw with surprise and joy 2 other 5-franc counters joined to her stake. She looked round at her 2 companions. "Pick your money up," said Angus Stewart quickly, "or someone else will get it." Sure enough, as she put out her hand hesitatingly, another hand, a big, rather dirty-looking man's hand, took up her 3 counters.
"That money belongs to mademoiselle,"
called out Monsieur Popeau angrily. There came a murmured, "I beg your pardon, I made a mistake," and the counters were dropped. Lilly picked them up, feeling happy and a little confused.
"You might let her put on an en plein now,"
pleaded Monsieur Popeau with Captain Stewart. "Very well." The Scotsman's voice was reluctant and hesitating. "Put a 5-franc counter on any number you like. You're sure to lose it." In spite of his discouraging remark, Lilly put her counter on number 21.
"If I were you,"
said Captain Stewart suddenly,
"I should also put 1 on 0. That will give you 2 chances out of 35.
She obeyed him. Once more the ball was flung into the middle of the revolving disc. Once more it leapt about this way and that. And then, at last, after an extraordinary number of revolutions, it settled down into a pocket, and Lilly heard a murmur of sharp disappointment run round the table.
"You've won!"
exclaimed Captain Stewart in an excited voice.
0 has turned up. You've won, let me see, £7, Miss Fairfield. Isn't that splendid?"
Lilly felt very much pleased. She had been the only person to put anything on 0. Accordingly, envious, congratulatory glances were cast on her from all parts of the table.
"I wouldn't play any more to-day if I were you,"
whispered Captain Stewart, and again she obeyed him, stuffing all the money she had won, anyhow, into her pretty little bag. And now Monsieur Popeau began to play. The other 2 watched him, Angus Stewart with amusement, Lilly with great curiosity.
"He always plays the same cautious game, for all he's so fond of advising other people to put on full on 1 number,"
whispered the young man in the girl's little ear.
For a while Lilly could not imagine what game Monsieur Popeau was playing.
He put the equivalent of 30 francs on the space marked passé, and that of 20 francs on the first dozen. It looked to Lilly as if he won every time. Won, that is, something, somewhere. She couldn't make it out.
"How does he do it?"
she asked, puzzled. It was to her so strange that everybody didn't play like Papa Popeau if he won every time.
"You see, he covers nearly the whole of the board," muttered Captain Stewart. "He only loses right out when 6 numbers turn up out of the 35. Even when 0 comes, he doesn't lose everything, for the money he has on passé is only put into prison, as they call it. Yes, it's an ingenious system, and I often wonder more people don't play it. Of course, if you go on long enough, you're bound to lose, even at Popeau's game."
By this time the Frenchman was absorbed in his system, and the 2 young people moved just a little way away from the table. Their friend glanced up to see where they were, and then went on playing. Lilly was looking about her now with great amusement and curiosity. She felt in a happy mood. It was delightful to have won all that money, and so easily. It was very pleasant also to be with Angus Stewart. It seemed a long time since they had parted 2 days ago, he gripping her hand hard under the smiling eyes of the cab-driver.
"I should so like to come here in the evenings," she exclaimed.
"The club's the place to see in the evening," he answered quickly. Anyone watching the 2 would have seen that they were in very different moods. Lilly looked radiant. She was certainly the prettiest as well as the best-dressed girl in the rooms at that particular moment. As for her companion, a look of doubt, of discomfort, of suspense was on his face, but she was quite unaware of it. She prattled gaily on, excited and interested by all she saw. Even when 2 stout women pushed so roughly past her as almost to make her lose her balance, she only laughed. At last, as they saw Monsieur Popeau detach himself from the table and begin his ambling walk towards them, a satisfied air on his fat, placid face, Angus Stewart suddenly whispered,
"I suppose you got my letter all right, Miss Fairfield." "Your letter? No. I've had no letter from you since the last one you wrote to me from Milan."
"I wrote to you the day before yesterday evening," he exclaimed under his breath, and then, straightening himself, remarked with an air of rather elaborate unconcern, "Well, Papo, how goes it? Have you broken the bank?"
"I have not broken the bank, but I have made 200 francs, replied the Frenchman gaily. "And that, after all, is not bad. At one moment I had made a good deal more, but alas, twice number 15 turned up, and swept away 100 francs of my winnings. I was very foolish not to leave off, as mademoiselle so wisely did."
And then something very untoward happened. Lily suddenly discovered that her charming little bag and its contents had disappeared. The silk cords by which it had hung loosely on her right arm were still there, dangling helplessly. She looked about her, bewildered and chagrined.
"That must have been taken by one of the women who pushed past you just now," exclaimed Captain Stewart. "I'll try not think any more about it. After all, I've only really lost 40 francs, said Lily vexedly.
The end of Chapter 15, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 16 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. They strolled about the rooms for a while, and finally spent an amusing half-hour watching the 30-40 players. But all the time Lily was asking herself what there could have been in the letter which Captain Stewart had written to her, and which had not yet reached her. As for the loss of her money, she really did manage to forget it. Angus Stewart put a pink counter, that is, 20 francs, on the board 3 separate times, and each time he lost.
"Unhappy in play, happy in love, my friend," quoted Monsieur Popeau chaffingly. "I think I shall have to give you a mascot."
And then Lily bethought herself of what Aunt Cosy had said concerning the Marchesa Pescobaldi.
"Do you believe in the evil eye?" she asked eagerly.
Somewhat to her surprise, Monsieur Popeau hesitated.
"That is a curious question," he said, "but I will answer you truly. I have long thought that there are in this strange world both men and women who can bring misfortune on those whom they do not like, just as there are human beings who radiate happiness and goodness."
Captain Stewart broke in.
"Surely persons may have the evil eye,
and so endure what they love best in the world, without being able to help it."
"Yes," said Monsieur Popeau gravely, "that is the true evil eye. I hope you have not met anyone with the evil eye lately, mademoiselle. That would certainly account for the theft of your winnings this afternoon."
"Yes, I'm afraid I have,"
she laughed gaily.
"Has the Count Beppo the evil eye?" asked Monsieur Popeau.
"Oh no, whatever made you think such a thing? The person who is supposed to have the evil eye is a woman. Beppo Polder is staying here with a certain Marchess and Marchesa Pescobaldi, according to my aunt."
Lily had now quite slipped into the way of calling the Countess Polder her aunt.
"This Italian lady has the evil eye."
"I don't know that I would believe everything the Countess Polder would say about another lady," said Monsieur Popeau reflectively.
Then he added, almost as if speaking to himself,
"I did not realize that Count Beppo was with the Pescobaldis."
"They all came together, and they are all going away together very soon," said Lily.
"And what do you think of the Marchesa?" asked the Frenchman. "She was a very beautiful woman when I last saw her before the war."
"She is very, very beautiful still," exclaimed Lily. "Her eyes are lovely, like large sparkling jewels. I looked well into them, but, of course, I could not see which was the evil eye."
"Do not laugh at the evil eye," said Monsieur Popeau warningly. "I could tell you some curious stories about those who are supposed to possess it. The most dramatic of all my tales concerned the terrible fire which took place in Paris years ago at what was called the Charity Bazaar. There were people who were so unkind as to suggest that the tragedy occurred owing to the presence of a very high Italian personage who was known to have the evil eye. He had just left the building when the fire broke out."
They wandered about all over the casino, and then they went across to the Hôtel de Paris, and Monsieur Popeau ordered tea. Both the young Scotsman and the elderly Frenchman vied with one another in fussing over their guest, and Lily felt happy and exhilarated. What a delightful day she was having!
"And now," said Monsieur Popeau at last, "I fear it is time that I fulfilled my promise of escorting you back to La Solitude, mademoiselle."
"I hope you will allow me," began Captain Stuart, but before he could finish his sentence, Lily exclaimed,
"Why, there's Beppo Polder!"
Hurrying towards them was a tall, dark man to whom Angus Stuart took an instant, instinctive, violent dislike. He told himself that Beppo Polder looked a foppish, theatrical fellow. That, however, was very unfair. It only meant that Beppo looked exceptionally well dressed, what some people call smart.
"I was so afraid that I should miss you,"
he exclaimed, taking very little notice of Lily's companions.
"Are you ready, Lily? I've got the car outside. We ought to start pretty soon, as I have to get back to the Hidalgo by 5 o'clock. "You will do that very easily," interposed Monsieur Popeau. "It's only 4:15 now."
Stuart felt annoyed that the Frenchman seemed to take it for granted that Lily would go off with this dandified-looking foreigner.
"I propose taking Miss Fairfield for a short drive first."
There was a touch of haughty decision in the young Count's voice. It was not that he resented Monsieur Popeau's apparent friendship with Lily, but already he reciprocated Angus Stuart's sudden, unreasoning dislike. He pretended not to know that the Scotsman belonged to the little party.
"Beppo,"
said Lily, rather awkwardly,
"this is Captain Stuart. Captain Stuart, may I introduce my cousin, Count Beppo Polder?"
The two men looked at one another with a long, measuring glance. Then they shook hands frigidly. As they were making their way to the door, Lily fell behind for a moment by Angus Stuart's side.
"Perhaps I shall find your letter at the Solitude,"
she whispered. She added,
"I hope I shall."
His thin, keen face lit up. "Do you really mean that, Miss Fairfield?"
"Of course I do."
She shook hands with him and with Monsieur Popeau, and a few moments later the car was going at a good pace past the casino in the opposite direction to that which would have taken them up to La Solitude.
"Is Captain Stuart an old friend of yours?"
asked Beppo abruptly. Lily hesitated. To her secret relief, he went on at once, without waiting for an answer.
"The word friendship may mean so much or so little, my little cousin."
"That is very true," said Lily demurely. "But there can be no such doubt about the word love." Her eyes dropped before her companion's eager, searching, ardent gaze. Was this what Monsieur Popeau had meant to warn her against? The motor slowed down. They were now looking across the great green promontory which juts out of the blue sea to the left of Monte Carlo.
"I wish I could stay on a little longer,"
said Beppo in a low voice.
"What a cursed thing is money! Still, we poor mortals can't do without it. So I shall go back to Rome and try to make what we call a lucky hit, eh? Then I shall come back and perhaps stay up at La Solitude. Shall I be welcome, Lily?"
She looked up at him. "Yes," she said slowly. "Of course you will be welcome, Beppo." As is almost invariably the case with a certain type of girl, Lily liked to mix the jam of flirtation with the powder of good advice, and she did feel that Beppo, with regard to his father and mother, was indeed very thoughtless and selfish. So she added deliberately, "Your return will be welcome to me, and also—" "Also?" he repeated eagerly. He tried to guess what she was going to say, but failed. "Also to your father and mother," she said gravely. "I wonder if you know how much they care for you. They really live for you, and for nothing else, Beppo." To her surprise, he looked disturbed and troubled. "I'm afraid that's true," he said ruefully. "And yet, Lily, seriously, I feel I really know very little about them. I know they love me, Lily, nay, that there is nothing that they would not do for me, and yet they seem to me almost like strangers." Lily was indeed astonished. "I don't understand," she exclaimed. "What exactly do you mean, Beppo?" Somehow they seemed to have come much nearer to one another in the last 2 or 3 minutes, for Beppo Polder's deep, vibrant voice had in it a note of sincerity which surprised the girl, and made her feel far more really kindly to him than she had done yet. "They never tell me anything about their private affairs," he went on slowly. "I need not tell you, for of course you must have seen it for yourself, that Mamma's is the mastermind. She is a very clever woman. Sometimes," his voice dropped, "I wonder if she is not too clever. I speak to you thus frankly, because I feel that you are already one of the family." Lily felt touched by his words, though she thought it an odd thing to say, for of course she was not really related to them at all. She wondered uncomfortably if Beppo knew that she was his parents' paying guest. "Ought we not to be turning now?" she suggested. "I'm afraid Aunt Cosy will be getting anxious about me. She is very particular." "One can never be too particular about a younger girl," observed Beppo sententiously. "But still, it won't hurt Mamma to be anxious for another 20 minutes or so." They drove on, and Lily told herself that it was very pleasant to be motoring through this beautiful country while listening to Beppo's full, caressing voice. She found herself answering all kinds of questions about her own childhood and girlhood, and she could not help feeling flattered that Beppo was so obviously interested in all that concerned her. In that he was very unlike Captain Stewart. He seemed to take everything for granted. Beppo was even anxious to know of what illness her father and mother had died. In some ways this fine, strong-looking young fellow seemed to the English girl more like a woman than a man. He was so interested in the sort of things which are supposed, perhaps erroneously, only to interest women. He spoke admiringly of her frock and her hat, and she gave him a lively account of her expedition to Madame Jeanne. "Excellent Jeanne!" he at once exclaimed. "I must manage to find time to go and see her," he added. "She has a sister who keeps an hotel in the Condamine. My father was saying only today that Jean's sister had written to him about some man in her hotel who desired a card of admission to the club. Papa is so good-natured." Lily made no answer to that remark. She did not think the Count at all good-natured. He was entirely absorbed in himself and in his own concerns. But of course there could be no doubt at all about his great love for his son. They were nearing La Solitude when Lily bethought herself of what had happened in the restaurant, about the gold snuff-box. "I want to ask you something," she said suddenly. Beppo turned his face down on his pretty companion. "Ask me anything you like," he exclaimed gaily, "and I promise that you shall have a true answer." "It's only—" she said rather nervously, "that I wish you would show me that lovely little cigarette box again, Beppo. Is it really true that you bought it in Milan? Somehow I don't think it is—"
"Well, no," Beppo answered, smiling. "It is not true. But you are a clever little witch to have discovered the fact."
He stopped the car. They were on a lonely crossroad, and Lily will always remember the exact spot and what was said there, though at the time it did not make very much impression on her. He took the gold box out of his pocket and handed it to her.
"Look here," he exclaimed. "If you've taken such a fancy to it, allow me to present it to you, my fair cousin, just as a souvenir."
How strange that he should say that. It was almost exactly what poor George Ponting had said. "I don't want it, thank you, Beppo. I only wanted to look at it again. Then, if you did not buy it at Milan, how did you get it?" The more she looked at it, the more she felt certain that it was the box she had seen on the evening of her arrival at La Solitude.
"I don't see that I shouldn't tell you."
He hesitated a moment, then said frankly,
"This box was a present from Mamma. As a matter of fact, she gave it to me yesterday when you went off to see Christina in the kitchen. Do you remember?"
"Yes," said Lily in a low voice. "I remember when you mean." And she handed the box back to him.
"I confess," went on Beppo, "that I did not in the least understand why there should be any mystery about it. But, of course, I could not contradict Mamma when she came out with that absurd tale of my having bought the box in Milan last year."
At last they reached La Solitude.
"No, I won't come in," said Beppo, shaking his head. "I've got to go back to the Hidalgo Hotel and take the Marchesa for a drive before it gets pitch dark."
"I hope I haven't made you late," exclaimed Lily, for as a matter of fact it was now after 5 o'clock.
"Oh, no, I shall say that something went wrong. Things are always going wrong with this old car. It's high time the Marchese had a new one, but he is careful. Carefulness is an Italian virtue. I call it an Italian vice."
"Aunt Cosy will be dreadfully disappointed," said the girl. And then Beppo suddenly changed his mind. The thought of spending even a few more minutes in Lilly Fairfield's company was pleasant to him. He would tell the Marchesa that he had had a bad puncture.
"To please you, I will just go up and say how do you do to Mamma," he exclaimed, looking at her tenderly.
Together they walked up through the wood and so on to the lawn, whence Lily noticed Aunt Cosy's ample form behind one of the drawing-room windows. The Countess waved her hand gaily to the young couple. She opened the window.
"I was getting quite anxious about you, Lily," she exclaimed, "but all's well that ends well." "Lily and I have had a delightful drive," said Beppo, "and I've just come up to say how do you do and good-bye."
And then, to Lily's discomfiture, he suddenly asked,
"By the way, Mamma, why did you tell that story? They call it a tradadiddle in England, about the snuff-box you so kindly gave to me."
The Countess looked disturbed and surprised at the question.
"I will tell you why, my son," she said slowly. "That beautiful box was given to me by a friend who is now dead. I did not wish to speak of him. That is why, my dear child, I made up that little tale."
"You made me look like a fool," said Beppo crossly. "You need not have said anything at all."
"And I would not have said anything either. After all, it is no one's business what you give me or what I give you."
Still, he kissed her very affectionately and then went off, leaving them standing together. Lily turned impulsively to the Countess.
"Then poor Mr. Ponting gave you that box when he said good-bye?"
She spoke in a very low voice.
"He offered to give it to me, but I wouldn't take it. He was grateful to you, Aunt Cosy, for all your kindness, so I quite understand his having given it to you."
The Countess was now looking at Lily with a long, measuring, rather anxious look. "Yes," she said at last, "you have guessed the truth. That charming little object belonged to poor Mr. Ponting. He asked me to take it as a last gift, and though I too hesitated, feeling the delicacy that you so rightly felt, I did end by taking it, for I thought of Beppo. I knew he would like it, but I did not want to recall that sad affair to-day when you were all so happy." "I wish you would let me tell Monsieur Popeau," said Lily. "I know the description of that snuff-box has been circulated all over Nice and Mentone." "Let me beg you," cried the Countess hurriedly, "to say nothing about it, Lily. We have suffered enough over that business. They would probably send up again from the police, and it would be odious." As the girl, surprised, remained silent, the other went on urgently. "May I trust you? Will you give me your word of honour you will say nothing about the gold box, dear child?" "I certainly will say nothing if you would rather I did not do so," said Lily. Still, she was sorry to know that she had unwittingly deceived both Mr. Ponting's friend and the police. She knew that they had attached considerable importance to the disappearance of the gold box. Before going upstairs, Lily went into the kitchen, and there, lying on the table, was the letter which had been posted by Angus Stewart something like 36 hours ago. She took it up, Christina watching her the while. "Did this letter arrive yesterday morning?" she asked. Christina hesitated. "The Countess brought it in about an hour ago. I do not know when it arrived," she said at last. Lily took up her letter and turned away. She went up to her room and walked right across to the window. Then she saw that the letter had been steamed open and fastened down again rather clumsily. It was too bad of Aunt Cosy. It was hateful of her. The letter ran as follows. "Dear Miss Fairfield, thus as to tell you that I am very, very glad you and I are friends, as well as pals as well as friends. I feel awfully distressed that such a fearful thing happened to you on Sunday. Remember your promise to your friend, Angus Stewart." The end of Chapter 16. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 17 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. "There is nothing else to be done, Angelo. I regret the necessity as much as you do." It was the day after Lily's delightful drive with Beppo, and the words floated out to where she was sitting in the late morning sunshine. They were uttered by the Countess, whose sitting-room window was open. The Count's low answer to his wife's observation took Lily somewhat by surprise, for he spoke with much more feeling than she had yet heard him display. "I will not sully my lips by telling you the kind of information about Monte Carlo the old brute expected me to give him. All the more do I ask you to do this for the sake of our Beppo. His whole future depends on it." "If I do as you wish, Lily will have to accompany me." The Count uttered these words in a slow, hesitating voice. The girl had no wish to act as eavesdropper, so she called out, "Is there anything I can do for you, Uncle Angelo?" The Countess appeared at the window. She was flustered and looked annoyed. "The truth is," she exclaimed volubly, "that Beppo is in business relations with a Dutch gentleman. The matter concerns a British affair in which they are both interested, and we think you may be useful in assuring the Dutchman that things in England are going on quite well. You came so lately from London, and we think this person will take your word when he would not take ours." She waited a few moments, then said firmly, "I should like you to go now, so will you put on that pretty new coat and skirt? Then you can accompany Uncle Angelo to the Condamine."
Lily hurried into the house, and a few minutes later the Countess was walking across the lawn to see them off.
"Do not say anything of this matter to Beppo," she said anxiously.
And Lily answered,
"Of course I won't, Aunt Cosy."
But she spoke very coldly. She could not forgive the Countess Polder for having opened her letter. The two ill-assorted companions went down the hill together in absolute silence. Count Polder was always a man of few words, but at last—
"I shall be asking my friend Mr. Withering to supper tonight," he said suddenly. "I shall be obliged, Lily, if you would refrain from mentioning the fact that you will be out this evening. He is very fond of English people, and I do not know that he would come if he thought that he was only to be alone with your Aunt Cosy and myself."
Lily felt just a little uncomfortable. Not for the first time she told herself that foreigners seemed to have a curious dislike to telling the truth. But the girl had many things to fill her mind just now. In a sense she was sorry that Beppo Polder was going back to Rome in 2 days, for she had enjoyed seeing even a little glimpse of the brilliant, amusing world of Monte Carlo in his company. Also she felt flattered at his obvious admiration and liking for herself. Nothing could be nicer than the way Beppo had behaved to her yesterday, and she resented Monsieur Popo's hints and insinuations very much indeed. These desultory thoughts passed to and fro through Lily Fairfield's mind during the longish walk, and she was suddenly surprised to find herself and the Count in a part of the Condamine where she had never been before. Was it here that Uncle Angelo's business friend lived? Yes, for at last they stopped in front of a large old-fashioned house, across which was written in large black letters, Utrecht Hotel. Walking through the open door into a small hall lit by a skylight, Count Polder shook hands in a friendly way with a respectable-looking woman who sat at a desk making out an account.
"Is Mr. Withering in, Madame Sansot?"
he asked, and the woman said,
"Yes, I believe so, Monsieur le Comte, but I will go and see."
The woman came back after a few moments.
"Mr. Withering is very busy writing in his room," she said. "He begs Monsieur le Comte to call another time." "Will you please take him up this card?"
said Count Polder. He went up to the desk where the woman had been sitting and dipped a pen in the ink. Lily could not help seeing that on the card on which was engraved, above Count Polder, an elegant little coronet, he wrote the words,
"I have brought with me Miss Lily Fairfield, my young English niece, whom you will perhaps be pleased to meet."
Again the woman went off, and when she came back she exclaimed,
"He will be down in 2 or 3 minutes. Please come this way."
She showed the visitors into a dingy little back room, where there were 3 deep armchairs and a number of cane-bottomed chairs. On 2 marble-topped tables were ashtrays and matchboxes. The windows were shut, and the room smelt musty. What a strange place in which to receive visitors! Before leaving the room, the woman came close up to the Count, and said in a low voice,
"Does Monsieur le Comte know anything about Mr. Withering? We find him a very curious kind of gentleman. He insists on paying every day, and he is so mean. He scrutinizes every sou in the account. Yet we know that he has a very large sum of money always on his person. That is not safe in a place like Monte Carlo, and my husband has begged him again and again to leave his money in our safe, but he is very suspicious."
"I know even less about him than you do," answered the Count amiably. "But I am not surprised at what you tell me. A certain type of nouveau riche either spends too much or too little. I know very little of your client. You will remember that you yourself introduced him to me."
"Yes, and I am very grateful to Monsieur le Comte for the trouble he took. But as a client, Mr. Withering has disappointed us very much."
She waited a moment.
"Was Monsieur le Comte able to get the card of admission he desired so much to possess? Fancy a man of that wealth not being able to get into the club. That was simply because Mr. Vissering did not already belong to a club in his own country. He is very old-fashioned, as you know, but there is no harm in him."
The woman looked dubiously at Lilly.
"Ah, Monsieur le Comte, you do not know the things that I know, but there, I will say nothing."
After Madame Sansot had left them, the Count turned to Lilly.
"This fellow Vissering is truly a queer kind of man,"
he muttered.
"He was one of the war profiteers of Holland. That makes him feel he has the right to be insolent. You must not notice his odd manner."
Lilly smiled.
"Of course I won't, Uncle Angelo."
Those who love Lilly Fairfield hope that she will live to a good old age, but however long she lives, she will never, never forget that shabby little smoking-room of the Utrecht Hotel. And yet what happened there did not seem at the time so very remarkable, memorable, or strange. It was simply very disagreeable and unexpected. After they had been waiting there, perhaps in all 5 minutes, the door opened, and a huge old man walked into the room. Lilly told herself that he looked like a big, shaggy Newfoundland dog, only not so nice. What was impressive about the stranger was a look of age wedded to that of great vitality. His ugly, powerful face bore a strange expression of hesitancy and expectation. Count Polder bowed coldly and distantly.
"As I was passing by, I thought, Mr. Vissering, that I would come in and convey to you an invitation from my wife. The Countess will be very pleased if you will come and spend this evening with us."
There was a pause. By way of answer, the old man came close up to where his visitors were standing. He did not even glance at the Count, but he stared at Lilly, and there was something so searching in that bold, hard, measuring look that the girl's own eyes fell before it.
"So this is your niece, Monsieur le Comte,"
he said at last, speaking French with a strong guttural accent.
"Yes,"
replied the Count rather nervously.
"This is Miss Lilly Fairfield, my English niece."
Then the old Dutchman broke into English.
"Is it true,"
he asked the girl abruptly,
"that the Count is your uncle?"
If it came to the point, it was, of course, not true, but Lilly told herself quickly that what she was or was not did not concern this odious old man.
"I am on a visit to my aunt, the Countess Polder," she said quietly.
"Then Madame la Comtesse is English?"
asked Mr. Vissering. That question Lilly did not feel called upon to answer, and the Count interposed.
"I shall be grateful if you will speak French. I learned English as a young man, but it is not a language with which I am familiar."
And then the old Dutchman turned again to Lilly, and, speaking this time in French, and with a kind of ogreish look and familiar intonation, which he found very unpleasant and disconcerting, he exclaimed,
"I asked you that question, mademoiselle, because as a matter of fact I inquired of my good new friend here, Count Polder, whether he knew any charming young ladies in Monte Carlo with whom I might make acquaintance. I am on the lookout for a little wife."
Lilly stared at him. What an extraordinarily disagreeable, ridiculous old man! And what a very odd kind of joke to make to a girl he had only met a few moments ago.
"I have always admired young English ladies very much,"
went on the strange old fellow.
"And I have here before me a perfect specimen."
He bowed. It was an ungainly bow, a kind of imitation of the Count's elegant and graceful salute.
"My niece," interposed Count Polder quickly, "has just come from London, and she has much that is interesting to say about her happy, prosperous country."
"There are not many Dutchmen in London,"
said Mr. Vissering grimly.
"Before the war, Germans were preferred."
He laughed harshly.
"As for us, we have always preferred France to England."
And then Lily, feeling that the time had come when she must say something to help Uncle Angelo, suddenly remarked, a little timidly, and yet firmly too, "I wonder, monsieur, if you are acquainted with a Dutch gentleman named Baron van Voorst. He is the only Dutchman I have ever met." And then, to her surprise and to the Count's relief, there came a distinct change over the old man. He drew a long breath.
"I have not met him,"
he said again, speaking in English, but in a very different and a far more courteous tone.
"The Baron is certainly a very distinguished man, one of our best-known statesmen. Do I understand you to say that you are personally acquainted with him?"
"Yes," said Lily, feeling, she could not have told you why, a little less uncomfortable. "I know him and his family quite well. He had his daughter with him, a girl about my own age, and they both said they hoped I would go some day to Holland. In fact, they asked me to go and stay with them there next spring to see the tulips in flower." Here Count Polder intervened with what Lily could not help feeling was a rather uncalled for and snobbish interruption.
"My niece, Miss Fairfield, comes of a very good English family,"
he observed pompously.
"People of good family are but human, after all,"
said the old man disagreeably.
"Does mademoiselle frequent the casino?"
He was certainly speaking more pleasantly, but still there was a curious note in his voice, a note to which Lily was very unaccustomed, that of a certain contemptuous familiarity. "I've only been in the rooms once," she said quietly.
"And did mademoiselle play?"
Lily laughed. "Oh, yes," she exclaimed. "Of course I played, and I won too, but my bag was stolen." There was a long pause, and then all at once Mr. Vissering exclaimed,
"I beg of you to sit down. Forgive my rudeness for not having invited you to do so before."
Count Polder hesitated. He looked at Lily as if wishing to discover how she felt, but she, on her side, was only anxious to do what would best further Uncle Angelo's and Beppo's business relations with this unpleasant, eccentric old man. So she sat down on one of the cane-bottomed chairs, and Mr. Vissering let himself fall heavily into one of the armchairs.
"Well," he said, "is it a bargain? Am I to have the company of Miss Fairfield this afternoon in the rooms? If so, I will bring with me a pretty gold purse containing 1,000 francs, and I will give her a lesson in gambling."
The Count answered for the now astonished and indignant Lily.
"I am sorry, but that is impossible. My niece has an engagement this afternoon. Meanwhile, I recall to your memory my wife's invitation. We hope you will do us the pleasure of coming up to La Solitude for supper. We are simple people, but I think you would enjoy an evening in the pure air."
The old man seemed to be hesitating.
"I do not know how I should find your house,"
he said at last.
"I should not care to take a taxi. Once you are in a taxi, you are no longer your own master. I am one of those men who believe in their own good right arm, as our friends the Germans used to say. I like to carry my fortune, or as much of it as I have with me, on my person."
"There need be no question of a taxi,"
said the Count quickly.
"I've been offered the loan of a motor by a friend. I will call at the garage on my way home and arrange to fetch you. The same motor will of course bring you back. You will be put to no expense."
"Ah, that is better. And you will bring our charming young friend here to fetch me?"
The Count shook his head.
"I will fetch you, Mr. Vissering. Mademoiselle will be with my wife, waiting to greet you at La Solitude."
"Did you say dinner would be at 7 o'clock?"
asked the old man.
"It is my habit to lunch early, therefore I am hungry by 7.
"It shall certainly be 7, or even 6:30 if you prefer it,"
said the Count courteously.
No, 7 will do. I shall expect you here at 6:30. Oh, and a word more. I was much gratified the other day by your kindly giving me a card of admission to the club, but I have not cared to use it, being alone. Would you mind coming down with me there tonight, and acting as my introducer?
I, being a monegasque, have no right to enter the club, said the Count. But I have many friends, any one of whom would be charmed to introduce you. I will see one of them, the Marchese Pescoboldi, about the matter at once on leaving here.
I thank you, said Mr. Vissering slowly.
And now we must be going home, Lily, said the Count in a relieved tone. Your aunt will be expecting us.
The girl got up. Somehow she felt she did not want that strange old man even to touch her hand. She bowed distantly. He accompanied them into the hall.
"Till tonight, then," he said in French.
Then, breaking into English, he exclaimed,
"And do not forget what I told you just now, my fair young lady."
"What you told me just now?" repeated Lily uncomfortably. Did he mean that ridiculous proposal that he should take her to the casino and give her money to gamble with?
"That I am on the lookout for a dear little wife."
Lily made no answer to this peculiar remark. She tried to smile, but when she got out in the street she took a deep breath. She had felt as if stifled in that frowsy little smoking-room.
"What a brute, eh?"
exclaimed the Count after they had walked a few yards in silence.
"You must forgive me, my dear Lily, for having exposed you to that low fellow's vulgar joking." "I've never met such an extraordinary man," said the girl hesitatingly. "His manner was so odd. Do you think that he is a little mad?" "He is an eccentric,"
said the Count shortly. "I can't imagine why he wants to belong to the club."
"He is, as you say in England, a snob,"
observed the Count dryly. "And do you really think he will be useful to Beppo?" asked Lily.
"I know he will be,"
replied the Count grimly. Then he fell into one of his long silences. "Have you not forgotten, Uncle Angelo, the message to the Marchese?" asked Lily at last. "I mean about Mr. Vissering and the club."
"I have thought the matter over," said the Count gravely, "and I do not feel I can propose such a plan to the Marchese. Mr. Vissering would be out of place in the club."
"You also said something about a car for tonight," said Lily.
"I have changed my mind about that too. I do not care to ask favours of people. I shall take one of those nice taxis that look like a private car from one of the hotels."
When they were within sight of La Solitude, he asked suddenly,
"Are you going out with Beppo and the Pescoboldis this afternoon?"
"No," said Lily. "There would not be room for me in the car. The Marchesa has asked some people they know in the hotel to go with them. Beppo said they meant to start early this morning, but they will be back in ample time for dinner, of course. I am to be at the Hidalgo Hotel at 7:15.
"And what time will you be home?"
asked the Count. He turned and looked at Lily as he spoke. She was surprised, for he never seemed to take the slightest interest in her comings or goings. "Beppo wants me to have supper with him and his friends after the performance. They kindly suggest bringing me back, as Aunt Cosy would not like me to return alone so late."
"Then we cannot expect you home till after 11?
"I fear it will be 12 o'clock, Uncle Angelo, but Christina is going to sit up for me. It is very kind of her to do so." She waited, and then added, a little shyly, "I am so very fond of Christina, Uncle Angelo."
"You are right to be that," he said feelingly. "She is a most excellent woman."
"She is so fond of Beppo," said Lily.
Yes, indeed. She could not love him more if she were his own mother. There is nothing that Christina would not do for my Beppo."
There came a tone of real emotion into the Count's voice, and the girl, looking round at him, told herself how very strange it was that the same man could be so frank and so deceitful, so cold in manner, and at the same time such a devoted father. He now looked curiously pale and puffy, as well as very, very tired. "I wish Beppo could have stayed on in Monte Carlo a little longer," she said kindly. The Count looked at her fixedly.
"I hope," he said slowly, "that Beppo will stay in Monte Carlo for a considerable time."
Lily was surprised to hear him say this. Surely Beppo was going back to Rome at once. His own and his friends' rooms at the Hotel Hidalgo were already let to another set of people from 2 days hence. The end of Chapter 17. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 18 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Lily sat waiting in the brilliantly lighted vestibule of the Hotel Hidalgo. In her grey chiffon evening gown and charming black and white cloak, she looked a sufficiently arresting figure to cause many admiring eyes to turn towards her as people passed through on their way to the dining-room. The party were to dine at 7 sharp in order to be in good time for the gala performance at the casino, and Lily had arrived about 5 minutes before the hour fixed. But now it was nearly 7:30, and they were not yet back from their drive. She began to grow impatient. Poor Lily! She did not feel particularly happy this evening. After the amusing and exciting days she had just gone through, today had dragged by dully and wearily, the only interlude being that unpleasant visit to Uncle Angelo's odious acquaintance. She was glad indeed not to be dining at La Solitude tonight. The Dutchman's manner had been so insultingly familiar, till she had mentioned Uncle Tom's nice friend, the Baron von Wurst. Mr. Vissering was evidently an awful snob. During the whole of the afternoon there had seemed to rest a heavy load of depression on the lonely house. Aunt Cosy was impatient and restless, whilst Christina, obviously ill at ease, kept sighing long, sad sighs. As for Count Polder, he had disappeared about 4 o'clock, to return a little before 6, laden with the costly makings of a luxurious cold supper. She, Lily, had helped Christina to prepare the dining-room. Then she had dressed, putting on for the first time her beautiful grey chiffon evening gown and magpie cloak. But, alas, with no delightful little bag to match. While waiting for the car which was to take her to the Hotel Hidalgo, there had again been some discussion as to what time she would return that night.
"Understand, my little Lily, that I desire you to stay to the supper after the play. Beppo would be terribly disappointed if you did not do so."
So had said the Countess firmly, and Lily had answered, truthfully enough, that she would like very much to stay to supper. She had never been out to supper after a play, but many of her friends in England had sometimes talked as if the supper, rather than the play, was the most amusing part of an evening's entertainment, and if amusing in London, how much more amusing at Monte Carlo. At last a quaint-looking little man approached her, and bowing low, observed,
"Do I speak to Miss Fairfield?"
And then he went on,
"I have to tell you, mademoiselle, that Count Beppo Polder and his party have had a breakdown in the mountains 40 miles away. The Count found a house where they allowed him to telephone, and the message has just come through. He is greatly distressed and suggests that mademoiselle should have a little dinner here, and that then we should arrange to send mademoiselle home with one of our chambermaids. There is no hope of Count Beppo being in time for the gala performance tonight. I can dispose of the tickets if you approve that I do so."
Lily felt sharply disappointed, but she blessed Beppo for his kind thought. She was hungry as well as tired, and it would be such a comfort to have dinner here, at the Hotel Hidalgo, and then go back to La Solitude. If that odious Dutchman was still there, she could slip up to her bedroom without going into the drawing-room, leaving Christina to explain later to the Countess what had happened. Conducted with ceremony by the manager to a little table in the dining-room, Lily enjoyed a most excellent meal. If only Papa Papeau and Angus Stewart had chosen the Hotel Hidalgo to come to this evening, how delightful it would have been. She longed to tell Captain Stewart that she had had his letter. By the time Lily had finished her meal, most of the other diners had left. Again the manager himself escorted her to a car, in which she found a respectable-looking elderly Frenchwoman already seated.
"I should like to pay for my dinner,"
she said a little awkwardly. The man shook his head.
"If I allowed mademoiselle to do that, Count Beppo Polder would indeed be angry with me,"
he exclaimed. As they rolled quickly along, the woman by Lily's side began talking in a pleasant, easy way. She explained that she was the head chambermaid of the Hotel Hidalgo, and as such had special charge of the Marchesa Pescaboli's apartments. She spoke admiringly of Count Beppo, and then she startled Lily by saying something which made it clear that the good woman believed that the young lady by her side was his fiancée. Lily felt annoyed and very much taken aback, but as the actual word had not been spoken, she did not feel that she could put the woman right. Still, she did rather go out of her way to say that she was related to Count Beppo's mother, and that she was only here, at Monte Carlo, on a visit. When they reached the clearing among the olive trees which, to Lily, always recalled that terrible morning when she found poor George Ponting's body, she pulled 5 francs out of her purse and put it into the chambermaid's hand.
"I will be sure, and tell Count Beppo that I brought mademoiselle quite safely home,"
said the woman meaningly. Lily made her way slowly up the broad path through the little wood. There was a brilliant moon, and as she emerged onto the lawn, she saw the long 2-storied house almost as clearly as if it was daylight. So absolute was the stillness that Lily, with a sense of relief, told herself that the eccentric guest had surely gone. All the windows opening onto the terrace, as was always the case in the evening, were tightly closed and shuttered too. That meant that she must go round to the front door. She rather dreaded what she believed was certain to happen: the Count's quiet surprise at her early return, Aunt Cosy's vociferous lamentations and expressions of regret at Beppo's accident among the mountains, and Christina's sympathy with her, Lily's disappointment. There was a chance that the Count and Countess, who were fond of going early to bed, had already retired. If so, she might postpone the story of what had happened till the next morning. While these thoughts were passing quickly through her mind, one of the drawing-room windows opened very quietly, and Christina walked out of it. She looked curiously ethereal and ghostly in the moonlight, and her small face was white and drawn. She put her finger on her lips.
"Hush,"
she whispered.
"I thought I heard the footsteps, so I peeped out and saw that it was only you, mademoiselle." "Yes," whispered back Lily. "Count Beppo had a breakdown and couldn't return in time for the play, so I've come home. Are the Count and Countess upstairs yet?"
The question seemed superfluous, as otherwise they would have been in the room whence Christina had just come, but the old woman shook her head. "Shh, shh," she murmured under her breath, and then she uttered the words, "Il y a du monde." It is an untranslatable expression which may be roughly rendered as, "We have company tonight," the words being applicable to one visitor or to a dozen.
"Hasn't Mr. Vissering gone yet?"
asked Lily.
"How very strange, Christina. He said he must go quite early."
"I'd better go straight up to my room," went on the girl in a low voice. She stepped into the dark drawing-room, where were the Count and Countess and their guest.
"The visitor came late,"
murmured the old servant.
"They are still in the dining-room."
In a darkness made more dense by the moonlight outside, Christina took Lily's hand, and together they crept very quietly into the corridor. And then something curious happened. When they were about to go past the aperture which led into the dining-room, of which the door was wide open, the old woman stepped back and turned down the little oil lamp which lighted the corridor. Thus, for a moment, Lily was in darkness, while able to see clearly into the large windowless room. The Count and Countess were sitting one on each side of their guest. He alone had his broad bent high back to the door. Coffee had evidently just been served, but what astonished Lily was the silence. Not one of the three was speaking to the other. The Count and Countess, their heads bent forward, seemed to be listening intently. They had probably heard the sound of the drawing-room window and of the door into the passage opening and shutting. Suddenly, as if moved by a common impulse, and still absolutely silent, as was also their strange guest, they both turned and gazed straight at the open door. It was certain that they could see nothing, for Lily, standing in the passage, was shrouded in deep shadow, yet on each of the faces now turned towards the hidden watcher was an awful expression of suspense and acute fear, more marked in the Countess's strong-featured countenance than in that of the Count.
"There is no one there. It must have been Christina."
Uttering these words in a low tone, the Countess got up and shut the door, and, as she did so, the sleeve of Lily's cloak was plucked by Christina's thin fingers, and she was gently and silently pushed towards the steep staircase. Lily crept upstairs, opened her bedroom door, and lit a candle. She felt excited and ill at ease. She wished that horrible old man would go away. What could he have said or done to make his host and hostess look like that? Had he some hold over Beppo Polder? Lily's heart was beating with a strange sense of vague disquiet and, yes, fear. After she had got into bed, she began to read one of her English magazines. Somehow she felt she could not go to sleep till the visitor had gone. She had been reading for about a quarter of an hour, when there came over her that peculiar sensation of being companioned which seems to have no reference to sight or sound. She looked up. The Countess was standing just inside the door, with a glass in her hand.
"Christina has told me of this unfortunate thing that happened tonight. I'm so sorry," she said in a low tone, "that you have missed the gala performance. I feel sad, too, to think of my beloved Beppo's disappointment. I've brought you up a glass of syrup and water. I remember that you liked it the other day." "Thank you so much, Aunt Cosy." "Your Uncle Angelo is seeing off his Dutch friend," went on the Countess, coming up close to her bed. She hesitated a moment. "He is, what do you call it in England? Yes, a rough diamond. So we were glad that neither you nor Beppo were here. Beppo is so very particular. Do not mention to my son that we had a visitor tonight." Lily took the glass from the Countess's hand and began sipping. Yes, it was certainly very nice, rather too sweet for English taste, like jam dissolved in icy cold water. She drank it all up, however. "Sleep well, dear. We shall have Beppo out here early, full of apologies. Do not spoil those pretty eyes by reading in bed." As she uttered the word bed, there came from outside the house, on the very steep and rough road which led to the real door of the villa, the loud snort of a motor car drawing up. Then the bell rang violently.
The Countess was so startled that she dropped the empty glass she was holding in her hand, and it fell, shivered, in a dozen pieces. She walked over to the bedroom door and opened it, and at once Beppo's rather high voice sounded up the staircase. He was evidently telling his father what had happened to their party.
"It's only Beppo."
But the Countess still seemed extraordinarily disturbed.
"I will go down and tell him that you are fast asleep, and that he must not make such a noise. I do hope he has not brought any strangers into the house. We are not prepared for visitors."
She shut the bedroom door, and a few minutes later the girl, who had turned very sleepy, heard the car starting again. When Lily awoke the next morning, the strong morning light was filtering through the chinks in her dark curtains. She did not feel refreshed, for she had a bad headache. Perhaps the food at the Hotel Hidalgo had been too rich, and yet the other day she had felt all the better for a much more elaborate meal. She jumped out of bed. It was late, a little after 9 o'clock. Putting on her dressing-gown, she prepared to wend her way to the peculiar spot she used as a bathroom. But when she got to the kitchen, Christina barred the way.
"You cannot have a bath today, mademoiselle. The Count bought some plants yesterday and put them into the bath. I dare not disturb them."
And then Lily noticed something which very much astonished her, yet it was such a little thing. She perceived that the old woman still wore the rather elaborate muslin cap and apron which she was accustomed to put on only in the evening, and only when there was a visitor to dinner. Was it conceivable, possible, that Christina had sat up all night? She certainly looked very wan and tired. Somehow Lily did not like to ask a question which she felt sure would not be answered truthfully if what she suspected had happened. But something of what was in her mind perhaps showed in her frank face, for Christina looked distressed, as if caught out in a shameful action.
"I will boil mademoiselle an egg and make her a cup of tea," she said nervously.
No, let me do that, but first I will go upstairs and manage as well as I can with that little basin." Lily felt vexed. It was too bad of Uncle Angelo to have filled up the bath with plants, when he must know perfectly well that she used it every morning. The end of Chapter 18. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 19. Of the Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The last time a visitor had dined at La Solitude, the guest had been Beppo, and Lily had helped Christina to clear away the next morning, and then to wash up the beautiful china and glass which were only brought out on special occasions. She supposed that would be her programme this morning, and she was glad to think there would be something to keep her busy, for she felt strung up, excited, and ill at ease, curiously unlike herself. For the first time she felt an eager, instinctive desire to leave La Solitude. In vain she argued with herself that the kind of feeling which now possessed her was unreasonable and absurd. The more so that since the arrival of Beppo at Monte Carlo, both the Count and Countess had been very much nicer to her than before he came. In fact, Lily could not doubt that Aunt Cosy was becoming really fond of her, but it was very disagreeable to feel that she was always being spied on. Again she grew hot at the thought of Aunt Cosy reading her letter from Angus Stewart. Well she knew that the Countess, with her curious, narrow ideas, would think it a very peculiar letter for a girl to have received from a young man. Beppo was right about his parents. They were odd, eccentric people, very difficult to know. It was in no happy or contented mood that Lily went downstairs, prepared to help Christina clear away the remains of last night's supper. Instead of going first to the kitchen, she walked along the short passage which led to the dining-room. There, to her great surprise, she found that everything had already been cleared away. Somehow, though that perhaps was hardly reasonable on her part, this confirmed Lily's belief that Christina had not gone to bed last night. As she stood just within the empty, windowless room, there surged across Lilly Fairfield an uncannily vivid memory of the extraordinary old man who had been sitting last night at the round table now before her. What could he have said that had made the Count and Countess Polder look as they had looked when they had turned and gazed with such an expression of stony fear at the open door? Again Lily asked herself uneasily whether that horrible old Dutchman, for so she now described him in her own mind, had any hold over Beppo. The Countess had said that the two men were engaged in some sort of business together, but Lily could not help remembering the almost insolent manner with which Mr. Vissering had treated Count Polder. And she now remembered another thing which struck her as very strange. This was that Beppo's name had not once been mentioned during that awkward three-cornered conversation in the dirty little smoking-room of the Hotel Utrecht. And then all at once there came over Lily a most peculiar sensation. It was that of being companioned by the strange old man who had just been so strongly in her thoughts. She felt as if he were here, close to her. It was a most disturbing and odious sensation, and with an overmastering desire to be quit of it, she almost ran into the passage. But the feeling persisted, and, turning round, she gazed through the open door into the room beyond. So vividly had she visualized just now the Count, the Countess, and the large, black, slightly bent back of their uncouth guest, that she half expected to see them there. But of course she only saw the round, polished table under the skylight, and the carved gilt chairs in their usual places against the tapestried walls. Feeling queerly shaken and frightened, she went slowly on into the kitchen.
"Is Mademoiselle going into the town this morning?"
asked Christina. She caught at the suggestion. A walk would chase away these morbid fancies and visions from her brain. Also, she had several little things to do in Monte Carlo. "I'll start at once," she exclaimed. "Is there anything you would like me to get you in the town?" But Christina shook her head. Lily went quickly up to her room and put on her plain black coat and skirt. Then she took her cheque-book out of the only bag she ever kept locked, and caught up a pretty fancy basket, which had been a present from Monsieur Popeau. He had bought it full of fruit at Marseille, and she found it very useful when she did any little shopping, either for herself or for Christina. As she opened the door of her room, she heard her name called out in Aunt Cosy's voice.
"Lily! Lily!"
The voice was low and urgent, and seemed very near. Probably Uncle Angelo was still asleep. She looked up, a little startled. The bedroom opposite to hers, that which she knew to be Christina's bedroom, though as a matter of fact she had never seen the old woman either enter it or leave it, had its door ajar, and through that door the Countess, clad in a dressing-gown, now emerged. She had a small, flat parcel in her hand.
"I fear,"
she said nervously,
"that you will think what I am going to ask you to do is very strange, my little one. It is to go to the Hotel Hidalgo and deliver this parcel into Beppo's own hands. It is of great importance and value. I ought to have given it to him last night, but his coming was so unexpected that I forgot all about it."
Lily was indeed more than surprised at this request, for by this time she had come to realize how very particular foreigners are as to what a girl may or may not do, and that she, Lily, should go to the Hotel Hidalgo and ask for Beppo was just the sort of thing that all foreigners, Aunt Cosy included, would regard as a very improper thing to do.
but she allowed nothing of what was passing in her mind to appear in her manner.
"It will be quite easy for me to go there on my way to cash a cheque," she exclaimed, and held out her hand for the parcel.
The Countess's face cleared. Then all at once a comical look of dismay came over it.
"Why that melancholy black coat and skirt?"
she asked.
"I would not like Beppo to see you looking, what is that expressive word, dowdy. Put on one of your pretty frocks, my dear."
But Lily, reddening, shook her head. Though she was, deep in her heart, sorry that she had not put on something a little more smart than this old dress, she did not feel inclined to change just because she was going to see Beppo.
"Perhaps I shan't see him," she said, smiling. "He mayn't be up. It's early, you know, Aunt Cosy." "If you do not see him," said the Countess sharply, "then you must bring this parcel back at once to me. I thought I had made that quite clear, Lily." "I'm so sorry. I'll be sure to deliver it to him."
And then, to Lily's surprise, Aunt Cosy suddenly drew her into her arms and kissed her with real affection.
"I feel, my little Lily, as if you brought good fortune to La Solitude. God knows I don't want to be unfair to the Marchesa Pescobaldi, for she has been in some ways a good friend to my beloved son. But it is quite true that she has the evil eye. Look at what happened yesterday. There was no reason why they should have had that breakdown in the mountains, depriving Beppo of a delightful evening with you. I am very, very glad indeed that the Marchesa is going home tomorrow. You are our true mascot."
Lily was touched and amused by these odd remarks. They had in them a thrill of reality, of truthfulness, which was very rare in Aunt Cosy's voice and manner.
"I'm so sorry Beppo has to go away too tomorrow," she said sympathetically. "We shall see, we shall see. Perhaps it will be possible for him to stay on a little longer after all,"
answered the Countess, but now she was speaking, or so the girl told herself, in her old, false, affected voice. Lily took the precious parcel and put it at the bottom of her basket. Then she went downstairs.
"Well, Christina, is there really nothing you want me to do?" "I would like a pound of rice," said Christina hesitatingly. "And if you could get me such a thing, 4 fowls' livers, that is all, my little lady."
After the girl had started on her solitary expedition, she debated with herself whether she should go off straight to the Hotel Hidalgo, or take it on her way back. She finally decided to go there first. When about halfway down the hill, she saw a woman coming slowly up towards her, but not till they had passed one another did Lily realize that the stranger was Madame Sansot, who kept the Utrecht Hotel, and who had spoken with such suspicion and dislike of Mr. Vissering. She felt sorry she had not said good day to her in the courteous French fashion. Still, it was probable that Madame Sansot had not known her again in her severely simple black coat and skirt, and plain round hat. It took Lily longer than she had expected to walk to the Hotel Hidalgo, and it was nearly 11 o'clock when she found herself in the hall where she had waited so long and so impatiently last night. Feeling a little shy, she went to the bureau and inquired for Count Beppo Polder. The clerk, who had not been there the night before, looked at the young English lady with a good deal of curiosity.
"I do not know if you can see the Count," he said hesitatingly. "He is not down here. He is upstairs in the Marchesa Pescobaldi's sitting-room. Does mademoiselle wish to be shown up there?"
Lily was in a dilemma.
"No, I do not think that will be necessary," she said, rather uncomfortably. "I have bought a parcel for Count Beppo from his mother. She wished me to give it to him in person. Perhaps you would let him know that Miss Fairfield would like to see him in the hall for a minute."
She spoke very decidedly, and the man scribbled something on a card and sent it upstairs.
There then followed what seemed to the girl a very long wait, but at last, to her surprise, Beppo and the Marchesa appeared together. The Marchesa's face was flushed. She looked both angry and disturbed. So did Beppo. As they came into the hall it was quite clear that neither of them recognized Lilly. They were talking together animatedly. Then she heard the Marchesa utter an exclamation of surprise, and they both advanced towards her.
"The Marchesa kindly suggests that you should come upstairs to her sitting-room."
Beppo tried to speak pleasantly and naturally, but it was plain to Lilly that something had upset him very much.
"Yes,"
chimed in the Marchesa.
"we hope, Miss Fairfield, that you will come upstairs. It will be quite easy to arrange a private interview between you and Count Beppo. My husband and I will leave you alone together. That is more suitable than that you should ask for a private room down here."
"But I only wanted to see Count Beppo to give him a parcel from his mother. I would have sent it up, but Aunt Cosy made me promise I would give it to him personally," exclaimed Lilly. The Marchesa's face cleared as if by magic.
"What stupid messages hotel people do give,"
she observed.
"The message we received was that Miss Fairfield was downstairs and desired to see Count Beppo Polder alone and secretly. I feared something dreadful had happened at La Solitude."
"I knew perfectly well that nothing had happened," said Beppo crossly. "You might have let me come down alone, Livia."
Lilly blushed and laughed. "I said nothing about secretly," she exclaimed, "but I did say that I must see Beppo in person. Aunt Cosy made me promise that I would." She handed the parcel to Beppo, and then they all shook hands.
"Do, please, Miss Fairfield, come back to luncheon with us here. It would give us great pleasure."
The Marchesa spoke with real, eager cordiality, and, as Lilly hesitated, she added,
"Do ask her, Beppo. She will perhaps do it if you ask her. We will send up a message to the Countess explaining that we have kept you."
"Yes, please do," said Beppo.
"Walk with her to the door, my friend, and put her in the way she wishes to go to do her shopping,"
said the Marchesa, kindly and pleasantly.
"I must run up to my husband again and tell him our apprehensions were not justified."
She waved her hand, leaving the two younger people together.
"The Marchesa was afraid that one of my parents was ill," explained Beppo awkwardly. "She has a very warm heart. I am so glad you are coming back to déjeuner."
He kept fingering the parcel.
"Mamma did not want an answer?"
"No, I'm sure not."
"In any case, I will write to my mother a note explaining that you are with us and telling her that I will escort you back to La Solitude myself this afternoon."
They were out on the road by now.
"How I wish I could come with you, Lilly, and assist you in the shopping, but alas, I must leave you here."
She walked off, feeling that foreigners were indeed inexplicable beings. Without the softening effect of her toque and veil, the Marchesa Pescoboldi had looked a good deal older this morning than she had done the other day, and there had been an unbecoming flush all over her face. Lilly walked on, half glad, half sorry that she was going to the Hotel Hidalgo to lunch. Glad she was not going back to La Solitude, sorry that she was to be the guest of the lady with the evil eye. In spite of herself, Aunt Cosy's words about the Marchesa had impressed her. Monte Carlo is a very small place, though a place of large clear spaces, so it was not perhaps as wonderful as Lilly thought it was that she should run straight into Captain Stewart.
"This is an answer to a prayer,"
exclaimed the young Scotsman, and though he smiled, he spoke as if he meant what he said.
"I suppose it was presumptuous of me to hope that if you had received my letter, you would have answered it."
"Please forgive me," said Lilly penitently, "but yesterday was so full I hadn't a minute, and—"
"Yes?" he said eagerly.
"I'll answer it now,"
she said. by telling you that I thought it was very kind of you to write it, and, he repeated, that I haven't forgotten my promise. I'll come at once to you if anything else happens to upset me again. Not that I expect anything to happen, but still one never knows."
"I want you to do me a kindness," he said abruptly. "Papa has entertained me very often, and I've never entertained him yet. Will you lunch with him and with me this morning? I found quite a nice restaurant. Not as good as the Hôtel de Paris, but quite a decent place. Do, Miss Fairfield. I shall take it as a real kindness, the act of a friend." Poor Lily felt sorry indeed that she had engaged herself to the Italian lady.
"I wish I could," she said ruefully, "but I promised to go back to the Hôtel Hidalgo. The Marchesa Pescobaldi, who is a great friend of the Polders, begged me to come, and I said I would. I don't see how I can get out of it now."
He remained silent.
"You do understand, don't you?" she said pleadingly.
"Yes, of course I understand, but I'm sorry."
"I'm sorry too," said Lily in a low voice.
"Forgive me, Miss Fairfield. I'm an ill-tempered, cantankerous fellow, but I was so disappointed just for a minute. What are you doing this afternoon? May we call for you at the Hôtel Hidalgo after lunch?"
"I'm afraid Beppo Polder will expect me to go out with them," said Lily. "I always used to think I had a firm character till I came to Monte Carlo, but now I'm just like wax. I do whatever I'm told. It's awfully difficult with foreigners. They just make up their minds to do something, and one has to fall in with their plans."
"Count Beppo Polder is going away tomorrow, isn't he?" asked Angus Stewart abruptly.
"Yes, I believe he is."
"I'm glad he's going away."
"Why?"
asked Lily. "I don't care for the fellow, that's all."
"I rather like him," observed Lily.
Captain Stewart lifted his hat and walked away. Then he suddenly came back. "As you can't come to lunch, could you come to dinner tonight and go to the club?" He said these very simple words in rather a fierce tone, and Lily suddenly felt as if she must obey him.
"I think I can manage that," she exclaimed, "though it is impossible to tell what Aunt Cosy will or will not allow me to do."
As she saw a look of annoyance, almost of anger, flash across the young man's face, she added hurriedly,
"Of course, I am now quite free to come and go as I like in the daytime, but I don't know if she would consider it the thing for me to go out to dinner by myself. However, I can but try."
"Are you going back now at once to the Hôtel Hidalgo?"
"No," said Lily frankly. "I'm going to call on the English chaplain and ask him if he can't find me something to do. There must be voluntary work of some sort where I could put in a few hours each day."
"But you came here to rest," he exclaimed in a dismayed tone.
Lily laughed. "I feel quite well again now, but sometimes La Solitude gets on my nerves. I can't imagine how an energetic woman like Aunt Cosy can stand it as she does. She wouldn't if she wasn't so fond of her husband. They are wrapped up in one another. The real reason why she was so awfully angry with me about Mr. Ponting was because he was so upset. She really is a devoted wife."
She felt that the man walking by her side had a deep, she thought an unreasonable, prejudice against the Countess Polder. She wanted to show him that there was something good in Aunt Cosy, something better than he thought for. When they reached the chaplain's house, Lily held out her hand.
"Goodbye. I hope only till tonight," she exclaimed.
Captain Stewart shook hands with her rather stiffly and walked away, this time without turning round and coming back, as he had done before. As to Lily's proposed voluntary work, everything was settled in a very few minutes. She was told that there was a convalescent home just outside Monte Carlo, where they would be more than grateful for occasional help. As she left the captain's house, Lily felt that she quite looked forward to this opportunity of doing some real work. It was true that the long, dull hours spent by her at La Solitude
got on her nerves. Hence that strange, unnerving experience in the dining-room this morning. It was to her an extraordinary experience to be living in a house into which there never came a book, or even a newspaper of any kind, excepting the queer little sheet published in Monaco itself. That contained practically no news of interest to an English girl, though the long lists of visitors to the various hotels were studied carefully by both Count and Countess Polder. At first Lily had supposed by the way the Countess talked that people would come in and out as they did in England, but with the exception of the unfortunate George Ponting and of her own two friends, Monsieur Popeau and Captain Stewart, no strangers had been near La Solitude till last night, and then, as Lily knew quite well, the old Dutchman had only been asked because it was hoped that he would be useful to Beppo. It was strange how Mr. Vissering's sinister, disagreeable personality haunted Lily. When she thought of him, she hastened her footsteps, nervously afraid lest she might suddenly run into him. She wondered if the woman who kept the Utrecht Hotel had been on her way to La Solitude with a message from the Dutchman. Perhaps she was bringing a return invitation from old Mr. Vissering to the Count and Countess. If he had included her, and Lily somehow felt quite certain that if he asked them, he would ask her too, then she made up her mind to say quite plainly that she would not go. The end of Chapter 19. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 20 of The Lonely House by Marie Belloc Lowndes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20.
And now, my good friends, you two had better take a turn in the sunshine while I carry off Miss Fairfield to my sitting-room for a little rest and a little chat.
So quoth the Marchesa Pescobaldi to her husband and to Count Beppo the moment lunch was over. They had had déjeuner downstairs in the hotel dining-room, and it had been a pleasant meal, and yet all the time while eating, listening, and talking, Lily had felt uncomfortable, very unlike her usual eager, interested, happy self. The Marchesa had come down to the dining-room dressed as if for going out, in the plainly made black coat and skirt and elegant toque she had worn on the first occasion that Lily had seen her. Yet once more the English girl was struck by her beauty. She was evidently older than Lily had at first thought, but of her pre-eminent loveliness there could be no doubt. Among the many exquisitely dressed and, in many cases, very pretty and attractive women there, the Marchesa Pescobaldi looked and moved like a goddess among mortals. By this Italian lady's side the English girl felt very young, very insignificant, and yes, very badly dressed, in her 3-year-old black coat and skirt and plain white linen shirt. The other three talked a great deal during the meal. Even the Marchese, whom Lily did not really feel she knew at all, addressed a great deal of his conversation to her. Lily was told of a visit he had paid to England long years before, and of a delightful Derby Day experience when he had won 5,000 francs on an Italian horse at 10-to-1 odds. Out of compliment to their guests they all talked English, which the Marchesa spoke extremely well, almost as well as Beppo. Her husband made up for his lack of knowledge by his somewhat elaborate courtesy to the young lady who was his guest. All at once, as they were sipping their coffee, something was said by Beppo which implied that he was not leaving Monte Carlo as had been arranged with his friends the next day. Perhaps he caught the look of surprise on Lily's face, for he remarked quickly, "I have had the news from Rome, which makes it possible for me to stay on here for at any rate another 10 days or so." Lily wondered why he hadn't told her this morning, but all she said was,
How delighted Aunt Cosy will be!"
"I hope that you will not be sorry," he exclaimed jokingly, and Lily, smiling, shook her head. She had certainly enjoyed herself since Beppo's arrival at Monte Carlo. Also, his presence had quite altered Aunt Cosy, and made her much nicer. After they had finished had come the brief advice, nay, it was a command, from the Marchesa, to the two men to go out and leave her and Lily for a while by themselves. "Your rest and chat must not last too long, if we are to have the drive we promised ourselves," said Beppo. He took out his watch. "I will come up and fetch you at 2:15. I hope that by then both you ladies will be ready to start."
"You need not come upstairs,"
said the Marchesa quickly.
"You can send us a message when you are ready. But pray give us a full half-hour. There's nothing more disagreeable than motoring just after a meal."
A few moments later the lift was swinging Lilly Fairfield and the Marchesa Pesciboli up smoothly, almost noiselessly, to the top of the hotel. As they stepped out of the lift, the older woman affectionately thrust one of her jewelled hands through Lily's arm in almost schoolgirl fashion.
"Now that we are alone," she exclaimed, "I want to tell you that I hope you and I, Miss Fairfield, are going to be friends. May I call you Lily? It is a sweet, a delightful name, pure and simple, as I am sure you are yourself. Will you call me by my name, too, dear? I am called Livia."
"It is very kind of you to want to make friends with me, Livia," said Lily shyly. "I have always longed to go to Rome some day."
"But, of course, it is because you will live in Rome that I want us to be friends,"
said the Marchesa, rather quickly. As she spoke, she withdrew her hand from the other's arm, and, opening a door, she stepped back to allow Lily to pass through into a very light, gay-looking sitting-room, in which were many bowls and vases filled with exquisite flowers.
"You see," she exclaimed, "how both my husband and Beppo spoil me."
By far the most beautiful thing in the room was a big nosegay of white lilac, rising from a blue jar, which was in itself a thing of beauty. The Marchesa went up to the lilac and sniffed at them delicately.
"This was Beppo's gift to me this morning," she said. "He went out after seeing you and got them for me. Partly, I suppose, to console me for the fact that he will not be our escort back to Rome tomorrow."
While she spoke, she went on moving about the room, and Lily suddenly told herself that her companion was like a beautiful, restless, untamed animal. Her wonderful eyes, they were like pools of light in her pale face, were darting this way and that, and again the English girl asked herself with a kind of apprehension whether the Marchesa had indeed the fatal, maleficent gift which the superstitious believe may bring sorrow and even shame on those its possessor loves best.
"I think we will sit over here,"
said her hostess at last.
"But first, my dear Lily, excuse me a moment. I will take off my toque, for it is heavy. Even the best Parisian modistes have now lost the art of making a hat sit lightly on the wearer's brow. I shall be more comfortable without it. I have a headache. Yesterday's adventure in the mountains was very tiring."
She left the room, and Lily, who had been sitting down, got up and walked, hardly knowing what she was doing, over to a big writing-table. One of the drawers was open, and she could not help seeing that within the drawer was the wrapper of the parcel she had brought for Beppo. The Marchesa came back.
"We will sit in the window," she observed, "so that while we talk we can enjoy the glorious view."
She pushed 2 easy-chairs toward the bow window, so arranging them that while she herself was in the shadow, Lily's face was in the full light.
"And now," she said, "sit down. We have not got very long. I think that Beppo did not like leaving us alone, eh?" Men are like that. They detest the realities. They do not like the truth.
Lily would have liked to combat this rather unkind view of the stronger sex, but her hostess was speaking with a kind of suppressed energy, which made her feel she could not interrupt.
Yes, I am all for the truth. I do not believe in the French proverb, all truth is not good to say, and I know that English people always tell the truth.
She gazed with an eager, rather questioning look into the girl's open, guileless face.
Do not think me impertinent,
she said suddenly,
but before I go away, there are 1 or 2 puzzles which I wish much to solve, and you, Lily, alone can help me to solve them. I beg you to believe me, that I shall be asking these questions in no spirit of idle curiosity, but because for many years past Beppo Polder has been—
She hesitated, and then she went on firmly,
the closest friend of my husband and myself. Can you wonder that I want you and me to be allies?
She stopped speaking. It was clear she wanted Lily to say something, but what was there to say?
I know you have been very kind to Beppo, said the girl earnestly. Aunt Cosy spoke very gratefully of your kindness to him the day I first met you.
That was, perhaps, somewhat stretching the truth, but still it was the truth.
My kindness to her son has not made the Countess love me, Lily, said the Marchesa dryly. That the woman hates me. Again and again she would have liked to have done me an injury. Again and again, not lately but in the past, she has tried to detach Beppo from his best friends.
Lily began to feel exceedingly uncomfortable. She knew that what the Marchesa said was perfectly true. Aunt Cosy did not like the Pescobaldis, but that was none of her business. When all was said and done, she, Lily Fairfield, was really a stranger to them all. The Marchesa was looking at her intently, evidently willing her to speak again.
Of course, Aunt Cosy is a very peculiar woman, began the girl awkwardly. She is so devoted to Beppo that one feels she would be jealous of anyone he really cared for. The other day I could not help feeling that she was actually jealous of dear old Christina. She has reason to be jealous of Christina, said the Marchesa slowly, for Beppo, very rightly, is devoted to that noble woman who has given up her whole life to him. Do you suppose Christina would stay 1 moment with the Countess, were it not that it gives her the opportunity of being of service to Beppo, and of seeing Beppo?
Lily was amazed at the bitterness with which these words were uttered.
Still, after all, Aunt Cosy is Beppo's mother, and she does love him with all her heart, she said impulsively.
No wonder Aunt Cosy disliked the Pescobaldis if they hated her so, and perhaps tried to set her son against her.
If you are wise, said the Marchesa impressively, you will see very, very little of the Countess Polder during the course of your future life. She is likely to live to be a very old woman, and she will wreck your happiness if you are not careful.
Lily stared at the speaker with astonishment and discomfort. What did this beautiful, sinister-eyed woman mean by saying that?
You know, or perhaps you do not know, that the Count and Countess Polder are not really my relations, she said at length. I am only staying with them till February or March. They are very kind to me, but I don't suppose once I have got back to England that I shall ever see them again. Surely Beppo is not going to live in England after he has married you, exclaimed the Marchesa in an agitated voice. She started up from her chair and gazed down into Lily's upturned face. Oh, Lily, she cried, do not ask that of him. It would be a terrible sacrifice. Believe me, he would never be happy, however rich in England. He is an Italian through and through. I do not say this to you because of my own strong sentiments of affection for him, but because it is the truth. If you do not care for Rome, then live in Venice or in Florence, nay, even Paris would be better than London for Beppo."
Lily also got up. She felt exceedingly angry.
"I am not going to marry Beppo."
She uttered the words very distinctly.
"I cannot imagine what can have made you think of such a thing. Why, I have only known him 2 or 3 days."
She felt not only very angry, but also disgusted. In fact, so violent was her emotion and her surprise that she found herself trembling all over.
"Sit down, Lily,"
said the Marchesa slowly,
"and forgive me for what I said just now. I do not speak English really well. I ought to have said, if you marry Beppo. It is, after all, a possibility, is it not? It would be absurd to deny, surely you do not deny, that he is in love with you? That is why I said that about the Countess."
But Lily, even in the midst of her agitation, could not help noticing that the Marchesa's manner as well as her voice had changed. There was no longer in her words the thrill of sincerity that there had been.
"I'm sure that Beppo is not in love with me,"
said the girl firmly.
"He has not known me long enough to fall in love with me. He has a pretty, coaxing kind of manner." "He has indeed,"
broke in the Marchesa sarcastically. But Lily was determined to finish her sentence.
"But his manner is just as pretty to Christina as it is to me," she concluded.
She felt as if she were on the brink of tears. How dare this foreign woman insult her so? And then something else happened which amazed the English girl more than any of the other amazing things which had gone before. The Marchesa Pescobaldi sank gracefully upon her knees, and from that lowly posture she looked up into Lily's face. She clasped her hands together, and there seemed to be nothing affected or even out of the way in the gesture. The surprised girl felt that now, again, the woman kneeling there was quite honest, quite sincere.
"Forgive me,"
exclaimed Livia Pescobaldi.
"Forgive me, Lily. I see that I have offended and distressed you, that I have outraged your modesty. But you must remember that we Italians fall in love far more suddenly than do the cold-blooded English and the calculating French. I saw at once that Beppo was fascinated, also that the Countess Polda, who never acts without a motive, was quite willing, nay, desirous, that you and he should become good comrades. So I put 2 and 2 together, as you say in England. I see now, in this case, my 2 and 2 made 5, not 4, as I thought. I apologize with a deep humility for having said what I did."
As Lily still remained silent, the Marchesa went on pleadingly.
"Come, be generous. The English are generous. It is one of their finest qualities." "Of course I forgive you,"
said Lily, trying to smile.
"Perhaps I was silly to be so put out. I know what you say is true, that foreigners fancy themselves in love very easily." "Not the foreigners only,"
said the Marchesa, rising slowly, gracefully from her knees.
"Would you be surprised to learn, Lily, that an Englishman once travelled with me in a train for 3 hours, and that before the end of the journey he had asked me, nay, implored me, to marry him? He thought I was a young girl, yet at that time I had already been a wife 6 years."
She laughed mirthlessly. Lily exclaimed,
"Oh, but you are different. You are so very, very beautiful."
She said the words from her heart, and they touched the older woman.
"You are generous," she said. "Generous and kind, little Lily. And now that we are friends again, I want to ask you one more question. It is an indiscreet and impertinent question, but I ask you to answer me truthfully. You can do so more readily if, as you tell me, you are not really related to the Count and the Countess Polder."
"A question about them," Lily said hesitatingly. "I don't expect I shall be able to answer it. I know Aunt Cosy and Uncle Angelo so very little." The Marchesa went on as if she had not heard the interruption.
"I want to ask you," she said impressively, "how the Countess Polder makes her money. I say the Countess Polder, for the Count, as you can see, is a mere cipher."
"The Countess Polder does not make any money," replied Lily quickly and confidently. "Little as I know about them, I do know that." The Marchesa's question had shocked the girl. In some ways Aunt Cosy was not a nice woman, but she never pretended to be better off than she was. In fact, she often spoke of her own and the Count's changed fortunes. It was strange indeed that one who was, by way of being an intimate friend, did not understand how really poor the Polders were.
"In one sense, of course, I know that they are poor,"
said the Marchesa Pescoboldi impatiently.
"Every time I come to Monte Carlo, I miss something from La Solitude. We went into the drawing-room for a moment last night, and I at once saw that there was only one ebony cabinet where there used to be two. Next time I come, doubtless the mirrors will have gone. Yes, I realize that in a sense the Polders are poor. But what I want to know is, where do they get the money with which they supply Beppo?"
She looked very searchingly at Lily Fairfield, and, as in a flash, Lily remembered that strange, painful interchange of words she had overheard between Beppo and his mother on the day of his arrival, how he had taunted her with not having sent as much money as he had expected. But for that she would have denied absolutely that Aunt Cosy and Uncle Angelo could ever send Beppo money.
"You know, I suppose, that at regular intervals they do send large sums to their son?"
"No, I did not know that," said Lily. She spoke in no very determined voice, and the Marchesa, looking at her flushed face, made up her mind that she was not telling the truth.
"Well, Lily, whether you know it or not, it is so. They have ardently desired, ever since I knew them, that Beppo should marry a very rich woman."
She stopped dead and looked straight into Lily's eyes, but the girl's expression did not alter. She evidently did not see into the speaker's heart, or could it be that she was very, very cunning, with a marvellous power of keeping her own counsel? The Marchesa could not make up her mind.
"Up to now, Beppo has disappointed them," she went on. "I have done my best, that I can swear, for at any rate the last 3 years I have done my best to find him a rich wife. Meanwhile, I do not say often, I do not even say at regular intervals, but now and again Beppo receives from his mother a considerable sum of money. I have an important reason for wishing to know where that money comes from."
Again she looked searchingly at Lily, and at last the girl answered in a low, reluctant voice. "Honestly, I can't tell you. In fact, I can hardly believe that they can ever give him what I would call a considerable sum of money. They live so very simply. They are so obviously poor." It made her uncomfortable that she and a stranger should be discussing the Count and Countess's private affairs in this way. "What does their son think himself?" she said at last. "Surely he must know."
"Beppo has no idea at all,"
said the Marchesa impressively. Lowering her voice a little, she asked suddenly,
"How much money have you lent the Countess Polder since you arrived at Monte Carlo?"
"I have lent Aunt Cosy nothing," cried Lily vehemently. "She has never asked me to lend her a farthing."
"Then where did she get the money she sent by you to Beppo this morning?"
exclaimed the Marchesa imperiously. "She didn't send me with any money this morning," exclaimed Lily. "She simply sent Beppo a little parcel."
"A little parcel,"
mimicked the older woman.
"And what do you think was in that little parcel?"
"I don't know," said Lily, bewildered.
"Then I will tell you. In that little parcel were 25,000 francs in Bank of France notes. Do you seriously tell me that you had no idea of the very valuable parcel you were carrying? There was a letter in the parcel,"
continued the Marchesa slowly,
"and that letter I made Beppo show me."
She walked across to the writing-table, unlocked a long, narrow drawer, and took from it a letter.
"My dear son, here is some of the money I promised you. I have more, but I am afraid to send it in this way. Your mother."
There was a pause.
"Then you had nothing to do with it. Will you swear that, Lily?"
"No," said Lily quietly. "I will not swear anything. My word is good enough. I had nothing to do with it at all. Surely Beppo does not think I had?"
"I admit that the thought did not occur to Beppo. You see, he knows how often his mother has sent him money before. But it did occur to me."
"And I suppose you thought," said Lily slowly, "that I would not have lent the Countess the money were I not going to marry Beppo?"
"That is so. You see what passed in my mind exactly."
The Marchesa felt rather surprised. Then this young English girl was not quite as simple as she looked. There came a quick knock at the door, and Beppo, opening it, stood smiling before them. "I've just run up to say that the car has come round. Are you ready? Have you had your rest and your secret talk?" He looked sharply from one woman to the other.
"Yes,"
said the Marchesa.
"and I think that we are friends forever."
As she turned to Lily, there was an urgent appeal in her lovely eyes. Lily answered a little shyly. "Yes, I hope we shall be real friends, always." And oddly enough, in spite of the trying moment she had gone through, and in spite of the rather mixed feelings with which she even now regarded the Marchesa, she did feel that this strange woman would henceforth be more to her than a mere acquaintance. Even so, as she followed the Marchesa into the lift, as she answered more or less mechanically Beppo's gay little remarks and questions, she felt bewildered and oppressed. Lilly Fairfield had always lived among very straightforward, simple people. People, too, who were conventional, who never indulged in intrigue. And now she felt that as long as she lived, she would never forget seeing the beautiful Marchesa Pescobaldi sink down on her knees and beg so earnestly, so pathetically, for forgiveness. Many strange thoughts jostled themselves in the girl's mind, while the three made their rapid transit downstairs. 25,000 francs. 1,000 pounds? She felt a little frightened when she thought of her somewhat lonely walk from the Solitude that morning. Aunt Cosy ought to have given her, at any rate, a hint that she was carrying something valuable. As to how the money had been obtained, she, Lily, told herself that, after all, the Polders must have some fortune of their own, if not very much. Take her own case. She knew that now she was 21, she could, if she chose to do so, sell out certain securities from which came her income. All that had been explained to her very carefully by Uncle Tom and by his solicitor, Mr. Bowring, who had charge of all the Fairfield family business. No doubt the Countess, whenever she thought Beppo hard up, sold out certain securities, thus making herself, of course, the poorer, but doing it for her son's sake. The end of Chapter 20. Read by Andy Sames.